Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Brainwashing Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In this world, you either had a quirk or you didn't. Those without quirks could never become a hero, why would they? They became cops instead, told that was all they could do. Those with quirks had to compete with all the other people who had them, and if you wasn't useful or flashy enough, good luck finding any real work. It was really a tough world, so many wannabe heroes who couldn't get into the perfect school, and even then they had to be the best of the best to stand out. At 4 years old, all Midoriya wanted was to be an amazing hero, like All Might. He was able to be the shining light in the darkness of people's lives. He was more than a hero, he was hope. That's all what Midoriya wanted, to have and give hope. Well, his hopes were crushed when the doctor told him and his mother that he would most likely be quirkless. He may have stayed hopeful, if his mother hadn't just apologized for what happened instead of encouraging him. That further broke him. The one person he thought would have his back, just crushed his dreams. It truly tore him up inside, staring to cause problems for him mentally early on. Luckily for Midoriya, they were all wrong. You see, Midoriya was smart for his age. If he couldn't be a hero, he could and would know everything about them. He studied his classmates almost obsessively. He made sure to write everything, as best as a 5-year-old could, in some notebooks. That's when he realized something absolutely wonderful. He learned a ton about one of his classmates because his quirk was interesting, though he was one of his 3 main bullies, their leader being Bakugo. After writing down the latest bit of information he just learned, the boy came up to him, taunting him heavily as he looked ready to hit him. Please, stop hurting me. Just leave me alone. Midoriya begged. It was like a switch flipped. The bully listened and walked away. Midoriya was very confused, especially when that bully didn't try to hurt him for the rest of the week. Midoriya didn't know what was going on, but decided to try something. He asked the bully to be his friend instead, and to ignore the fact he was quirkless. Surprisingly, he did. Kaken was no longer the only friend he had, or, maybe, used to have. He wasn't sure anymore, really, but now he had one less bully. He decided to learn all he could about the other main bully as well. After finding out all he could, he went right up him and asked to be friends. The boy looked at him for a moment, but still agreed. Midoriya was so surprised, but so happy. He must have had some kind of quirk, this proved it. Now he could enjoy school again, though Bakugo still bullied him. He didn't want to use his quirk on Bakugo, he wanted him to see how cool he was without manipulating him. But, when his friends went over to Midoriya's side, Bakugo just got angry and confused. I thought you guys were my friends. You liked my awesome quirk. Bakugo insisted. Midoriya is cool even without a quirk. He's our best friend. One of the boys answered. Bakugo was absolutely shocked. He was young, he couldn't understand at all. Why were his friends acting so strange? Why weren't they coming to his side because of his quirk? They used to say how cool it was. Deku, what did you do? He asked angrily. Midoriya smiled at him, though Bakugo could tell it just wasn't the same as usual. I'll tell you, Kaken. Midoriya said happily, walking over and whispering into his ear. I have a quirk too now. Bakugo froze and moved away from him. He wasn't sure why felt uneasy, so he masked it with anger. I'll show you my quirk is better than yours. Bakugo said as he rushed away from him. Midoriya frowned. Was his quirk not cool enough yet? Maybe if he was able to do more with it, Kaken would finally be friends with him. Midoriya went home that day with a wide smile on his face. What's got you so happy, sweetie? Inko asked. I made 2 new friends. Midoriya replied. Inko sighed in relief. I'm so glad, Izuku. She said. Mommy, can I put you in my hero book too? Please? Midoriya begged. Inko felt her heart squeeze. Of course, honey. Inko responded. They spent the afternoon with Midoriya asking everything he could think of, writing it down in his notebook. Once he was done, he looked it over repeatedly with his mom, making sure it was correct. Once it was, he looked right up at her with wide eyes. Mommy, you think I can be a hero, right? Midoriya asked. Inko frowned and looked at him sadly. Izuku dash. She suddenly stopped herself and picked him up excitedly. Of course, Izuku. You'll be the best hero. Inko said cheekily, snuggling him after. Midoriya was extremely happy. Really, Mommy? I can be a hero? He asked. There's no doubt. The next All Might for sure. She chirped. Midoriya hugged her happily. He knew he manipulated her into believing in him, but he didn't really care. He was finally happy, and he got exactly what he wanted. though. Now he could get even more. Midoriya slowly manipulated his entire class into liking him, excluding Bakugo. Bakugo was still so confused. What was his quirk? Why didn't he tell anyone else he had one? Why wasn't he using it on him? He just didn't understand. However, he grew older, and soon came to understand what seemed to be going on. Midoriya had become incredibly dangerous. He knew he was smart, but Midoriya had a file on everyone he ever went to school with, even the staff. No matter what class they were in, Midoriya took it over. He had tons and tons of hero notebooks in his backpack, and always had one handy. They were in middle school now, and Bakugo was sickened by how no one could see past the front Midoriya put up. Of course, they were just manipulated and had no choice, but Bakugo didn't know to that extent. They were in middle school now, and Bakugo had enough. It was pissing him off more than ever that people paid more attention to shitty Deku than him and his top-quality quirk. He told Midoriya to meet him after school, in the secluded area behind it. Bakugo waited there for him when it came time and soon saw Midoriya approach him. "Hi Kaken. What did you want to talk about?" Midoriya asked as he got closer. Bakugo activated his quirk with one hand and grabbed Midoriya forcefully by the collar with the other. "Listen up you shitty but nerd. Don't you dare even think about applying to U.A. Bakugo yelled into his face. "But, why not, Kaken?" Midoriya didn't even flinch as he asked. "You wouldn't last a goddamn day there. You're no hero." Bakugo shouted. That's what he said, but on the inside, he was worried about the damage he could do in a school like UA. Midoriya stared at him for a moment, then gave him a smile that shook him to the core. It was disturbing to say the least. It was way too big for his face, but the most terrifying part was Midoriya's eyes. It was almost like they were filled with evil, but Bakugo realized it was more obsession than anything else. Those eyes bore into his, and he felt a cold chill run down his spine. He froze in fear, unable to look away. Then, Midoriya spoke to him in a dark, sadistic voice. "Oh, Kaken. That's so funny, so silly. I am, and will be a hero. In fact, I'll be the best hero. I'll be so good that no one will be able to stand in my way. Not even you," Midoriya said, keeping the smile. Bakugo dropped Midoriya and backed away. He was finally showing his terror. Midoriya walked closer to him, his eyes somehow even scarier, more determined. "I know all about you, Kaken. In fact, I know the most about you. So much, that I bet that if I wanted to, you'd never be in control again," Midoriya said wickedly. Bakugo backed up heavily, trying not to look as scared as he was. "Why you wouldn't dare?" Bakugo stuttered out as Midoriya kept walking closer. "Oh? I wouldn't? Do you know me that well, Kaken? Tell me, what will I do now?" Midoriya asked as he picked up his pace. Bakugo felt his heart racing. How did he not realize how much Midoriya had changed? What caused this? He suddenly backed into a wall, taking him out of his thoughts. Midoriya took advantage of Bakugo running out of room and quickly pinned him to the wall. Bakugo was shaking slightly. He didn't even recognize him anymore, it was like his face was distorted now. "I didn't hear an answer, Kaken," Midoriya cooed out demonically. Bakugo swallowed hard and felt himself sweating bullets. Why couldn't he move? He was much stronger than Midoriya, and taller too, so why did he feel paralyzed? "Here's what I'll do," Midoriya started. Bakugo could finally find his voice. Wait, don't," Bakugo pleaded. "I'm going to." Midoriya continued but trailed off as he brought up his hand. "And no. Please, stop," Bakugo said, his voice cracking like all hell. Then, Midoriya simply poked Bakugo's nose and backed away. Bakugo slid down the wall, still shaking even though Midoriya's face was completely back to normal. The fear he had felt had pierced him to the core. He felt like all the air had been sucked out of his lungs, but now he could finally breathe. Midoriya kneeled down, looking right at him again. "Bet you didn't expect that, Kaken." Midoriya chuckled. What the hell happened to you?" Bakugo asked loudly. "Well, let's see. My mother and doctor crushed my dreams, my best friend shunned me for not having a quirk and gets people to bully me, other people bully me like crazy until I fix it, and the teachers sit back and don't do shit because they think I don't have a quirk. Plus, my dad left my goddamn mother just because he thought I was quirkless. So excuse me if I'm a little effed up, Kaken," Midoriya chirped. Bakugo could only stare at him, words escaping him once again. "I wasn't lying, though, I know all about you. Everything, Kaken. But, I've never used my quirk on you," Midoriya stated. How did he make him feel so scared, then? "I bet you're thinking about how I could make you feel so scared without it," Midoriya stated. Bakugo bit his lip. It's honestly simple, Kaken, you're just scared of me. Midoriya explained. Bakugo felt like he couldn't breathe again. Maybe one day, I'll want something so badly that I'll use my quirk on you. Midoriya started. Bakugo tried to back up again. But that day isn't today, wanna know why? Midoriya asked cheerily. Bakugo nodded his head yes slightly, feeling numb. Because you're too scared to cross me anyway. Midoriya explained, then walked away and grabbed his school bag. Bakugo couldn't get a grasp on any of this. He was scared? Of Midoriya of all people? No, not possible. Right? Midoriya smiled at him before he left. That reminds me. Make sure you get into Udata too, okay? I want you to watch what I do, it's sure to be plenty interesting. Midoriya chirped before leaving. Bakugo sat there for a while, not moving a muscle. His whole body felt exhausted, as if he had been fighting for his life, but he knew he had lost. He had lost the fight a long time ago, when he didn't pay more attention. When he had started bullying Midoriya without a single thought. When he thought his quirk would automatically make him so much better, so much stronger. He had been so wrong. His complex was absolutely crushed, because he had no doubt that Midoriya would stop at nothing to do what he set out to, and that most likely included crushing Bakugo. He was royally screwed, and began shaking again. This was too much, too effing much. He shook even more, unable to control it. Tears welled up in his eyes as he held himself as he felt something inside him snap. Then, he screamed. The day had finally come where Midoriya got what he wanted most, meeting All Might. He was walking home from school when a sludge monster came up through the sewer. Midoriya didn't have the chance to try to remember what if knew much about the villain, as it quickly latched onto him and stuffed itself inside his mouth. Thanks kid, I was caught in a bad situation and I need your body to hide. You're a real hero. The sludge said. That made Midoriya's blood absolutely boil. He didn't need some shitty sludge villain to tell him he's a hero, he was better than that. He desperately struggled, but there was nothing really he could do. Things began to go dark, but then he saw him appear. All Might. Tears came to his eyes, his hero was standing right in front of him. The sludge panicked, and Midoriya desperately tried to hold on. He had to survive this, he had to meet All Might, he had so much more to do. Then, All Might sent down a wind for forceful that the sludge couldn't hold against it. Midoriya felt his eyes close just as the sludge came apart. He forced them open again, looking at All Might. He felt so incredibly blessed, his hero had saved him. He fell to the ground and his eyes closed again without him wanting to, then, he passed out. He was woken up by someone slapping his cheeks. He groaned softly as he opened his eyes, seeing that someone was All Might. His eyes lit up and he smiled widely. "Hey All Might!" he shouted, hopping to his feet. "Yes, I am," he stated proudly. Midoriya quickly glanced around for his notebook and when he found it, he was about to beg for his autograph, but saw that he had already signed it. He nearly had an aneurysm. He couldn't stop smiling, his heart beating 1,000,000 miles a minute. He did his best to try to calm himself down, but it was useless, he was so happy he could die. Thank you, Midoriya chirped out. Anything for a fan. Now I should get going and drop this guy off at the police station. All Might responded, turning around. Wait, I have so many things to ask you. Midoriya said, not even thinking about using his quirk. Sorry, I really have to go. All Might squatted down and jumped up into the air, not realizing Midoriya had grabbed him. Midoriya screamed in panic, not realizing All Might wouldn't have felt him try to stop him. He cursed at himself inside his mind for being so stupid. Hey, let go, All Might said when he noticed. I prefer to live. Midoriya replied. Oh, right, hold on. All Might said as he steered towards the top of a building. Midoriya held on tighter and they soon landed on the rooftop. Midoriya apologized profusely for accidentally doing this. It's okay, just dash, All Might was interrupted. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I've been your fan ever since I could remember. I've watched your video on loop. I have all your toys, posters, everything I could. I look up to you so highly. I've always wanted to be a hero that gave people hope with a smile just like you. So could someone like me, who is quirkless, become a hero too? Midoriya asked hopefully. He wasn't an idiot or an amnesiac, he knew he had a quirk and would definitely be a hero, but he had to ask. All Might of all people would definitely tell him he would be a hero. Why would the symbol of peace ever discourage a young person who looks up to him? Why would any good hero? Then, there was a bit of smoke, and All Might was suddenly skeletal. Midoriya gasped as he looked at him. He was incredibly shocked, then realized he knew something about All Might that no one else did. He had gained a huge piece of information about his absolute favorite hero. Probably his biggest secret. Midoriya almost couldn't hold back a creepy smile, but barely managed to. Hey All Might, what? Midoriya questioned. All Might sighed and lifted up his shirt, showing off his horrible wound. I was in a fight with a villain about 5 years ago. It nearly killed me, 90% of my respiratory organs were destroyed, my stomach had to be removed, I'm emaciated by the numerous surgeries to reconstruct my body. I can no longer maintain my form for long. All Might explained. Midoriya had to try even harder not to absolutely freak out, but in utter elation. He was knowing even more now, so much more than anyone would know for a long time, maybe ever. What was even better, was that his all-time favorite hero had been fighting despite nearly dying. He was so good that he kept it a secret all this time. He was the absolute best, he proved time and time again that he deserved to be the #1 hero. So, there's no way I can just tell you that you can be a hero. All Might continued. Midoriya thought he hadn't heard him correctly, but as it dawned on him, his blood ran cold. He could feel the anger scratching at his insides, the darkest part of him getting bigger and bigger the more he grasped what he said. He almost felt like he was going to go out of control. How dare he? He was a god-DMN hero, how could he try to dash his dreams? How dare he? How dare he? Midoriya was frozen with anger, nearly shaking as his eyes immediately darkened. The light that All Might had been sustaining inside him had burned out and left nothing but darkness and ash, the coldness burning his core more than fire ever could. You could be a cop, it's a fine job too. All Might started, but could see the darkness in Midoriya's eyes. Are you alright? He asked. You fucker. Midoriya said darkly, his voice deep and brutal. That language isn't All Might was interrupted again. No, shut the F up. How could you? I poured my goddamn heart out to you. You think I'll get myself killed as a hero? Get hurt. That's the point. So civilians don't have to. Cops get hurt and killed too, a-hole. I would be in just as much danger. But that isn't even the point, you know what you mean to people, and you just tried to crush the hope you give? Midoriya outright screamed. All Might was in utter shock. The boy in front of him seemed so sweet and innocent, but now he saw clearly all the pain and hardships he had been through. This was a boy who was relying on him, and he had just torn him to pieces. I'm sorry, I didn't mean . Once again, he was interrupted. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Midoriya shouted over and over while pulling on his hair and looking down at the ground with eyes that darted all over the place and looked terrifying. All Might was very concerned now, this boy was having a mental break because of him. Please, just try to calm down. All Might insisted, moving closer to him. You stay the hell away from me? Midoriya screeched as he left as fast as he could. He kept running, just running and running. He eventually got to an empty alleyway and leaned against a wall. He was cracking up, lost in a sea of all his past problems and trauma, darkness surrounding him, and he let it. He had been pushing back his darker urges, the ones that told him he could do so much more with power, get all that he ever wanted. He just wanted to be happy, he just wanted to be a hero. Was that so much to ask? He held himself and dug his nails into his arms as he fell apart. Why? Why? What was it about him that made life want to tear him into pieces so badly? Was life just like this? Was this all it was going to be? No, he'd live out his dream. He'd still be better than all of them. All Might included. He began laughing hysterically, digging in his nails deeper. Tears started running heavily down his face as he just kept laughing. Yes. This must be what he was meant for. What he made his mother say was right, he was supposed to outshine them all. It wouldn't take much if All Might was such a piece of shit already. He was snapped out of his delusions by an explosion nearby. He still wasn't close to being stable, but went to check it out anyway. There was an entire street destroyed and on fire, apparently a sludge monster had attacked and was holding a boy with a really strong quirk hostage. Midoriya smiled wickedly. All Might must have lost the sludge monster when he latched onto him earlier and was too busy worrying about looking skeletal to notice. He couldn't help but smile more. Heroes who don't hold up the values they present should be punished, and this must be All Might's punishment. He smiled more, then noticed who had been grabbed by the sludge this time. Bakugo could see Midoriya looking at him from the crowd, just barely. He had such a sinister look on his face, but different from before. He looked like he had been crushed by something emotionally, absolutely devastated, and was not stable. However, he did look happy to see that everything was a mess and that someone was in danger. Bakugo struggled heavily, it would take over all of him soon and he was desperate to escape. He saw Midoriya finally see him, and could see the terrifying smile on him. He was so screwed. Did Midoriya enjoy this? Or, did he plan this? Bakugo was losing the fight, and he just looked at his former friend with all the terror and desperation he felt. Midoriya couldn't ignore those eyes. The ones that said, "Help me." It was like a switch had flipped, and Midoriya's head finally cleared. Kaken was in trouble. He ran through the crowd as fast as he possibly could, pushing past them all. He could hear the heroes telling him to stop, but he refused. Once he was close, he took off his backpack and opened it, throwing its contents all over the sludge. It managed to get it to let go of Bakugo more, and Midoriya started frantically trying to get more of it off. Bakugo was so surprised. He'd assumed Midoriya was happy to let him die, but now, it was like the Midoriya he knew was back. There wasn't any obsession, just fear that they would lose. He had to ask why he would do something so stupid, and all Midoriya said was, "You looked like you needed help." With the most heroic face he could muster. Bakugo struggled a lot more. He couldn't get his friend back just for them both to die here. Then, there was a rush of air next to them, and All Might suddenly appeared, eradicating the sludge monster, and freeing Bakugo. Midoriya didn't care he was there and focused on Bakugo and getting him away from whatever remained of the monster. However, All Might said that he had been inspired by Midoriya rushing in to help him. What a fing joke. The crowd cheered and the other heroes rushed in to get Bakugo and Midoriya out of there and clear the damage. Midoriya was reprimanded while Bakugo was praised for fighting so bravely. That made Midoriya's blood boil again. Just how many heroes were assholes? Kaken would have died. Once they finally let him go, he really wanted just to leave so he could get some frustration out, so he walked on home, but Bakugo eventually stopped him. "Deku," Bakugo said, drawing his attention. "Ready to thank me, Kaken?" Midoriya responded curtly. Bakugo looked down at him with extremely conflicted feelings. "Yeah. Thanks." Bakugo replied, surprisingly. Midoriya's eyes widened. He didn't think he'd ever hear that without using his quirk. He smiled sweetly. "Finally warming up to me again, Kaken? I'm so glad, it'll be just like when we were kids." Midoriya said cheerily. "No. I'm thanking you because you saved me. You know that I'll be going to U.A, but it'll also be to stop you when you go too far." Bakugo challenged. Midoriya's smile went away and he looked at him seriously. "I'll never go too far, because no one else goes far enough, Kaken." Midoriya replied. Bakugo glared at Midoriya. "Exactly why I need to stop you," Bakugo said as he walked away. Midoriya sighed. He'd show him how much better he could be, that he shouldn't be messed with. Having to go through all this made him forget for a moment what had happened with. "We need to talk. All Might." He appeared from behind the corner of the street, still in his prime form. Midoriya glared at him. "Could you stop with the act?" Midoriya asked. All Might's form poofed and he coughed up blood. Midoriya glared harder. "Look, we need to talk." All Might said. "What? Do you need more dreams of mine to crush?" Midoriya asked sarcastically. "I'm glad to see you've calmed down." All Might replied. Midoriya's blood boiled once again. "You have no right to talk to me like that. I've lost all respect for you, you're no hero." Midoriya shouted, his hands balling into fists. "But you are. I was wrong about you, you can become a hero." All Might insisted. Midoriya's insides burned with anger. "Don't you get it? That means nothing from you anymore. God, you're just as bad as Endeavor." Midoriya shouted. "Izuku, I can't apologize enough for what I said. I regretted it as soon as I saw your reaction. I just wanted you to think realistically, to keep yourself out of danger. But I see now that you have the spirit of a true hero. I want to show you that I can be better, be the hero and mentor you need." All Might said seriously. "What the hell would you be the mentor of? I don't have a quirk." Midoriya insisted. "I can give you one." All Might explained. Midoriya's eyes widened. That was the last thing he expected him to say. "The power I have is one that's been passed along for generations. I've always dodged the question of what exactly my quirk was. And now you know why. Someone gave it to me." All Might continued. "Isn't it insane the information people give out they don't think will come back to bite them in the butt?" Midoriya was probably the last person he would want to tell any of his, he just had no idea. "Why would you tell me all of this? You saw who I am. You know I have every reason to rat you out and tell everyone what I've seen and heard." Midoriya said in confusion and anger. "I know you could, but even if you don't accept my power, I know you won't." All Might stated. Midoriya began to laugh. It started out as a chuckle, but quickly turned into something dark and sinister. He couldn't stop himself this time, it was too much. He laughed harder, his eyes and laughter filled with insanity. "Did you get brain damage too? You saw my breakdown, and now you think I should be your successor?" Midoriya shouted. All Might went silent, then pulled Midoriya into a tight hug. "I need to make this up to you, Midoriya, not just this, but whatever caused you to become so unstable. You still have so much potential, I can't let it wither out." All Might said. Midoriya froze, he couldn't remember the last time he was willingly hugged. He started to calm down. He never thought someone could do that. Even though he hated what All Might had become. This opportunity would be stupid to pass up. If he had All Might's power, he could easily be better than him, and All Might was already number one. This would make his dream come true. All he had to do was to say yes. I'll do it. I'll accept your power. Midoriya stated. Thank you, Midoriya. All Might responded. He wouldn't tell him this, but All Might knew all too well the risks he would be taking on in doing this. Izuku Midoriya was truly a troubled young boy, but it would be a tragedy not to help him realize his dream of becoming a hero. The world deserved a hero who could rush in and protect those who needed it, no matter what. Midoriya deserved to be that hero. All Might promised himself right then and there that he would watch over Midoriya and keep him far away from the dark path he could easily take. Midoriya allowed himself to stay in All Might's bony arms. Although his body was massively uncomfortable, it felt so safe and warm. Something he'd truly missed in his life. Was this what it was like to have a dad? He quickly moved away from him after that thought. That was one thing he preferred to never think or speak about. His dad left before he got his quirk. He was given absolutely no closure and as such, had a massive amount of daddy issues. Having a father figure who had the health of an old hamster wouldn't end well for his already cracked mental state. I'd like to give you my power now, but your body would be destroyed by it. You'll have to bulk up. All Might explained. Whatever it takes. Midoriya replied seriously. Then we'll train every single way until you have to do the entrance exam to UA. That's where you want to go, right? All Might asked. Yes. More than anything. Midoriya answered. All Might took him to a beach filled with trash. You know better than anyone what a true hero is, Midoriya. They originally did volunteer work. All Might said. So, you want me to clean up the entire beach? Midoriya asked. That's right. I also created a list of other things you'll need to do. All Might answered, giving him the list. It felt good to have help for once. He couldn't trust anyone else with his dream. For the next 10 months, he trained with All Might, adhering to the plan strictly. Jogging, lifting weights even after cleaning up, eating properly, even the sleeping schedule All Might wrote down. He soon began working out as much as he could at school too. Bakugo noticed the change in Midoriya immediately. He had dropped his facade for one that was serious and determined. He didn't hang out with his friends, the fake ones made out of the classmates manipulated, and Bakugo barely saw him going home. He was wondering if what he was up to was illegal, dangerous, or stupid. Maybe it was all three. Either way, he kept a close eye on him. He had to be the one to keep him in check. No one else knew what he was like, and if they did, Midoriya would take care of them. 10 months came and went in a flash. The day of the entrance exam was finally here, and Midoriya did what All Might had told him. He cleaned the beach, even outside of where All Might told him to. He went above and beyond, not just today, but every single day he trained. He had to admit, all of this hard work kept his head clear. It was hard to obsess over your dream when your muscles hurt so badly you couldn't move. Right now, he was just as exhausted. He barely managed to get off the pile he was on, but slipped and fell, right into All Might's arms. Midoriya tiredly looked up at him. I'm so proud of you, Midoriya. All Might chirped. Pride, All Might was proud of him. God, he was really pushing to be a father figure. Thanks, All Might. Midoriya said as All Might set him down. Don't thank me, it was all because of your hard work. Nothing would have changed if you were anyone else. All Might said as he smiled. Midoriya softened a bit and smiled back genuinely. Now, to give you my power. All Might shouted. This was it. He would get what he'd been working for these past months. All Might pulled out a piece of his hair and held it out to him. Eat this. Midoriya lost his smile and gagged. Are you serious? Midoriya asked. Hurry up, you have to get to Udata soon. All Might insisted. Midoriya reluctantly took the hair and ate it, though it made him unbelievably queasy. He then changed and headed off to UA. He smiled as he approached the gates. Everything in his life had been leading to this one moment. He felt joy replacing the usual darkness in the pit of his stomach. He felt someone gently nudge him as they passed. He glanced over and smiled more. Hey Kaken. Ready for the exam? Midoriya asked. UFING know it. I'll be watching you, Deku. Bakugo shouted as he kept walking. Midoriya heard people mumble about Bakugo and the sludge incident, and he lessened his smile. Then, he took a deep breath and walked further in. A few steps in and he tripped. He tried to catch himself but soon felt weightless. He was confused, but glanced over to someone next to him. I stopped you from falling using my quirk. Sorry I didn't ask you first, but it'd be bad if you fell. She said happily. Ah, Uraraka Ochako. He could tell right away from her sweet face. How did he know this random girl? Well, he may have been training his butt off 24/7, but he did find some time to talk to a teacher at this school who knew what students were going to take this entrance exam. It would be insane to try to remember every student, but he tried to at least remember some. She was one of them. "Oh, no, thank you," he said as she stopped using her quirk and stood up. "No problem. Well, I should get going, good luck," Uraraka said as she went inside. She was so kind. People were always assholes to him before he manipulated them, but not her. He seemed to be meeting more people like that, lately. He entered the exam procedure room and ended up sitting next to Bakugo. Present Mike came out and Midoriya got excited. "So cool, he's a pro hero, and has a radio show too. I listen to it all the time," Midoriya shouted to Bakugo. "Quiet down and nerd out on the inside," Bakugo responded. Midoriya rolled his eyes and listened to the presentation. Soon, a boy with a question stood up, talking about a misprint could be disastrous to U's presentation. Midoriya rolled his eyes again. This guy was irritating. "And you, with the curly hair? You've been mumbling this entire time. It's distracting," Ida said. "Well, it's rude to insult the school you're trying to get into," Midoriya responded, accidentally being curt. Ida glared at him and Present Mike explained that the misprint was actually one of the figures equaling 0. Ida sat down and Midoriya almost hoped he'd be in his class. He'd like to cut him down to size. Midoriya was sort of sad that he wouldn't be with Bakugo for the exam, but was glad to be doing this at all. While waiting with the others, he noticed Uraraka in front of him. He smiled and tried to call out to her. "Are you trying to distract that girl? We need to focus on the exam," Ida reprimanded. Now he remembered, Tenya Ida. His brother was a pro hero at his parents' agency. Midoriya didn't even bother to give him his attention and kept looking forward, trying not to look angry. "You'll have a hard time becoming a hero like your brother if you can't even be courteous to your fellow students. If you make enemies with people you don't even know that well, you could end up with no allies in the future," Midoriya said curtly. Ida froze and glared at Midoriya slightly. The other people around them started to snicker and Midoriya made his hands into fists. He was surrounded by a bunch of DS again. How was he so unlucky that people just loved to not like him? He didn't even do anything. At least Uraraka was nice. It wasn't a total failure of the ideal hero. Still, it seemed like the next generation of heroes would be even worse than this one. He could fix them, though. He just needed to learn more about them. Maybe these people wouldn't even survive the exam. He hoped Uraraka would though. Wait, why did he keep thinking about her? Was he that desperate for a friend he didn't have to manipulate? He shook the thoughts away as the gates opened. It was time for the exam. The entrance exam was supposed to weed out those who shouldn't be heroes. To be honest, though, Midoriya was quickly realizing this was all bullshit. Why give only 10 minutes and such a limited amount right at the start? Yes, that was part of the test, but think of all of the promising heroes who weren't particularly good at destroying robots, but could easily fight a human. There were also people whose quirks were amazing, but not suited for the battlefield like this. What did they do? He just kept seeing things that were unfair. He desperately tried to get points, though still looking calm. He knew it'd be hard with so many people running around, but didn't think it'd be almost impossible. He noticed Uraraka managing to get a lot of points, and couldn't help but feel proud. She deserved to go to UA. He then noticed Ida getting a lot too. A-hole. Suddenly, a huge robot appeared, blocking his way from getting further in. Midoriya looked up at it and started to quickly back up, but didn't look afraid. The other candidates ran away, including Ida, who stared at Midoriya hard as he went by. Midoriya turned to run too as Present Mike announced there was 2 minutes left. However, he heard someone make a pain noise. He looked down at the debris and saw Uraraka, her leg pinned. His eyes widened as the robot got too close for comfort. There was no time to pull her out. He felt the power in his legs, urging him to act. This robot was worthless. But saving a genuinely good person like her was worth everything to him. He jumped up and prepared his body like All Might had told him, then punched the robot as hard as he possibly could. It started falling back and explosions popped up all over it as it was destroyed. He did it. But, now he was falling. He tried to move his body in a way that wouldn't result in him hitting the ground with his face, but his arm was too messed up. Now he was trying to think of ways to not die. He thought back to All Might's fights. If he punched the ground at the right moment, he'd break his arm for sure, but he might not die. He prepared to literally hit the ground, watching it come closer and closer, but then, he felt something slap him pretty hard. He fell to the ground, but much gentler than he would have. He could hear someone vomiting near him, but all he could focus on was the pain in his arm. It hurt so effing bad. Then, he realized who the only person who showed enough heroics to save him was. He looked up and saw Uraraka on a broken robot. She looked extremely nauseous and tired. That must have been why she couldn't save herself, she overused her quirk. But she still saved him, despite that. She truly was what a real hero should be. Midoriya tried to get up, but quickly realized all but one arm was completely useless now, and he still didn't have a single point. He kept trying to get up, but it was impossible. Then, just like that, it was all over. Present Mike shouted it out clearly for everyone to hear. Midoriya shook slightly, unsure if it was because of emotional or physical pain, or both. It was over, he'd lost. The other candidates moved closer to him. Did you see that guy? He took out that robot by himself. Someone said. Ida looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel guilty for what he did. He saved her without even thinking, and no one is saying anything. That robot gave him no points, and yet he saved her. Ida thought. He told himself that he would have done the same, if it wasn't an exam, but just felt worse about it. It wasn't just this. He stood up to me, twice, he wasn't afraid to tell me I was wrong. He even gave me good advice. Why didn't I help? While Ida was having an internal breakthrough, Midoriya hid his face in his working arm as he laid on the ground. It would be bad if anyone saw him like this. He was absolutely devastated. He prioritized saving someone worth saving, and didn't get any points because of it. How was that fair? He did what any hero would do. No, what any hero had to do. Maybe he shouldn't care about you. If they didn't see that. But still, he was absolutely crushed, lost in despair. You hurt yourself so badly with your own quirk? A woman asked. He didn't bother to look up. Then, he felt a kiss on his head, and his body healing. He would have moved now, but he passed out instead. A week went by, a full week of Midoriya staying locked up in his room. He hardly ate or slept this whole time, and refused to talk to his mother, or anyone else. Inko had told him a few times that Bakugo wanted to come over, but Midoriya nearly shouted at her for that. He didn't want any of what he would say. He had failed, Kaken didn't need to keep an eye on him at U.A anymore. For what seemed like the 100th time, he threw the items in his room around in anger. All the clarity he got from training with All Might was gone, he couldn't go to U.A, and it was unlikely people would look at him as a hero if he didn't. The world was so cruel. Just as he thought that, Inko slid a letter under Midoriya's door. Midoriya didn't have it in him to read it, but picked it up and opened it anyway. Luckily for him, it was a video letter. He watched as All Might apologized for not talking to him, and that he'd start teaching at UA. Midoriya didn't really give a shit and shook in anger that this what he was finally saying to him. You did fine on the written exam. But got 0 points on the practical one. All Might continued. Yeah, no sheet. What the hell was he doing this for? However, All Might continued. He showed a video of Uraraka walking into the exam's judge's room. Sorry to interrupt. But the boy who saved me during the exam, I don't think he got any points. So I'd like to give him some of mine. Uraraka said both shyly and in determination. Midoriya was absolutely floored. This girl was what the world needed, she was extremely kind and generous. Maybe he'd be okay with her getting in instead of him, he knew they'd never let her give him the points. Sorry, we can't let you do that. A judge said, proving him right. Midoriya sighed deeply, then All Might spoke again. This test wasn't only about how many villains you could defeat, it was about how heroic you could be without knowing about a reward. You've been given 60 hero points for your rescue, Midoriya. You've been accepted into UA. Midoriya burst into tears. Not only was his dream school showing that they really did care about what it truly means to be a hero, but he finally had someone who cared about him. She was basically a stranger, but he mattered to her because of how he helped her. She didn't just stop caring after it was over. A real friend he didn't have to manipulate. He made a promise at that moment, that she would be someone he would never manipulate. He and All Might spoke before his first day started, but all he did was congratulate him on getting in and that he'd have to learn to control his power more. He did have an interesting conversation with Bakugo, though. He had pulled him aside after classes to a private area. So, you got in after all, you psycho? Bakugo asked. Yes. I heard you got the best score, Kaken. No hero points, though. Midoriya replied. Bakugo looked at him uneasily. He was used to Midoriya knowing things he had no idea how he knew. What he did know, was that it was always dangerous, every little piece of information added on to his quirk, and he already knew way too much about him. If we're in the same class, you better stay the F away from our classmates. You can't just manipulate whoever you want to get your way. Bakugo shouted. Midoriya grabbed him by the collar forcefully. Kaken, threatening doesn't work on me, you know that. You should be more careful when talking to me. Midoriya said darkly. Bakugo tried to keep an angry face, but Midoriya had a way of scaring him that no one else ever came close to. That's when it hit him, Midoriya was using his quirk, in a way that it was just regular manipulation in this case. Bakugo slapped his hand away and Midoriya looked at him angrily. We've been rivals since the start, Deku. I'll become a hero, and while I do, I'll make sure you don't become a goddamn villain. He stated before quickly leaving. A villain? It was like he didn't know him at all. Villains were absolute scum. He knows he just wants to be better than all of the fake heroes out there, better than they ever could be. Was he worried about him? Probably. He did try to come visit him after all. Maybe this was all out of concern. Midoriya quickly took out the notebook that had Bakugo's file, that was ever growing, and wrote down the new information. Why did he still keep a journal about him when he didn't use his quirk on him? Well, his threat from a while ago wasn't just a threat. Bakugo was smart, fast, strong, and his quirk was nothing to laugh at, but he was stubborn to the point of stupidity. He was going to keep an eye on Midoriya no matter what, and maybe he could even get in his way a bit, but at the end of the day, he was just so easy to control. Now, though, he arrived at U.A and had a lot of hope. Most of that hope was that his classmates were like Uraraka. She was a prime example of a hero, and a good friend. Maybe, this time, he wouldn't have to use his quirk. When he opened the door, he saw Bakugo talking to Ida. He held back an angry frown. It was just his luck that he had him in his class. My name is Tenya Ida. I went to Somei Middle School. Ida said to Bakugo. That why you're such a goddamn snob? I should beat it out of you. Bakugo replied. Your behavior is not fitting for a hero dash. He stopped himself when he saw Midoriya. His eyes narrowed a bit and Midoriya got ready to hide his anger. Bakugo sat upright from having his feet on the desk, knowing Midoriya might do something. I think you might know this already, but I'm Ida Tenya. And I apologize for how I treated you. Ida said while bowing. That was unexpected. Ida straightened himself out and spoke again. You were right about how I was acting. It was unbecoming. I wasn't looking at the big picture with you and the exam. You figured out they must have points for heroic actions. You're a better student than me. That's almost something he'd make someone say with his quirk. It really was refreshing to hear. I accept your apology. Midoriya said with a smile, and held out his hand. Ida shook it very firmly, shaking Midoriya in the process as well. He soon let go, and heard a voice behind him. Hey! It's the fluffy-haired boy from the exam. He turned around and smiled a lot more. Uraraka was almost blinded by it. It was so bright. Thank you so much for what you did. You're a very kind person. I'm really looking forward to being your classmate. Midoriya chirped. Uraraka felt herself blush. It was nothing. I'm sure you would have done the same. I'm glad you made it. Uraraka replied. If you're here to make friends, you picked the wrong school. A voice behind Uraraka said. Midoriya looked behind her, then lowered his gaze. There was a guy in a sleeping bag there. U.A is for people who want to be heroes, not pals. Aizawa stared at the boy who was apparently All Might's new sort of sidekick. He and the other staff were told about him in a meeting, but All Might had met with Aizawa privately after. What's so special about your student that we needed to do this? Aizawa asked, getting right to the point. All Might sighed. He isn't altogether, mentally. I thought he was just an overenthusiastic fanboy, a harmless, sweet kid. But he changed so fast on me. I think he had a mental breakdown. He has a lot of anger and darkness in him. But I know I can steer him back to the right path. All Might finally said. You always have to have drama, Toshinori. Aizawa replied. Life finds a way to give me plenty of opportunity for it. All Might said. What do you need me to do? Aizawa asked. Just help me make him a hero. All Might answered. Fine, I'll do my job I guess. Aizawa said flatly. You know what I mean. All Might stated. I get it, Toshi. If he'll be my student, I'll show no mercy. Aizawa insisted. Thank you, Shota. All Might said, sighing in relief. He and Aizawa have never seen eye to eye, so he was glad he agreed. Although Aizawa made it seem like that was the end of it, he decided to find out just what kind of person Midoriya Izuku was. He went to his old middle school and interviewed his teachers. They all said the exact same thing. Midoriya was the perfect student, got along with everyone. It was way too weird how similar what they said was. So, Aizawa went further. The middle school had security tapes in certain areas. Aizawa looked through some around the time Midoriya went there. Since it was only in certain areas, it took a bit of looking to find anything with Midoriya. However, he eventually did. Numerous students would bully him behind the school, but as time went on, it slowly dwindled down. Each time, Midoriya seemed to talk to them right before it stopped. It was very odd, as the bullying was quite severe. It was even weirder that Midoriya never looked at the camera. When he was talking to them, his eyes were covered by his hair. The bullying eventually stopped entirely, but he saw Midoriya with one of his other soon-to-be students. Bakugo looked like he was threatening him. I guess he's messed up from all the bullying. DMN teachers not doing anything. He thought to himself. What he saw next shocked him. Midoriya looked like an absolute demon. His eyes were filled with absolute darkness and evil. His smile was terrifying, one of a madman. This boy was in middle school, how could he look so much like a villain? He watched in horror as he got Bakugo to back up and scared the shit out of him. From what he knew about Bakugo, this moment was nearly impossible, so Midoriya must have been even worse up close. Eventually, after more talking, Midoriya just left, leaving behind Bakugo who just screamed. He had seen enough and turned off the recording. This was the same boy who only got hero points. Who exactly was he? He knew All Might was right to be worried about him. He needed a DMN therapist, or a stay in a mental hospital, or maybe both. But he wasn't. He was in his class, with his new students. He needed to know if he was a danger to them and or himself. So, he spoke with his own protege, Shinsou. He had met him not too long ago when he was asked to visit a middle school to give the students there a pep talk. He didn't really want to, but thought he should. He was glad he did, because he noticed the way people avoided one particular student. He wasn't too sure why until he saw someone hit him with something using his quirk. Aizawa immediately activated his quirk, looking at the boy who did it. What kind of future hero does that? Especially when he didn't do anything to you. Aizawa said, looking at them with a fearsome face. The student sunk down in his seat and looked down in embarrassment. Aizawa deactivated his quirk and continued speaking, though in a more annoyed tone. As he did, he noticed the bullied boy had his hair done up in a similar way to his own. After he was finished, the students were allowed to leave, but Aizawa caught up to the boy before he got too far. Does that happen a lot? He asked him. Yet they think I have a villain's quirk. Hitoshi replied. And what would that be? Aizawa questioned. I can brainwash someone after they respond to me. He said, looking away and rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. What's your name? Aizawa asked. Shinsou Hitoshi. He sheepishly replied. Hitoshi, I'll be taking you under my wing. That good with you? Aizawa said nonchalantly. Shinsou's eyes widened. Wait, really? He said in disbelief. Yes, really. Aizawa responded. Why me? Hitoshi asked. I don't know, maybe it's the hair. He replied with a soft smile. Hitoshi unconsciously touched his hair. He had styled it after him, he's looked up to him for so long. And now he would be his mentor. Thank you. Was all Shinsou managed to get out. Bringing things back to some time before the present, though, Aizawa told Hitoshi about his concerns. I believe he may have more than one quirk. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I need your help in keeping an eye out. Aizawa stated. Got it, sensei. Hitoshi replied. You stay careful too. I don't know if his quirk will work on you, but... Aizawa trailed off. You're worried about me, I got that too, sensei. Hitoshi responded with a very slight smirk. I have every reason to be, you're making my hair go gray as is. Aizawa said, matching the smirk. In the actual present, Midoriya stated back at his new teacher. Aizawa could see a bit of strain in his face and the tense of his shoulders. He must not have liked what he said. Unfortunately for Midoriya, there would be a lot more he wouldn't like. I'm your teacher, Shoto Aizawa. This is sudden, but put these on and come with me. He said as he pulled out uniforms. After changing, they followed him out. Midoriya thought through the information he had on the staff here. Which hero was this scruffy, rude man again? Not a popular one for sure, especially not with that shitty attitude. Aizawa explained that there would be several tests that they could use their quirks on, and after Bakugo's demonstration, they thought it would be fun. Fun, huh? Well, since you should be thinking more realistically, the person who scores the worst will be expelled. Aizawa stated. Oh, you have to be FING kidding. Midoriya bit his lip and held back his anger. They were all kids and just starting out, why the hell did they have to do another test? He ended up not doing too well in the first couple of tests. When it came time for the ball throw, he knew he had to be better than ever. He held the ball and focused heavily, thinking hard about how he could do this without breaking his arms. He took a breath as he figured it out, then threw the ball as hard as he could. However, his quirk didn't activate and the ball was only thrown about 46 meters. He froze, then realized who his teacher was as he turned to look at him. Aizawa was activating his quirk and looking right back at him. Frankly, I don't trust the entrance exam, especially since it let someone like you in. Aizawa stated. Just how many times would Midoriya's anger be tested? This time, he couldn't stop his very angry grimace. You erased my quirk, Eraserhead. He tried not to growl out. Eraserhead? Who's he? Someone said. An underground hero, he doesn't like the limelight. Someone else said. All Might watched from behind a corner. I should have known it would be a mistake to trust him. He's trying to anger Midoriya on purpose. All Might thought worryingly. Do you plan on breaking your body again and have to rely on others? Aizawa asked curtly. Relying on others sometimes is not a weakness. Midoriya retorted. Hitoshi watched him carefully from the group huddle. Midoriya was trying so hard not to show his anger, his so-called sweet side must be a cover for it. Relying on them all the time certainly is. Forcing them to cover your weaknesses is despicable. Aizawa said, pulling him close with his securing tool. All Might may have chosen you, but destroying your body like he did won't give you what you want. With your power, you, Izuku Midoriya, will never be a hero. Aizawa said right in his face so the others wouldn't hear. Midoriya shook in anger, biting his lip a lot more. He desperately tried not to let his eyes show even more than his face was. His eyes apparently got scary enough to scare Kaken, it wouldn't end well for him here. Speaking of, Bakugo watched them both uneasily. He could feel Midoriya getting scarily angry. This teacher had no idea what he was getting into, he didn't know what Midoriya might be able to do if he got his quirk back. Hitoshi glanced over at Bakugo, taking note of his anxiety. He'd have to look more into that. Aizawa soon let go of Midoriya and deactivated his quirk. Midoriya stared at the ground, his eyes were luckily covered by his hair. He could hardly hear anything besides his angry thoughts, and his eyes were filled with absolute hatred for his teacher. Teachers like him are why people give up so early. That D needed to be taught that he was different, he was the one who would be number one. I've given back your quirk, you have 2 more tries. Aizawa stated flatly. Midoriya stomped, as much as he could without drawing attention, back over to the ball-throwing ring. He grabbed the ball, and without hesitation threw the ball. He activated his quirk just in his fingertip at the right time. He made no noise as his finger was broken and the ball went up incredibly high. He looked over at Aizawa with a steely gaze, seeing the ever-so-slight signs of shock on his face. He started walking away from the area and Bakugo activated his quirk. Midoriya was surprised as Kaken came at him. Deku, where the hell did you get that? Bakugo screamed as he rushed at him. Midoriya's face softened immediately, noticing some fear in Bakugo's eyes. He stepped back and braced himself, then Aizawa grabbed Bakugo with his securing tools. These are hard. What the F dash? Bakugo said. Aizawa explained what they were made of and activated his quirk. You need to stop making me use my quirk, it's annoying and dash, Midoriya cut Aizawa off. You get dry eye. Aizawa stared at him hard before releasing Bakugo. They all continued on with their tests. Midoriya tried to push past the pain in his finger, but his pain tolerance wasn't the best. He became more determined as he got lower scores than the others, but just like that, it was soon over. He panted hard, but still followed his classmates to look at their results. Aizawa wasted no time in having them appear on the screen. Midoriya was dead last. He froze and felt himself starting to get dizzy. No, not this way. How dare he? Was he targeting him? Why was he watching him so closely? He did this on FING purpose. By the way, the expulsion was just to get you to go all out. No one will actually have to leave. Aizawa stated. What? Midoriya accidentally said aloud. It should have been obvious, who would do that? Momo said. Midoriya knew who she was, but he couldn't even get angry right now. It was fake? He wasn't targeting him? No, he had to have been. Why did he take it back, though? There will be some papers to do once you get back to the classroom. Aizawa continued. What the F was happening? Midoriya. He heard him right in front of him now. He looked up at him. Aizawa could see that the anger had subsided. Now, he saw the confusion and hopefulness. It looked genuine, and he looked like a regular kid. Aizawa. Midoriya started. He was given a paper. Have that taken care of in the nurse's office. Was all Aizawa said as he walked away. He walked down to the area All Might had been watching from. Ah, so you were watching? Aizawa asked. That wasn't good of you, Aizawa. I got worried that you were really trying to just drive him crazy. All Might responded. You don't fully know the boy you sent here, All Might. I want my students to be safe, having someone dangerous won't help that. Aizawa said curtly. All Might frowned. But he isn't a villain. He got rightly angry, but also managed to calm himself down. If I perpetuated the hatred and cruelty he's known, it might just push him over the edge and make him someone who spreads those bad qualities himself. That being said, I'm not taking my eyes off him. He had potential, and I can't expel someone with potential. Aizawa continued before leaving. All Might breathed a sigh in relief. This was going to be difficult. After going to Recovery Girl, Midoriya left the school tired. He knew well that her quirk sped up healing, and that needed stamina. She gently scolded him and gave him a candy. He wished she could have been his teacher instead of some a-hole who enjoys tricking children. Ida, who was walking next to him, thought differently. Uraraka definitely has the best teachers they can offer. You're a lot like he is, Ida, Midoriya stated. He meant to be a bit rude, but Ida couldn't have known what he was thinking from his face and took it as a compliment. He didn't hate Ida anymore, but what he said really irked him. He then heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Hey, guys. Can I walk with you? Uraraka said cheerily. Midoriya smiled as he looked at her. Ah, the girl with the amazing result. Ida said. My name is Uraraka Ochako. And, you're Ida. Tenya, and you're Deku Midoriya, right? Uraraka replied. Midoriya frowned. No, my name's Izuku. Midoriya insisted. Oh? But I heard Bakugo called you Deku earlier. Uraraka said. He calls me that because he's bullied me since we were 4. Midoriya explained, his face not changing. What? Is he still doing that? Ida asked. Well, he certainly threatens me, you guys saw what happened earlier. Midoriya replied. Ida and Uraraka frowned and looked at each other. I'm so sorry, but it kind of sounds like you can do it, right? Maybe when I say it, it can be encouragement instead. Uraraka said, smiling instead. Midoriya felt his heart melt. She truly was a kind girl. He chuckled and smiled back. I think it'd be fine, then. Midoriya said. Are you sure? We wouldn't want you to be uncomfortable. Ida said. I'm sure. It's a really sweet gesture. Midoriya chirped. Uraraka blushed. This boy was too DMN cute. They kept on walking with each other, happily chatting. Midoriya, you recognized who I was right before the exam, correct? Ida asked. Oh, yeah. I like to collect information on heroes. I knew Ingenium had a little brother, and later I found out it was you. Midoriya explained. How genius. Just as I thought, you really are a top student. Ida said, chopping the air. So cool. That must be how you knew Aizawa-sensei. Uraraka said excitedly. Midoriya smiled more. So, this is what it was like to have genuine friends. He couldn't help but feel truly happy, his darkness pushed down once again. Present Mike taught them English, lunch was served by the hero lunch rush. Midoriya made sure to get the autograph of both of them. Even that was information that helped Midoriya gain more control. In the evening, All Might came in to teach. Everyone was in awe, except for Midoriya. He was used to him being around, and couldn't help but feel bitter that they didn't know what All Might could be. All Might brought out their hero costumes and had them change and go to Ground Zero. They all walked out in their costumes, and Midoriya happily looked at them all. He hated that his costume looked so much like All Might's when he was trying to be better than him, but his mom had seen his sketch and made him a suit. She even apologized to him all without his quirk. Things really seemed to be turning around for him. Deku, your costume is so humble. Uraraka said happily. Midoriya smiled. Thank you, yours really suits you. Midoriya replied. I wish I put some thought into it, they just gave me a skin-tight one. Uraraka said in embarrassment, blushing. All the better for kicking butt. I bet you can move fast in it. Midoriya insisted. Uraraka blushed more. If you say so, Deku. Uraraka responded. Midoriya smiled more, then glanced over at All Might. All Might covered his mouth a bit, trying to hide how flattered he was. This was for my mom, not you. Get over yourself. Midoriya thought angrily. Are we going to do something similar to the exam since we're in the same place? Ida asked. All Might explained the rules, and after, groups were picked. He was overjoyed to be paired up with Uraraka, and slightly amused to see Ida paired up with Kaken. Deku, I'm so glad. Uraraka chirped. Me too. We'll be so good together. Midoriya said in determination. Then, All Might picked who they'd go up against. Uraraka and Midoriya versus Bakugo and Ida. All Might stated. Midoriya's smile turned to a darker one. This was way too good. All Might told the rest of the group to meet in the monitor room. Everyone else walked ahead of Midoriya and Bakugo. Bakugo looked over at Midoriya, giving him as hard of a glare as he could muster. Midoriya gave him a large, dark smile, and Bakugo quickly looked away. Once at the building, All Might explained things to Bakugo and Ida. If things go too far, I'll make sure to stop it. He finished. Bakugo looked over at Midoriya, who was happily getting ready, and grimaced. Inside the building, Ida and Bakugo began chatting. I really don't like the idea of being a villain, but if it's to be a better hero, then I'll do it. Is this papier-mâché? Ida rambled as he touched the fake bomb. Hey, you know Deku has a quirk, right? Bakugo asked. How could I not notice when his is so powerful? Ida responded. Bakugo made his hands into fists, his eyes widening in fear. Where did he get another quirk? Has he been hiding one from me? Bakugo thought, in a panic. That fucker. He mumbled. You seem to have a lot of anger towards Midoriya. I feel as though you are unnecessarily mean to him. Bullying him is not what a hero would do. Ida chastised. Bakugo turned towards him. Eh? How do you know that? Bakugo asked angrily. Midoriya told me, if you go after him for it, I won't hesitate to stop you. Ida stated. Was that his game? He was manipulating them already? Outside, Midoriya and Uraraka looked at the maps. This is hard to memorize. Uraraka whined. I bet. It's a bit easier for me, though. Midoriya replied. Right. You must have a good memory from getting all that data from heroes. Uraraka chirped. She glanced over at him and froze. Midoriya looked a bit off. She couldn't see his face too much because of his mask, but his smile was a bit scary, and so were his eyes. Deka? She asked gently. He seemed to snap out of it. Oh, yeah, he said, smiling a bit more normally. The smile seemed forced. Is this because of Bakugo bullying you? Uraraka asked. Midoriya sighed in relief at the easy excuse. Yes. He's smart, strong, and his power is like nothing else. He's always wanted to be better than me. Midoriya replied. Uraraka gently touched his shoulder. He turned to her and smiled more brightly. Which is why we need to beat him. Midoriya finished. Yeah. Let's do it. Uraraka cheered. All Might soon signaled the start of the combat and Midoriya and Uraraka went in through the window. They carefully walked down the hallway and turned a few corners. Then, Midoriya felt a shift in the air as they were about to turn another. Uraraka, move back. Midoriya said as he pushed her back anyway. Bakugo blasted right near them, burning off the ear of Midoriya's costume. Deku! Uraraka shouted in concern. Stay focused. Kaken won't hesitate. Midoriya said as he stood up. You fucker. Don't dodge, fight me. Bakugo screamed. Hitoshi had watched Midoriya closely through the screen. He had noticed Bakugo's presence before he even saw him. How was that possible? Could his other quirk be some kind of psychic one? It's so unmanly to sneak attack someone. He really wanted to hurt him. Kirishima commented. Midoriya totally saw it coming though. So cool. Mina said. I'll knock you on your butt, Midoriya. I'll only hold back enough to keep this sheet going. Bakugo shouted angrily as he swung at Midoriya. Midoriya smiled at him. He barely caught the evil look in his eye as Midoriya grabbed him and slammed him extremely hard into the ground. Bakugo coughed hard as he laid on the ground. Good job, Deku. Uraraka cheered. I told you that I knew everything about you, Kaken. My hero notes aren't useless, you just don't ever think things through. Midoriya shouted. Bakugo growled as he stood up. He could see that scary smile beginning on his face. Deku! You'll regret this. Bakugo shouted back. I'm not your Deku anymore. Midoriya said seriously. Bakugo froze for a moment. I'm the Deku that means I can do it. I am not useless. Midoriya yelled triumphantly. Bakugo seethed with anger. He was trying to make him look bad. He activated his quirk. Uraraka, go! Midoriya yelled as he dodged Bakugo's kick. Uraraka ran and Midoriya wrapped Bakugo's foot with the securing tool he'd managed to get, then dodged the punch that came after, which propelled Bakugo into the wall, and allowed Midoriya to get past him. He didn't look back and just ran. Bakugo quickly gave chase, but soon lost him. He knew exactly what Bakugo would do. Even when he tried to switch it up on him. He doesn't have a psychic quirk, he knew everything about him. He must have used information against his classmates. Hitoshi thought, coming to a realization. Bakugo tried desperately to find Midoriya, but soon stopped and screamed. Have you had enough with toying with me? You can't keep FING up my life with your quirk, Deku? He went room to room, blowing up the doors. On the outside, he looked set off, but on the inside, he was cracking up. He had bullied Deku even before he thought he was quirkless. He didn't know why, it was just so easy. Deku had never tried to stop him. In fact, he always just seemed so happy to be around him. Just him with that DMN smile. He stuck around Bakugo no matter what, even when the bullying got worse. Deku had been so devastated when he thought he didn't have a quirk, and instead of comforting him, Bakugo led the bullying. Instead of being jealous of Bakugo's quirk, Deku just told him how cool he was. And when Bakugo was weak, Deku wanted to help him. He was being kind and gentle, and Bakugo hated it more than anything. He regretted it all right now. He realized that Midoriya never looked down at him, even when he got a quirk. He never used his quirk on him, he respected him, this whole time. He looked up to him, and Bakugo just kept tearing him up. Now, he feared it was all gone. Bakugo was just a pawn in his game now. If he let him win, Midoriya could lose himself entirely in his insanity. He couldn't let that happen, he needed his friend back. Meanwhile, Midoriya heard from Uraraka. Ida found me, we need a new plan. It's okay, where are you? Midoriya asked. Middle of the 5th floor. Uraraka answered. That right above him. He quickly stood up from his crouching position and tried to think of a plan. Deku, you know all about my quirk, but it's time to see what it can really do. Bakugo growled out as he gained his gauntlet. Midoriya looked over at him and quickly backed up. If it hits you, you'll finally die. Bakugo screamed wildly. Midoriya could hear All Might try to tell him to stop. Bakugo blasted anyway, and Midoriya barely was able to get away. He sat on the floor, trying to catch his breath. Still FING alive? You won't be after another. Bakugo screeched. If you do it again, your team will lose. All Might said over the speaker. Bakugo growled loudly and cursed at him. Midoriya got an idea after that and said something to Uraraka that Bakugo couldn't really catch. Pay attention, idiot! Bakugo screamed. Midoriya had no idea what was going on with Kaken. He was always unhinged, but this time was the worst than it ever had been. Bakugo activated his quirk and came at Midoriya. He tried to dodge, but the ground under his foot crumbled. He tried to punch, but Bakugo blew smoke in his face and flipped over him, then used his quirk on him. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock as he shouted in pain. How could he trick him? He knew his every move. Midoriya tried to push past the pain and move away, but then Bakugo hit his arm hard, making Midoriya scream again. He wasted no time, grabbing Midoriya's arm and slamming him to the ground. You won't ever FING beat me, Deku! Bakugo screamed. Midoriya felt the air leave his lungs. As soon as he could breathe, he ran to the window next to the pillar. It's time for you to just FING end all this. Just be that shitty FING crybaby you were when we were kids. Know your place again, Deku! Bakugo yelled. Midoriya glared at him as he started to walk towards him. My place is at the top. My place is always besides you, fighting to finally be good enough. Midoriya shouted as he pulled his arm back, activating his quirk. Bakugo looked at him crazily, but tried to think through what he said, and pulled his own arm back, activating his quirk. Now, Uraraka! Midoriya said before they got closer. When they finally did, Bakugo hit Midoriya right in the face. Midoriya hit right up to the ceiling. Soon, Bakugo heard Ida say the weapon had been captured. He stared at Midoriya, feeling himself losing total control. You were plotting against me this whole time. You tricked me. Bakugo screamed, then froze when he saw Midoriya's face. He stared right at Bakugo, tearing up, but his eyes absolutely horrifying, but not in the same way as before. He was devastated. It was just like when he tried to stop him from bullying other kids. Midoriya's arm was all burned, and his other arm was broken. Even after all this, why won't you stop? Why you just keep hurting me? Midoriya asked quietly, more tears coming. Bakugo couldn't believe it. In the end this is all I could do. Kaken I couldn't lose why you'd never understand other whys. Midoriya said as he started to fall over. Bakugo started shaking. This isn't what he planned, this isn't what he wanted. Midoriya hit the ground as All Might announced the results. Midoriya and Uraraka win. Just like that, it all went black. Bakugo stood there, dumbstruck, not able to bring himself to look at Deku. Was he still his friend? Even now? He could have used his other quirk on him at any time but he didn't. Did he not use it? Just to show him that he could win without it? Did he hold back on purpose? Was he still looking up to him? These thoughts swirled around his head, confusing him heavily. He was only brought out of them when All Might touched his shoulder. Learning the mistakes that made you lose takes you one step closer to winning, young Bakugo. All Might stated. He didn't give a f about his mistakes. He only cared about what the hell all this meant. In the late afternoon, Midoriya woke up and was eventually sent to class. He grumbled to himself about missing so many classes. Was he supposed to get better when he couldn't handle a fight like that? Getting so badly injured was reckless. And he'd be dead if he proved Aizawa right. He soon got to the door and opened it, then was quickly approached by some of his classmates. Usually when this happened before, it was to beat the sheet out of him, so naturally, he flinched and was about to back up. Midoriya, you were so great. Kirishima chirped. What? You did so well dodging. Mina added. You were so manly, so heroic. Kirishima said. You really pulled through against Bakugo. It made us all want to do better. Siro included. They continued to shower him in compliments. What was going on? All of them liked him without him manipulating them? The group soon introduced themselves, and the shock made Midoriya hesitate at first, but he soon spoke. Thank you. I'm sure you all were great too. Midoriya stuttered out. DMN, he hasn't stuttered like that since he was young. He then noticed one of the group, Shinsou, who really reminded him of Aizawa and had introduced himself but didn't offer a compliment. He remembered he'd been looking at him all day, and grew a little suspicious. Uraraka soon walked in with Denki, who failed in asking her out. Deku! You're back! Uraraka shouted excitedly as she set down some books and ran over to him. Yes, glad to be here now, he cut himself off and turned his attention away from her when he realized that Bakugo hadn't said anything. He glanced over to his seat and saw he was gone. Uraraka noticed and told him that they tried to stop him, but he left a while ago. Midoriya immediately rushed off towards the entrance of the building, despite Uraraka shouting his name. He managed to catch Bakugo as he walked away and ran up to him, calling out to him as well. Kaken. He stopped as Bakugo turned around. It's still Fingu. Bakugo said quietly, looking down at the ground. Huh? Still me? Midoriya asked. Your stupid Fing manipulation quirk. You said you've never used it on me, and yet, you still managed to F me up just being you. Bakugo shouted. Midoriya went quiet. After I realized what I've done to you, I didn't know why you still stuck around. When you threatened me, I didn't know who you were anymore. Then you saved me, and I thought I could help you. But you knew all my Fing weaknesses. You beat me. You insane, fed up idiot. You're using a power you didn't even tell me about. Then, you were you again. Who the F am I to you? Bakugo screeched, his voice breaking as tears dripped down his face. Midoriya gasped. Did he break him? Had he gone too far? He just wanted Bakugo to respect him. Some sick, twisted part of the deepest, darkest area of him enjoyed the hell out of that. The other part of him rushed forward, startling Bakugo, who got ready to defend himself. Instead, Midoriya tackled him into a hug with one arm, gritting his teeth as he felt the pain of his broken arm. Kaken, don't you dare give up on what you told me. You're the person who'll test me again and again so I never stop being better. You need to get your Fing head straight so you can watch me like you God DMN promised. Keep me on my toes, and keep going so I can be better than someone who's worth being better than. I was given this power, you need to help me hone it. Midoriya screamed. Midoriya's eyes were crazy with determination, but were so much like when they were younger. Bakugo missed it so much. He let Midoriya hold him for a little bit longer, then sat up and moved him away before standing up. Midoriya carefully stood up as well and Bakugo stared at him. Fing stupid Deku. Stay like this for once. Bakugo said gently before walking away and wiping his eyes. Midoriya smiled softly, then felt All Might rush past him. Young Bakugo, he started. Shut it. I got enough sentimental bullcrap from Deku. Bakugo stated. All Might turned to Midoriya. What did you say to cheer him up so quickly? Well, I didn't tell him he couldn't be a hero. Midoriya said a bit angrily. I'm guessing I still haven't made that up to you. All Might stated. Not yet. Midoriya replied curtly. Did you tell him about your power? All Might asked. They had moved to somewhere more private to speak. Yes. But, did you tell Aizawa about me? Midoriya asked. How did you? All Might asked, trailing off. He's targeting me, I just know it. Midoriya responded, then looked right into All Might's eyes. It had been a while since he used his quirk. Don't you ever tell anyone about that side of me ever again. Midoriya growled out. Heroes don't threaten people, young Midoriya. Was what All Might said, but Midoriya knew he wouldn't. He knew too much about him for it to fail. The next day, after dodging the press, Aizawa stated that the class would be choosing a class rep. Everyone wanted to be it, so Ida said it should be up to a vote. Midoriya thought about it for a moment. He could vote for himself, but representing the class could put a lot of attention on him, which he didn't need if he wanted to keep his other side secret. He would have voted for Uraraka, but he studied her face a bit and came to the conclusion she wouldn't really want it. Finally, he picked Ida. He knew it was a bit contradictory to his own feelings about him, but he knew someone like Ida wouldn't pick himself. He also knew that no one else would pick him. Besides those reasons, however, Ida admitted when he was wrong. It was important to have a leader who could do that. However, Midoriya ended up winning. Ida got a vote. Who voted for me? Ida questioned loudly. He really didn't think he'd get a single one. I have the same question. Midoriya said as he stood next to Momo. You're so smart, Midoriya. You deserve it. Kirishima shouted. You led Uraraka like a pro. You're perfect. Mina joined in. Idiots. Answer his question, Who the F voted for him? Bakugo asked very angrily. Uraraka looked away and twiddled her thumbs. Midoriya noticed and smiled. She really just kept getting sweeter, and Midoriya's heart just kept thawing. When it was lunchtime, Midoriya sat with Uraraka and Ida. I can't believe I was picked up. I wasn't very popular at my old school. I sort of feel like I don't deserve this. Midoriya mentioned. Deku, you'll be great. Things are different now, our classmates really like you. Uraraka chirped. Midoriya, being who you are makes you fit enough. You're brave and think things through. That's why I voted for you. Ida said nonchalantly. You did? Ah, Ida, I voted for you too. Midoriya said. Ida almost choked on his food. Really? It was you? You deserve this even more. Ida basically shouted. Midoriya chuckled. Hey, Ida, Midoriya said your brother was Igenium, right? Do you come from a rich family? Uraraka asked. Yes, though I don't like being called a rich boy. I'd rather be known for having generations of heroes in my family. Ida responded. Your brother is really popular. He has 65 sidekicks at his agency. Midoriya stated. That's right. Ida smiled proudly. But I admire him for his kindness and bravery, that's what I want to be as a hero. Just like him, and you, Midoriya. Midoriya and Uraraka smiled back. You must really love him if he makes you smile like that. Midoriya said. Of course. Pro-hero, and pro-brother. Ida said, smiling more. Suddenly, an alarm went off, saying there was a level 3 threat and to go outside. Level 3? What does that mean? Ida asked aloud. A student near them said someone was trespassing and to hurry out. When they did, they got stuck in a huge crowd. Everyone was panicking and space was tight. Too tight for Midoriya. He felt like he couldn't breathe, it felt like when the sludge monster got him. His heart started to race and he started breathing harder. It began to get hard to think over the way too loud beating of his heart in his ears, and crowd pushing him around was making it even worse. Deku! Ida, something's wrong with Deku! Uraraka shouted. Before he could say something, they were all getting pushed away from each other. Midoriya! Uraraka! Ida shouted. He was pushed more into the window and saw who had trespassed, it was the reporters from earlier. There wasn't a real threat, but no one knew. Ida looked back and saw Kirishima and Denki trying to calm people down to no avail. He then saw Uraraka getting pushed farther, and Midoriya looking very panicky, it wasn't like him. Ida then realized the crowd was making him have a panic attack. He couldn't let his friend down. He quickly tried to push through the crowd to get to Uraraka, she was closest, and once he got the crowd was calmed down he could help Midoriya do the same. Uraraka! Ida shouted, reaching out his hand. Uraraka caught on and reached back for him. She soon managed to touch his hand and he floated upwards. He used his quirk to make himself go quickly to the exit's wall. Everyone! The trespassers are just news reporters. We'll be okay. You're not in danger. Calm down and please leave in an orderly fashion. We can't set a bad example as heroes. Ida shouted. Midoriya could hear Ida's voice, but it was muffled. He felt so dizzy, he was sweating badly and his breathing was getting worse. His tongue felt like sandpaper. Since the crowd was standing still and calm, Uraraka could get past and to Midoriya. Deku, can you hear me? Uraraka asked. He looked at her, tearing up, he could hardly tell she was there, his vision had become too foggy. He still felt like he was choking, it was so hard to breathe. Uraraka. Midoriya got out. Is it okay for me to touch you? Uraraka questioned. Midoriya tried to think and shakily held out his hand. Uraraka quickly took it and rubbed it comfortingly. You'll be okay Deku, just listen to my voice and focus on me. She said gently. Midoriya's breathing slowly even as Uraraka helped him walk out with the crowd and outside. She took him to an area with less people and helped him breathe. He was soon as okay as he could be and weakly leaned against Uraraka. He hadn't felt this tired since the training with All Might. Sorry, I don't know what happened. Midoriya said tiredly. You had a panic attack, Midoriya. Ida said as he walked up to them. Wha-? But, I felt like I was dying. Midoriya said. They can feel like that, what's important now is to help you feel better. Ida said as he opened a bottle of water he managed to get. He helped Midoriya drink it and find a place to sit. Eventually, Midoriya insisted on returning to class as they were all allowed back in. He stood at the front of the class again with Momo. We need to appoint class officers. Midoriya started. He hated that his stutter was back. But I want to say, Ida should be representative, and not me. Midoriya continued. Bakugo looked at Midoriya carefully, noticing the way he shook and looked exhausted. What the hell happened to him? His stutter was even back. He helped me so much today. He helped all of us. He really was able to get everyone's attention and take care of things. He finished. Midoriya has really good judgment, and we saw Ida in action too. We should let him. Kirishima stated. Ida gasped and looked at Midoriya. Midoriya just smiled at him and nodded, telling him it was okay. Ida happily stood up. If someone like Midoriya, the class rep, says I should be, then I'll do the best job I can. He stated. Midoriya smiled again, happy to have people rely on. After choosing the class officers, Aizawa had everyone suit up so they could go to their next training exercise. Midoriya had to wear his gym uniform since his hero suit was destroyed and being repaired. They all loaded onto the bus, and Midoriya ended up sitting next to Shinsou and Azui. You know, I like to speak my mind, and honestly, your quirk is a lot like All Might's. Azui stated. Midoriya tensed very slightly, which Shinsou took note of. Ah, you noticed, Tsu? I've been a fan of his for years. I copy a lot of his moves, so maybe that's why. Midoriya explained, remembering the nickname she told him earlier. That explains your hero suit. Kirishima added. I see. Azui replied. Midoriya sighed quietly in relief. You're so lucky your quirk is cool. My quirk, hardening, is strong, but not really something that would be popular. Kirishima said a bit sadly. No way. Your quirk is definitely pro-hero worthy. And the uniqueness of your look along with your caring personality is sure to win people over. Midoriya insisted. Kirishima blushed slightly and his eyes lit up. Really? You think so? He asked. Absolutely. I haven't known you long, but I see you have ideals that you won't abandon. Very hero-like. Midoriya answered. Kirishima smiled widely. Thanks, bro. But, I bet Bakugo and Todoroki with their awesome powers would be way more popular than me. Kirishima commented. Midoriya glanced at Bakugo, who made an annoyed noise and looked away. He then glanced at Todoroki, who didn't look back at him at all. Probably not, Bakugo's not likable because of his ego. Azui replied. Midoriya almost laughed. Did he accidentally manipulate her? No, she said that on her own. Bakugo growled and jumped out of his seat. What the hell did you say, frog? He screeched. From what I've heard, you have the personality of sewage thrown into a trash compactor. Denki added. Midoriya couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Deku. I'll kill all three of you. Bakugo screeched. Sorry Kaken. I've never heard anyone call you out like that. He's not that bad, I promise. Midoriya said between laughter. Not that bad? I'm AF Rose. Bakugo insisted. Calm down, we're almost there. Aizawa stated. They soon arrived and when inside were greeted by 13. So cool. They've saved so many people. Midoriya said in awe, eyes lighting up. Shinsou took note of his reaction. So far, he could tell when him being cheery wasn't genuine, and that seemed to be when something he didn't like was brought up, though he did slip up at Bakugo. After Aizawa and 13 discussed All Might not being there, 13 went on to give them a lecture about how quirks could be good or bad, depending how they used them. Villains could have used their quirks for good, but decided not to, and heroes with dangerous quirks decided to help people instead. Midoriya glanced down at his feet as he thought about his original quirk. He could have done so much more with it, still could. He could defeat his entire class, if he wanted to. He shook his head of the dark thoughts as he looked back up at 13 who was still lecturing. Shinsou definitely took note of that. Midoriya seemed to resonate with what 13 said. Aizawa was probably right about him having another quirk. 13 soon finished and Midoriya clapped and cheered with the rest of the class. Aizawa began to say what they would start with, but cut himself off when the lights started flickering. That wasn't too odd in itself, but then the fountain started acting weird. That's when a portal opened up, and an arm came through. Midoriya strained his eyes to see what was going on and tensed heavily when Aizawa began to panic, telling them to stay together, and for 13 to protect him. Is this a surprise start like in the exam? Kirishima asked. People began coming through the portal. No. We're under attack. Midoriya shouted, getting into a defensive stance. Stay back. Midoriya's right, they're villains. Aizawa said, putting on his goggles. His classmates gasped in fear. How did they get in? Don't we have security? Kirishima asked loudly. They were teleported in here and brought something or someone as to not trigger it. They came here for something they want badly enough to mess with the top hero school. Todoroki answered curtly. Denki, 13, try to contact the school. Aizawa ordered. Aizawa, Midoriya started to ask. He wanted to ask if he'd be okay against so many villains, but he knew from massive amounts of analysis that Aizawa was not a one-trick pony. You going to be able to hold them off for long? He finished, asking seriously. I'll do it as long as I need to. 13. Protect them. Aizawa said as he jumped down the stairs. Midoriya watched him uneasily. His quirk was amazing, his securing tools were like nothing else, he was smart, able to think on his feet, and could definitely hold his own. But Midoriya knew that no one could fight forever. He watched him for a bit, analyzing his moves, but soon started heading to the exit with his classmates. They were all stopped by what looked like black and purplish sentient material. We are the League of Villains. We came to kill All Might, but since he's not here, we'll have to kill you instead. It said. Kill All Might? Either these villains were strong or dumb, but both would make them dangerous, as being dumb would make them reckless too. He saw Kirishima and Bakugo jump out towards him. We'll take you out before you can hurt anyone. Kirishima shouted. Kirishima, Kaken, don't, Midoriya warned, but it was too late. Kirishima and Bakugo landed on the ground and looked pretty proud, but the smoke cleared and the blob didn't have a scratch on him. My job is to break you all, mind, body and soul. It said as they were all enveloped in its quirk. Midoriya remembered who was near him, Azui and Hitoshi, so he grabbed onto them as they felt the pressure of the quirk. He held them as close as he could, but they were soon picked up and pulled through something. He tried to keep his grip, but as they were pushed out the other end, his grip slipped. The three of them fell into the water. Midoriya quickly held his breath and started swimming upwards, but was stopped by someone he didn't know swimming towards him. They looked like they had a shark quirk. Sorry kid, it's over for you. He got ready to try to use his quirk, but just as the rows of teeth got closer, Azui came out of seemingly nowhere, holding someone in her arm, and kicked them in the side. Midoriya almost opened his mouth in surprise but kept it closed. Azui wrapped him in her tongue and pulled him up as she swam in the same direction. She soon put him onto the fake boat that had been made for practicing rescues and he panted hard as he stood up. She then placed Shinsou next to him and climbed up the side of the boat. Thank you, Tsu. That was amazing. Midoriya said. Thank you for trying to keep us safe, Midoriya. Karo. Azui replied. Shinsou groaned as he stood up. Save the thanks for later. We found ourselves in a really tricky situation. Shinsou commented. Yeah, they knew All Might would be here, and came ready to kill him. That must mean they have something that can do it. Midoriya said seriously, making his hands into fists. He had very complicated feelings about All Might at this point. He felt enough negatively to manipulate him without a second thought for his own gain. However, the 10 months of training, the advice he had never gotten from his father, the comfort he offered, it made him not know what he truly felt. He couldn't let him die so early on. He had to see him surpass him. He wouldn't allow it. You have a scary face there, Midoriya. Azui said, disrupting his thoughts. Midoriya quickly relaxed himself, cursing silently for not keeping it inside. Shinsou had definitely seen that, there was no way he didn't. Sorry, Tsu. I'm just worried about All Might. And Aizawa. Midoriya replied, glancing at Shinsou. Aizawa is a tough old man, why are you worried? Shinsou asked nonchalantly. If they have something that can kill All Might. Just imagine what will happen to Aizawa. Midoriya answered. Shinsou stared at him hard, but Midoriya could see him squirm a bit. They could suddenly hear people swimming quickly towards the boat. They circled around them and yelled threats up at them. Midoriya looked at Shinsou and saw his tense face. He had implanted fear in him, and now they'd be in trouble if he couldn't fight. He needed to fix it, quickly. If we want them to fail, we need to beat them now. Midoriya stated loudly. Shinsou stared at him again, the fear replaced with determination. What's the plan? He asked. They know the building, but not us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put Tsu here. If we use that to our advantage, it can make up for our lack of numbers. Midoriya responded. Karo. That's right. Azui added. She explained her quirk more thoroughly and Midoriya took a mental note. My strength tends to become too much for my body and it usually breaks whatever I'm using it with. Midoriya stated. I can control people when they respond to me. It usually stops when they get hit. Aizawa recently gave me my own securing tool as well. Shinsou explained. That could be useful. Midoriya was cut off by the boat being cut in half. They all held on to avoid getting thrown off. Midoriya began muttering to himself, not caring how serious he looked. He had to figure out how best to save his classmates. If he wanted to be a hero, he had to start somewhere. This was the time. What did heroes do best? Rush out into danger. That wasn't exactly his style, every one of his reactions seemed rash. But they were actually meticulously thought through. Just like now. He stood on the top of the railing and struck a defensive pose. Midoriya. What are you? Shinsou questioned. He didn't respond and jumped off, letting his walls come completely down as he showed his darkest face. If he was going to win, he had to catch them off guard. The best way to do that was to look and sound like someone dangerous. He smiled way too widely and let all of his anger burst forth. Die! He shouted in a guttural growl, pinning his arm back to look like he was going to punch. The villains were absolutely shocked, and when Midoriya got closer, he used his pointer finger and thumb to Delaware smash the water, creating a whirlpool that sucked the villains in. Now, Tsu! Midoriya yelled. Azui grabbed Shinsou and jumped up, grabbing Midoriya with her tongue as they went away from the villains. Shinsou thought quickly and threw his securing tool into the water. It grabbed onto the villains and stuck them all together in a ball. They all landed safely and the water was soon back to normal. The villains were secure together in the tool and yelling at each other. "Gee, good job you T2," Midoriya said as he tried to bite back screams of pain. "Midoriya, are you okay?" Azui asked. Midoriya brought down one of his small arm covers and put it over his hand to hide his broken fingers. "I'll be fine. What I'm worried about now is Aizawa," Midoriya replied. It would be too dangerous for us to go into the middle of the fight. We would just distract him," Shinsou said, obviously holding his feelings back. "Shinsou, we won't get in his way. We'll just make sure he's okay, then we'll get to the exit," Midoriya prompted. Shinsou couldn't believe how helpful Midoriya was being. He was sure he hated Aizawa, or at least didn't like him enough to care what happened to him. He was sure that he said that Aizawa would be in danger just to make him scared. So why this kindness in easing those same fears? "Fine," Shinsou said curtly. They all snuck to the plaza and watched Aizawa fight while they carefully hid. He seemed to be doing amazing, taking down villain after villain. Midoriya could see Shinsou start to relax. Then, another villain came at him, one with hands all over his body. Aizawa seemed to fight well with him too, but Midoriya saw the moment Aizawa's hair fell and knew he was vulnerable. The villain touched his elbow, and it began to crumble. Midoriya's eyes widened and he glanced over at Shinsou who was shaking and struggling hard to not scream. Aizawa's quirk soon activated again and he jumped away from the man with hands. He had to dodge several other villains after. "Such a cool pro hero. Rushing in bravely so your students won't worry. I wonder how scared they are now," Shigaraki shouted. That's when Midoriya saw the blood spray from Aizawa's face, and his goggles come off as his face, and he was then shoved extremely hard into the ground by a horrifying monster. It was made even worse by it breaking his arm, making him shout in pain. He didn't even have to look at Shinsou, knowing full well what would do. He grabbed him and slapped a hand over his mouth to keep him from screaming. The monster broke his other arm, and when Aizawa tried to erase his quirk, the monster slammed his head into the ground hard enough to crack it. Midoriya had to hold tighter as Shinsou struggled and tears spilled down his face. Then, they overheard that a student had made it out and heroes would be coming. Midoriya knew it had to be Ida. He was the fastest and most capable of escape. The villains then said they'd have to go home. Midoriya felt deep anxiety in the pit of his stomach. They weren't going to leave just like that. He was proved right when Shigaraki looked right at them. "Let's destroy some hope before we do." Shigaraki moved faster than humanly possible, his hand right near Azui's face. Midoriya let go of Shinsou and tried to do something to stop it, but it was useless. His hand made contact. But Azui was fine. Shigaraki looked over at Aizawa and cackled. "You're more determined than I thought." The monster smashed Aizawa's face into the ground once again, and Midoriya knew what he had to do. He jumped up and aimed a punch right at Shigaraki. "Stay away from them." Midoriya activated his quirk and concentrated hard on using it. He punched as hard as possible and felt it hit something, but he couldn't see right away because the force of his punch created picked up a lot of dust. However, he knew he was in trouble when he still felt whatever he hit against his fist. When he could finally see it, it was the monster that had broken Aizawa's arms. Midoriya froze and felt the dread pool in the pit of his stomach. This thing could take out Aizawa, someone who could face off tons of villains at once in one blow, and now he had just punched it. Even worse, this thing was supposed to be stronger than All Might. And now he had just punched it. That same thought ran through his head as he looked at it in fear. He hadn't been so scared since the sludge incident. "Your movements. How you rush into action. Your carelessness caused by bravery. You must be an All Might fanboy. It's time to dispose of you," Shigaraki stated. Midoriya shook as he tried to move his arm back, but the Nomu grabbed it and reached for his face. Midoriya repressed his urge to scream and desperately racked his brain for a way out of this. This wasn't how he wanted to die. He couldn't die like this. At the same time, Azui shot out her tongue to try to grab Midoriya, and Shigaraki reached his hands towards her and Shinsou, who tried to push her away from him. However, they were all interrupted by a loud sound coming from the entrance. Midoriya looked over, and was held in the air by Azui's tongue. It was All Might. "You'll all be okay." "Why?" "Because I am here," All Might shouted with an unusual grimace. Midoriya teared up. He had come to save them? I guess we can finish what we came here to do. Shigaraki said. Midoriya glanced at him as he moved away from Shinsou and Azui, then looked back at All Might. He felt anxiety hit him all over again, adding on to the awful feeling of dread from before. He wasn't smiling. Why wasn't he smiling? Then, the feeling left as soon as it came. All Might wasn't scared, of course he wasn't, he was _angry, usually, anger didn't help heroes, they became too careless, but All Might being angry? It meant this wouldn't last much longer. All Might dashed through some villains, sending them flying, then picked up Aizawa very carefully. Midoriya could hear Shinsou gasp, the shock of almost getting disintegrated now replaced again with the fear of losing someone who cared about him and got hurt trying to save him. Then, suddenly, he, Midoriya and Azui were picked up as well and put on the ground. Aizawa was laid down near them. It happened so fast they almost didn't realize what happened. Midoriya noticed that one of hands on the villain's face came off. Take Aizawa and go to the entrance, hurry. All Might ordered. Shinsou wasted no time and tried to pick up Aizawa, but Midoriya stopped him. Shinsou was about to yell at him, but Midoriya easily lifted him up. Shinsou shakily and quietly thanked him as he helped him. Midoriya nodded at him, then looked at All Might. I punched it and it took no damage, it's meant to kill you, All Might. Midoriya said seriously. All Might turned to him with a big smile. I'll be okay, was all he said. Midoriya obviously had some reservations about that, but still quickly left. Maybe Aizawa was maybe he was rude and lazy as a teacher, but he nearly died to protect his students, Midoriya included. He refused to stop until his skull was probably broken and he was forcibly knocked out. He'd get him to safety no matter what. As they walked away, though, Midoriya started thinking again. Before all this started, 13 had held up 3 fingers while talking about All Might. He was out of time, and Midoriya wasn't sure how long he could last now. He knew from the hero news that he had probably used it up saving people on his way to work, that was so stupid of him. And Midoriya was the only one that knew. The only one who could help him. Sorry, Shinsou. Don't come after me. Midoriya ordered as he gave Aizawa to Azui. Midoriya. Shinsou shouted after him as Midoriya ran. He wasn't thinking straight as he ran faster. That idiot came to save him and his classmates, knowing full well what could happen. That idiot believed in him, apologized to him, gave him his power. That idiot trained with him, comforted him. He couldn't let him die. Midoriya, no! All Might shouted. As he got closer and reached forward, the portal villain from earlier appeared right in front of him. Idiot! It taunted, but he already knew. He had done the same thing he blamed All Might for doing. Just as he was about to touch it, Bakugo jumped in and used his quirk on it. The F, do you think you're doing, Deku? Bakugo screamed, then shoved the Kurogiri's face into the floor. Midoriya nearly cried again. His childhood best friend really was someone special. The Nomu began getting frozen over, and Todoroki walked closer. Todoroki. Kaken. Midoriya called out in relief. All Might managed to break free and Midoriya saw that he was injured. Kirishima jumped down and tried to hit Shigaraki, who moved back just in time. Be careful. He might be able to break even your quirk. Midoriya warned. Kirishima jumped back and went near Bakugo and Todoroki. Your plan to kill the symbol of peace was not a well-thought one. Todoroki said curtly. Midoriya wiped his eyes and glared hard at Shigaraki. He'd never felt this much hatred before, he'd been humiliated and brought down to his level. He was going to make him pay. He heard Bakugo threatening Kurogiri, saying how he figured out that he had an actual body, just by something he muttered. Midoriya's anger went down slightly, he was really proud of Bakugo. Just then, Nomu came out of the portal and his arm and leg broke off. He still moved, and they grew back. Midoriya watched in horror, wondering what the villain would do next. He didn't have to wonder long, as he soon figured it out. Kaken, let go of him. Move. Midoriya insisted. Eh? Why the hell should I? Bakugo asked. We need our transportation. Shigaraki said and the Nomu began to move. Kaken. Dodge. Midoriya closed his eyes and screamed. Bakugo felt his body move on his own, and he moved away a split second before All Might pulled him out of the rest of the way. Good thinking, Midoriya, you saved me from taking quite the punch for young Bakugo. All Might stated. He couldn't believe it. He'd finally done it. He used his quirk on Bakugo. Shigaraki growled and scratched at his neck. Just like a hero, you were going to take that hit. Kid, my Nomu is faster than All Might. How did you dodge? Shigaraki asked angrily. Midoriya kept his eyes on the ground, unable to look at Bakugo. He could still feel him staring harder at him than ever before. Eh? Not answering? Was it your friend, then? Shigaraki questioned. Midoriya looked at him. No. You're just predictable. He shouted. Stop talking to him. We need to fight. Todoroki stated. No, kids, it's up to only me. All Might insisted. If we hadn't saved you, you'd be in bad shape. Todoroki prompted. That was different, I can do this. All Might responded. All Might, you're bleeding. Even you could have a limit. Midoriya said, implying about his true limit. It's okay, Midoriya. I am the symbol of peace after all. All Might said loudly. Shigaraki had Nomu and the portal villain go after All Might, while he ran towards Bakugo, Midoriya, Kirishima, and Todoroki. Before he could get anywhere near them, he punched the Nomu hard enough to send Shigaraki flying from the pressure. Idiot. You know he can absorb anything. Shigaraki shouted in frustration. Exactly. All Might replied as he began punching the Nomu repeatedly. Midoriya and the others had to try hard not to get knocked over. He watched as he hit the same spot repeatedly, each swing more than 100% of his power. Eventually, he was able to punch him right out of the building and far beyond the sky. He couldn't believe it. All Might was even more impressive than he knew, and he thought he knew everything about him. Is this real? Are we in a manga or something? Kirishima said in shock. Midoriya didn't care what he said, he just stared at All Might. He was definitely out of time now. Ha, that took 300 hits. Much more than my usual 5. All Might commented quietly. You're supposed to be weaker, Shigaraki shouted angrily. Let's just finish this quickly. All Might replied. Shigaraki looked scared, but Midoriya knew the truth. He was lying through his teeth. The smoke was covering the smoke that signaled him transforming back. Looks like we aren't needed after all, let's go before we get in the way, Midoriya. Kirishima. He couldn't. He was the only one who could help All Might now. All Might taunted Shigaraki, who started freaking out. Shigaraki, calm down. He was definitely weakened and we still have lackeys, we can win this. We'll kill him before reinforcements get here. Kurojirai insisted. Sheet. This was bad. Shigaraki calmed down and agreed. Villains started waking up and coming closer. All Might will take care of them, let's get rid of these guys. Todoroki cut himself off as he looked at Midoriya. He was incredibly tense, his hands balled into fists as he looked at All Might. Midoriya, whatever you're thinking, don't do it, All Might will be fine. You'll just get in the way. Todoroki insisted. Midoriya looked at Todoroki with eyes that made him freeze. He'd seen those eyes before. Ones that haunted him for years. They were full of hate and fear. Don't try to stop me. Was all Midoriya said before he activated his quirk, jumping right near Kurojirai and Shigaraki, who were rushing towards All Might. His legs both broke, which made him bite his lip so hard it bled. He could question why he couldn't control his quirk anymore later. He pet his arm back and aimed for Kurojirai's body. Get away from him! He shouted. A portal appeared in front of him, and he saw Shigaraki's hand come out. He had messed up, badly, once again. He could hear Shigaraki's dark and crazy laugh as the hand came closer. A bullet suddenly went straight through it, and it went limp. Midoriya fell to the ground, unable to stand because of his now useless legs. The heroes had come. He could hear Ida shouting. His heart nearly burst. What good timing. What a good class rep, what a great future hero. Unlike him. Shigaraki began saying they needed to go back and try again later, but was shot multiple times before getting covered by a portal. 13 began using their quirk on him, but it didn't work and they soon got away. Midoriya couldn't focus on a single thing other than the pain and his despair. Both times he had tried to go up against Shigaraki, he had to be saved last minute. Aizawa had been right, he was relying on people too much. How would he be any good as a hero? How could he be any good at all? He made a fist and his eyes got darker and crazier as his feelings bubbled up inside him. You did perfectly, Midoriya. All Might suddenly said. Midoriya looked up at him, he was half transformed now. Midoriya was shaking, unable to calm down. I was fing useless. Midoriya replied. You bought me some time. They would have killed me, without you, Midoriya. I owe you my life. All Might finished. Midoriya's eyes widened and his feelings flushed away. He saved his life? All Might was alive because of him. He started sobbing. Midoriya. Are you okay? Kirishima asked loudly as he ran towards him. Midoriya really appreciated his concern, but he couldn't let him see All Might. Wait, don't, he was interrupted by a wall being put up. He heard a hero tell Kirishima that they'd take care of the injured and to go to the entrance. He could then hear Bakugo screaming angrily and then being dragged away. He sighed in relief, then let himself pass out. After Midoriya passed out, his classmates all grouped up outside. Bakugo was eerily quiet. It seems the only student who was injured was the one with broken legs. A detective, Naomasa murmured. Bakugo looked down at the ground. He knew he was talking about Midoriya. Deku. His idiot, crybaby rival. The one who saved his life today. The one who used his quirk on him today. He really didn't believe it. It had to be something else, there's no way. Bakugo. Todoroki said, interrupting his thoughts. Bakugo looked over at him, his face and eyes completely filled with a numb shock. How much do you know about Midoriya? He asked. Bakugo sort of stared at him for a moment. Everything. He's my best friend. Bakugo replied without thinking. The people who were around him quickly turned their heads and stared at them both. Bakugo snapped out of it and yelled. I was joking. Don't you look at me like that? Please settle down. You'll all be going back to your classroom. Naomasa stated. Wait. How's Aizawa? Shinsou asked, worry obvious in his voice. The doctor said both of his arms are broken, he has a fracture in his face, and his eye bone has been messed up. He'll be okay, but the use of his quirk will most likely be affected. Naomasa replied. Shinsou looked down at the ground and shook slightly. Azui felt incredibly sad herself and gently hugged him. Shinsou welcomed the comfort and weakly hugged her back. Naomasa was asked about 13 and said they'd be okay too, as well. As All Might. What about Midoriya? Ida asked in concern. What about Deku? Uraraka asked at the same time. Oh, he'll be okay too. They're both in the nurse's office. Naomasa answered. They, along with Kirishima, Shinsou and Azui, breathed a sigh of relief. Todoroki looked at Bakugo, who was extremely tense. He knew Bakugo knew something about Midoriya that no one else did. Todoroki knew that no one who had the same eyes that his mother did was okay. He had to find out what was wrong with him. He couldn't let what happened to her happen to him. He didn't know Midoriya that well, but he'd be dead if he allowed someone else to be broken into pieces. So, when they got on the bus and Bakugo sat as far away from people as possible, Todoroki sat right next to him, despite the threats that Bakugo shouted. Bakugo, I need to know more about Midoriya. Todoroki stated. Why do you think I'd tell you a single thing? Bakugo replied. You want to help him too, don't you? We can work together on this. Todoroki said. Bakugo tensed and quieted down. Help him with FING what? Bakugo questioned. I saw his eyes before he jumped in to help All Might. They weren't anywhere near normal. Todoroki replied. Bakugo bit his lip and made a tch noise. Take it up with him, not me, I'm not an idiot. He said curtly. Maybe I will. Todoroki said with ice in his voice. After Midoriya was given the okay to go home, he began working out even more. The incident had shown him he needed to work a lot harder if he wanted to prove everyone wrong. His analysis had gotten him far, but his quirk was still sheet, he would never know who he would be up against, and it was less than likely he'd know enough to help anyone. It set him off no end. He wasn't only feeling anger, though. He felt tons of anxiety over using his quirk on Kaken. He was so glad he got out of the nurse's office before he could visit him. When he had school again, he got up early to try to avoid seeing him. It didn't work. Bakugo was right outside the door as soon as he opened it. Midoriya quickly tried to close it, but Bakugo held it open and pulled Midoriya outside, closing the door after. You FING avoiding me, Deku? Bakugo asked angrily. Well. Midoriya mumbled. Bakugo growled and started pulling him along. Where are we going? Midoriya asked. Bakugo stayed silent and just kept dragging him until they got somewhere private. Kaken, please, say something. Midoriya pleaded. Look me in the goddamn eyes, you coward. Bakugo shouted. Midoriya squirmed as he brought himself to look into Bakugo's eyes. That's much FING better. He grumbled. Kaken. Midoriya started, but couldn't bring himself to keep talking. Bakugo grabbed him by the collar and started shaking him. You better start FING talking right now. I know who you are, it ain't FING this anymore. Bakugo screamed right in his face. Why did you do it? You said you'd only use it on me if you wanted something so badly you'd stop at nothing. He continued to yell. Tears began pouring down Midoriya's face, surprising Bakugo. That something I wanted so badly was for you to live, dumbass. Midoriya choked out with his sobs. Bakugo let him go and Midoriya just kept crying. It was? Bakugo asked in shock. Why you saved me from Shigaraki, you figured out Kurogiri's quirk, you're just so smart and capable. Me? I broke my FING legs. All I could do to help you was use my quirk on you. I've been so worried about it that my insides feel like they're going to stay twisted up forever. Not to mention Aizawa was just nearly FING murdered right in front of me. I had to just watch. And he was a teacher. What if you were actually killed? I couldn't take it. Midoriya shouted way too loudly. Bakugo's eyes widened as he grabbed Midoriya's arms. Midoriya was confused until he realized he was shaking and pulling on his hair. He felt like he was crumbling away. He began to laugh, tears still dripping down his cheeks. Oi! Deku! You need to calm down. Bakugo said, scared by what he's seeing. Midoriya just kept laughing and laughing, his tears seemingly endless. Bakugo took a deep, shaky breath. Deku, please. He begged as he squeezed Midoriya's arms. He finally knew what Todoroki had meant. He hadn't seen crazy, evil Deku, he'd seen this. Midoriya stopped and looked at Bakugo, who seemed scared, or at least worried. This time, it wasn't because he threatened him. Haha, I think I was holding in a bit too much. Midoriya stated. Why you fing idiot. Just how many times are you going to scare me? Bakugo asked angrily. Last time you were threatening me. And this time, I couldn't control it. Midoriya responded. No, dipshit, you almost got yourself killed twice. If I hadn't saved you, you would have died. How do you think that made me feel? Bakugo shouted. Kaken, I mean that much to you? Midoriya asked, eyes wide in amazement. Who ever said you ever fing didn't, idiot? Bakugo yelled. He froze when he realized how sincere that sounded. He had done it again. Why, you're my goddamn rival. I'd be a sheet hero without one. He insisted. Midoriya sniffled and smiled softly. I'm sorry about losing it like this, it's just that things have gotten so complicated. I never imagined trying to be a hero would need so much out of me. Midoriya stated. Don't let it. Take care of yourself before you fing die, idiot. Bakugo said gently, yet angrily as he roughly wiped Midoriya's eyes with a tissue he had. I promise I'll do better, Kaken. I won't let either of us get hurt. Midoriya responded. Bakugo pulled him into some kind of headlock weird hug. The F, did I just say? I gotta watch your dumb but more carefully now. Bakugo said with a smirkish smile. Midoriya smiled more and they walked to school like that. People stared, but Midoriya knew this was Bakugo's way of showing affection. It was actually really nice. It made him feel a little bad about what he knew he had to do in order to get better. When class was about to officially start, everyone was chatting about what had happened. They were praising All Might quite a bit. Aizawa and All Might fought pretty bravely. Midoriya seemed like a real hero too, though. Azui commented. Really? What did he do? Denki asked. He held on to Shinsou and I and tried to hold us down when the portal pulled us through. I'm pretty sure he also broke his fingers to get rid of the villains. Azui replied. That's so manly, Midoriya. Kirishima said excitedly. It's what anyone would have done. You were pretty brave too, Kirishima. You jumped right into the battle to help. Midoriya insisted. Heh, I guess I did. I didn't really get to show off my quirk, though. Kirishima lamented. How about we train together sometime, then? Show me everything. Midoriya prompted. That's such a manly idea. Kirishima said with a smile. You fuckers better include me in that too. Bakugo shouted. Kirishima looked surprised, but Midoriya just smiled. Of course, Kaken. Midoriya chirped. Hey, who'll teach homeroom if Aizawa's still in the hospital? Mina asked aloud. The door opened, showing a heavily bandaged Aizawa. You're back too soon. Everyone shouted. Midoriya looked over at Shinsou, who was the only one who looked pretty relieved. Midoriya had read over Shinsou's profile pretty thoroughly. From what Shinsou had told him, his quirk was pretty amazing. He knew that kids wouldn't be so kind about it, though. It truly could be a villain's quirk, just like his own. Just from lots of obvious things he had seen, he knew Aizawa had to be Shinsou's mentor. He wasn't nearly as nonchalant in his spying as he thought he was definitely doing it for him. Aizawa wouldn't let just any student have a securing tool exactly like his either. So, he wasn't just a worried fanboy. Yes, I still do look injured, but it's my choice. More importantly, we need to talk about something serious. The Udata Sports Festival is coming up. Aizawa stated. Almost everyone cheered at that. Aizawa went on to explain just how important they were, which Midoriya already knew. He had to start getting his plan into motion. After lunch rush had left the classroom, everyone was chatting. Everyone is so fired up. Midoriya said cheerfully. You should be too. We all need to do more than our best in order to make a name for ourselves. Ida insisted. Deku, Ida. A guttural voice said. Midoriya looked at Uraraka in shock. Let's do what he said. More than what we've ever done before. Uraraka said in heavy determination. WOW.so fierce. Just what he's come to expect from her. After all that, the three of them were walking together and a question came into Midoriya's mind. Uraraka, why do you want to become a hero? He asked with a smile. For money. Uraraka responded shyly. Midoriya couldn't hide his frown. She was truly a pure, good person. Why would her reason be money and nothing else? She noticed his reaction and quickly continued. I know it's not as admirable as you two. But my parents own a construction company that isn't doing well, so I want to help. Midoriya smiled again. Of course she'd do that for her family. Being licensed and able to use your quirk would bring costs way down. That's what I told them. But my dad told me they'd only be happy if I did what I loved, and if I made money doing it, I could help them out if I wanted. So I need to do it. For them. Uraraka explained. Midoriya looked at her fondly. No wonder she was so sweet, her parents cared about her enough to push her towards her dreams instead of theirs. Amazing! What a wonderful inspiration! Ida shouted. Midoriya happily joined in. Uraraka. The pure hero. He chirped. Ah, you guys are making me embarrassed. Uraraka said, holding her blushing face. Midoriya. There you are. All Might called out. All Might? Do you need something? Midoriya asked curiously. Yes. Have lunch with me? He asked back. Midoriya looked over at Ida, silently asking if it would be okay. Ida nodded, so Midoriya gladly said yes and left. Uraraka and Ida went to the cafeteria and chatted about what All Might and Midoriya needed to talk about. Todoroki overheard them talking, which solidified his thoughts. It is about All Might. Whatever he's going through, All Might is the root. He'd find out the rest, no matter what. Meanwhile, Midoriya sat down in front of All Might as he made some tea. You can only use it for 50 minutes now? Midoriya asked. Yes. I'm limited. I can also only maintain muscle form for an hour and a half. I've been overdoing it too much. All Might responded. I know you want to keep up appearances, but honestly, you need a plan. Midoriya said curtly. All Might chuckled. You don't need to be so worried about me, any poor decisions I make are my own mistakes. He insisted. Recovery Girl said the same thing I did. You're way too reckless. Midoriya stated. You're a lot like me, Midoriya. All Might replied. Midoriya frowned angrily. Is that an insult? He asked. We really need to talk about your attitude, young Midoriya. All Might said with a sigh as he gave Midoriya a cup of tea. He rolled his eyes and mumbled a thank you as he sipped at the tea. More importantly, what are your plans for the sports festival? You can't control one for all yet. All Might continued. I was able to, once. It was when I tried to punch Shigaraki. Midoriya stated. You remembered his name? By the way. What happened with you and young Bakugo? All Might asked. Well, the second time he listened to me, that's all. Midoriya explained. He doesn't seem to listen to anyone but you. All Might prompted. We have a complicated relationship. Why are you so interested? Midoriya questioned, glaring slightly at him. It's good that you balance each other out. Especially since I don't have that much time left. All Might answered. Midoriya nearly choked on his tea. I mean as a symbol of peace. It's why I picked you as my successor. All Might corrected. Be more clear next time. Midoriya shouted. Sorry, but back to the sports festival. It's why I called you in here. As the next symbol of peace, you need to do your best. Everyone is watching you. I want you say, I am here. All Might insisted. All Might, you still haven't learned anything about me. Midoriya said, looking down at his tea. What do you mean? All Might asked curiously. I refuse to be you. You nearly put me down a heinous path with your words. I promised myself that I'd be better than you. Midoriya stated. Midoriya. I'm really glad about that. All Might replied. Wait, you are? Midoriya questioned. When I saw your suit, I was worried you were trying to be me. Midoriya, the world doesn't need an All Might replacement, they need a new hero that can do what is needed. That hero will be you. Being better than me is the point. All Might explained. Midoriya's eyes widened. He supported his dream. Someone really understood him. They had 2 weeks until the festival, and Midoriya trained his butt off. He pushed himself beyond his previous limits, but also vigorously studied. He asked each of his classmates to train together. Not everyone said yes, but he still managed to collect a lot of data. He had to sneak around after school and find more connections, but he got good profiles on them all. This wasn't just for his quirk, though it would help immensely. This was about learning strengths and weaknesses. Emotional manipulation was also a plus. Being able to look into certain famous families was a good way to learn even more. He'd even guessed where Todoroki got his scar. Now, though, was finally the day. Everyone's eyes seemed to be on his class, and the media flooded in with the rest. Security was much tighter now, but Midoriya was still on alert. While in the waiting room, Ida told everyone that they'd be starting soon. Then, Todoroki came up to Midoriya, saying his name. Bakugo looked over at them, remembering what Todoroki had asked. Yes? Do you need something, Todoroki? Midoriya asked. You seem to be close to All Might. He started. Midoriya frowned slightly and tried not to let his body tense. He had been working on his reactions as well. I won't try to push you too far about that, but you should know that I plan to beat you. Maybe then, I'll figure you out. Todoroki finished. He wasn't that good at trying to help people, so even though this wasn't the best plan, it's all he had. Midoriya's hands curled into fists and he looked into Todoroki's eyes, unwavering. Kirishima noticed this and quickly touched Todoroki's shoulder. Come on Todoroki, leave him alone. We shouldn't be fighting. Kirishima insisted. Todoroki shoved his hand away with his shoulder. This is serious business, and I'm not fighting with him. Someone needed to address what's going on here. I'll find out the answer, even if it means having to beat him. Todoroki said coldly before starting to walk away. Midoriya didn't hesitate. You can't hide either, Todoroki. We all know you don't just have one quirk. Midoriya prompted. Todoroki's head whipped back as he glared at him. You say you'll beat me and make me show who I am, but you don't know who you are. I'll do everything I can to beat you, and you'll get to know the me who stands up to the challenge. Midoriya prompted. Todoroki stared at him hard. Good. After all the students came together, Midnight announced that Bakugo would be representing the class. Midoriya could hear his classmates chatter in shock, but he just smiled at Kaken as he walked next to him and gave him a thumbs up. Bakugo rolled his eyes but smiled ever so gently. As Bakugo stood up there, he simply said, I pledge. To be number one. Midoriya sighed. Bakugo had changed, for sure, but not fully. The crowd booed at him and Ida lectured him as he walked down. He had just made it more challenging for everyone. Midnight told everyone that the first part would be an obstacle race. They all lined up and when the countdown ended, they all rushed forward. Midoriya did his absolute best to not panic as he was squished together with people. Then, Todoroki used his quirk to get ahead and people were frozen to the ground. Luckily, Midoriya had known he'd do something like this. He'd been working on his balance while exercising, having someone with an ice quirk practically demanded it. He then noticed the robots from the first exam appear. Todoroki took them out just for himself, then they started to fall over. Midoriya angrily frowned. Todoroki was doing this for someone else. He knew Endeavor was watching. He was being so focused, driven, just to make some D happy. Someone's trapped under a robot. A person close by shouted. Midoriya's eyes widened and he rushed forward. Festival be damned, he wouldn't let someone be left behind by a rash decision. Just as he was almost there, Kirishima came out of the top. That BSTRD. If I didn't have my quirk, I would have been killed. Kirishima shouted. Midoriya breathed a sigh of relief. Kirishima! Are you okay? He screamed so he could hear him. I'm fine. Kirishima yelled back. Another student, Tetsu, came out and said the same thing Kirishima did at first, adding in that he hates Class 1A. Ah, they were really similar. They ran on top of the robot to the other side. Bakugo, Tokoyami and Shiro managed to get on top as well. Midoriya kept running, dodging a robot, then picked up part of another one that fell off. He hit another robot with it and kept running. More robots were taken down. Midoriya looked over and saw Momo with a cannon. He noticed she had her shirt open and quickly looked away. Thank you, Yaoyorozu. He shouted as he kept running. Midoriya eventually reached the ropes and secured his piece of metal to his back as he crawled upside down across the rope. When he got to the minefield, he started thinking carefully. He wouldn't be able to be fast here, and he couldn't afford to be careful. He had to do something crazy. And Kaken was the right kind of crazy. He dug up a good number of mines, and once he was done, he secured his hold on the metal and laid on top of it, laying on the mines. It sent him flying across the field, and he had a huge smile on his face, though that wasn't the best idea. He flew right past Bakugo and Todoroki, but Bakugo soon came right after him. He looked sad, but weirdly proud. UFING crazy BSTRD. He shouted. Soon, Midoriya started losing speed, but when he got right next to Bakugo and Todoroki, he gripped his metal harder and slammed it down into more mines. It got him ahead, and he rolled his landing, running as fast as he possibly could. He could hear them right behind him, using their quirks. He kept running, not taking a single second away from his focus. When he got to the stadium, he heard his name being announced. He'd done it. He actually did it. He panted heavily, but smiled widely as he looked at the crowd. He did it all without using his quirk. He was good enough. He smiled more and more, loving the cheering. More people soon came in, and eventually a very tired Uraraka went up to Midoriya. Deku, you were amazing. You really put your analytical skills to use, she said cheerily. Thank you. You made good time too, though, Midoriya insisted. Why you think so? You always have a compliment to give back to me, Deku, Uraraka said, blushing a bit. Well, I didn't get a lot of those in school, so I want to give them back, Midoriya explained. It wasn't really a lie, people only liked him because he made them. Then I'll keep doing it, Uraraka said with a smile. Midoriya smiled back gently. After the first 42 gathered up, Midnight said the next part would be a Calvary battle and explained the rules. Midoriya's stomach dropped when he realized he was worth 10 million points. Life really wanted him to suffer. He felt everyone's eyes on him as he bit his lip. He had won the battle, but could lose the war because of this. He had just gotten a taste of the top, and now he was fresh meat again. People flocked to Bakugo, which made Midoriya sort of angry. He felt better towards him, but he just wanted the spotlight for once. Midoriya could even hear Kirishima saying they'd get the 10 million points. He bit his lip at that. He really thought they were becoming friends, and now he was trying to get on Bakugo's team using him. Midoriya threw a slight glare his way, but didn't know if he noticed. He really couldn't trust anyone, they all wanted to go after him. He was really getting used to people who liked him, but now that fame and rewards were included, they all turned on each other. Is this really how future heroes were cultivated? He wasn't sure if he even wanted to win now. He'd already shown off his capability. What more did he need? He looked around and realized he was isolated. People really didn't care if he felt alone or hurt. Did they not feel any guilt at all? What kind of heroes would they be? He sighed sadly. Maybe Midnight would take pity on him and let him work alone. Deku, let's be a team, Uraraka suddenly chirped as she got next to him. Midoriya smiled, tearing up a bit. She was just so perfect. He gently took her hands as he smiled even more. Sorry to get so personal, but this means a lot to me, Uraraka. Thank you, Midoriya stated. Uraraka's face went red. It's important to team up with people you can easily work with, she stuttered out. We'll be a great team again. I have a plan for us and one other person, Midoriya stated as he let go of her hands. He glanced over at Ida and Uraraka nodded, then they both walked over to him. They asked him to be a writer and Midoriya explained his plan. You're just as smart and capable as I expected, Midoriya. But because of that I have to refuse, Ida stated. What? Why? Midoriya questioned, frowning. I've been losing to you over and over again. You're a very good friend, and you have a lot of potential as a hero. However, if I use you as a crutch for victory, I'll never learn how to win without you and against you. Please don't take it personally, but I must be your rival as well, Ida answered as he walked over to Todoroki's group. Midoriya sighed. He felt a bit frustrated and even a little sad, but at least Ida cared about his feelings. He also understood his reasoning, all of what he said was true. He soon felt a tap on his shoulder. Hey, I'm Mei Hatsum. Let me use your status to get attention, Mei shouted. You were the girl with that invention, Uraraka prompted. If I team up with you, I can show off all my inventions. And you guys could use them too, Mei said, ignoring Uraraka. Really? That's great. Oh, look at this one. It's like Air Jet's backpack, Midoriya noticed. You like him too? I based it off his and added my own twist, Mei responded. Yeah. I went on a tour of his agency. I know everything about him, Midoriya stated happily. Uraraka stared at them jealously. Only she could usually make Midoriya this happy. Maybe if she did analysis like him they could talk about heroes too? We still need one more person to make this work, Midoriya prompted. Who are you thinking of? Uraraka asked. He looked ahead and walked right up to Tokoyami. Join our group, please? That decision ended up being their saving grace, as Tokoyami managed to grab some points when Midoriya had made an opening for them at the last moment. That got them into 4th place. Midoriya was incredibly frustrated that he didn't correctly analyze his classmates' movements, but now he would know better. It really wasn't his fault that Ida had a secret move, but it had cost him dearly. Nonetheless, he had still managed to help his team. You're a real lifesaver, Tokoyami. You too, Dark Shadow, Midoriya said with a bit of a forced smile as he pat the shadow bird. Dark Shadow leaned into Midoriya's touch, proudly smiling. Todoroki glared at Midoriya. He made me use my left side. I refuse to use it more. My father is watching and I won't give him the satisfaction, Todoroki thought angrily to himself. Midoriya glanced over at Todoroki and looked at him with an innocent, curious look. When Todoroki glared harder, Midoriya gave him a very small, egotistical smirk. That set him off to no end. They now had an hour for a break, so Todoroki made his move. He pulled Midoriya from the group and to a private area, asking to talk to him. Midoriya agreed, glad to finally deal with this. Midoriya, you're All Might's secret love child, aren't you? Todoroki asked seriously. Midoriya looked at him like he was an idiot. No, Todoroki, I'm not his love child. He replied flatly. But you have some kind of relationship with him, don't you? Has he done anything to cause you problems? Todoroki questioned. Yeah, I have some kind of relationship with him, but I'm not his kid. If he was causing me problems I wouldn't be around him. Midoriya insisted. Well, Endeavor is my father. If you're with the number 1 hero, then as number 2 son, I have more reason to beat you. Todoroki stated. We both know that isn't what you believe, though. Midoriya retorted. Todoroki grimaced slightly. What do you know, Midoriya? He asked. I know that you're a product of a quirk marriage. Endeavor did it to bring a child into this world to defeat All Might, didn't he? Midoriya questioned. Todoroki's eyes widened. How did you dash? He asked in shock. Todoroki, your mother, Rei, she did that to your face because of him, didn't she? Midoriya said, not answering. Todoroki grimaced a lot more. He was going to tell him most of that, but how the hell did he know already? How did he know her name? How do you know all this? Todoroki shouted, losing his composure. I know you want to show him you can be good without using his power. That's why you asked about All Might, isn't it? I represent someone your father hates, so it has to be me. Midoriya said, staring right at him. Todoroki started breathing a little heavier. Was this the real Midoriya? Was he wrong about needing to save him? Bakugo had hidden behind a corner, overhearing all of this. He didn't think Midoriya would really do this again, he thought he'd gotten past needing it. You're still doing what he wants, Todoroki. He's controlling you, your motivations. You're never going to be more than just his son like this. Endeavor doesn't deserve his place, All Might at least has the guts to know when he's a JRK, but Endeavor? His whole family pays for his mistakes. Your mother especially. You can do better, Todoroki. Be my rival not because of him, but because I'm worthy of it. Midoriya shouted. Todoroki was even more surprised, as was Bakugo. He wasn't trying to scare him, he was trying to help him, even though Todoroki thought he was the one who needed help. Midoriya. Todoroki stumbled out. Think about it, Todoroki. Midoriya stated as he left. Todoroki didn't move for a while, but eventually left as well, going a different direction. When the break was over, the competitors were about to be drawn for the championship one-on-one fight. However, Ojiro and his teammate were allowed to drop out since they felt they didn't deserve it, and 2 other students were allowed to take their place. Midoriya glared at Shinsou. He was taking this way too far. Ojiro was a classmate. He probably would have said yes if he asked. That was a goddamn low trick. Luckily for Midoriya, he ended up being the one to go against him. It's you and me, Midoriya. Shinsou suddenly said, appearing closer to him. He kept his mouth shut. I see you remember what I told you. It's a shame Ojiro didn't know. Shinsou continued. Midoriya frowned angrily. Would his quirk even work against him? Maybe it wouldn't. This would be the safest place to do it, since he could easily be broken out of it. He opened his mouth, but Ojiro covered it with his tail. Shinsou made a tch noise and walked away. Midoriya gently moved the tail away. It's okay, Ojiro. I was just going to test something. Midoriya, you can't be too careful with that guy. 1 word is all it takes, and I don't want a classmate like you to make a mistake that'll cost you your win. You deserve it much more than he does. Ojiro stated. Midoriya smiled softly. Even though Ojiro had avoided him like everyone else, excluding a few people, he still cared. I'll be okay, promise. I'll win this match for you. Midoriya promised. Ojiro smiled back and nodded, and they went to talk about what happened in detail so Midoriya could better fight him. After the recreational events, Midoriya was about to face off with Shinsou when All Might came with some encouragement. I know you're the type of person who doesn't need a push to keep going, but I'm proud of you, Midoriya. Stand confidently with a smile. You've earned it. All Might said cheerily. Midoriya smiled softly. You're right. Thanks, All Might. He replied. All Might smiled more and Midoriya walked out with a determined smile on his face. Mike was ranting about things, and Shinsou started talking. I know you remember what I can do, and I know that prideful idiot told you too. Pride means nothing here. He gave up his opportunity for no good reason. Shinsou taunted. Midoriya walked faster towards him. I bet you said you'd win this for him, but he put his faith in a loser, one who hides his power. Shinsou continued. Midoriya's eyes widened. That must have been a bluff. Right? It's no bluff. I'm telling you now as thanks for what happened back at USJ. But you should be way more careful, especially when everyone can see the villain you are. Shinsou said, keeping the taunting going. What did you FING call me dash? Midoriya's body froze. Sheet. He could hear Mike in the crowd wondering what was going on and focused on moving. He soon managed to shake his head and was able to move again, but he felt incredibly disoriented. He swore he could see a vision of some people in darkness, one looking similar to All Might. Shinsou froze this time. How the hell did you break out of it? Midoriya looked up at him groggily, but felt his senses come back when he felt his anger. He smiled widely, though somewhat evilly, and rushed forward. Shinsou got into a defensive stance and tried to move away, but Midoriya was fast. Midoriya made it look like he was going to grab him to push him back, but instead punched him as hard as he could. Shinsou tried to quickly recover, but Midoriya had a DMN strong punch. Midoriya grabbed his hair and brought his face down to his knee. Shinsou stumbled backwards and held his broken nose. Midoriya looked normal to the crowd, but up close, he had the eyes of a demon, with a smile to match. Shinsou stood up, despite the pain in his face, and rushed towards Midoriya. Midoriya rushed towards him as well, but couldn't dodge the hard kick to his ribs. He gasped and choked a bit, but ignored his own pain as he quickly grabbed Shinsou's foot and shoved him as hard as possible. Shinsou tumbled a bit towards the line, and had no time to react as Midoriya ran towards him. This guy was crazy. Midoriya grabbed his arm and flipped him, like he had done to Bakugo in training, right over the line. He panted hard and held his side in pain. His ribs felt like they were bruised. Shinsou stared up at the sky in shock. This was the full extent of Midoriya's insanity. Midoriya was claimed the winner and pulled a tired, but joyful smile to the crowd. Shinsou soon got up and faced Midoriya in front of Cementos. Midoriya kept a small smile as he looked at him, but his eyes were wild. Was that what you wanted, Shinsou? Midoriya asked sweetly. Midoriya, listen to me carefully, you need to go to Recovery Girl and calm down. Shinsou tried to say quietly. You can't make me do anything, Shinsou. Your quirk doesn't work on me. Midoriya said with a chuckle, one with dark intent. Shinsou realized that he had majorly F'd up. He had used his quirk on Ojiro because he knew that if he had to fight someone, they'd give in to taunting about him. He had no idea who it would be, but because Midoriya's quirk was one that had to do with the mind, at least that's what Shinsou thought, he really was bluffing. Shinsou's quirk was weak against him. What he did manage to do, though, was mess up his head in a way that brought out more of Midoriya's unstable side. Shinsou grimaced and left the stadium. Midoriya left as well, heading to Recovery Girl's office. She fixed him up, and when he explained his vision to All Might, he explained it was him getting a better grip on his quirk. He soon left the office and started feeling dizzy again. Maybe it was Shinsou's quirk still wearing off. He walked to the stadium where Uraraka and Ida had saved him a seat. He noticed Ojiro, who gave him an appreciative smile. He smiled back and sat with his friends. He watched as Todoroki and Shiro fought, but when he saw the ice come towards them, he quickly moved an arm in front of them to push them further back in their seats. Todoroki had almost hit them all. After they moved to different seats, Midoriya could see the ice over Todoroki's side. That seemed to be the drawback to only using one side. He watched as he thawed Shiro out and frowned. He knew when someone fought out of anger, and this time was really obvious to anyone. The next battle was Kaminari and Ibari, which was won by the latter. Midoriya began furiously writing down some notes, muttering loudly. Doing more analysis? Are you trying to find out how to fight her? Uraraka questioned. Midoriya snapped out of his obsessive muttering. Oh, yeah. Plus, I love having notes on all kinds of heroes, I've done it since I was a kid. He explained. Even the people in our class? Uraraka asked. Well, yeah, just what I've noticed about them. Midoriya answered. Uraraka smiled. Can I see the one about me? She asked. Midoriya thought for a moment and showed her a little bit. Whoa! You have a lot. Uraraka said in shock. Midoriya quickly closed the page. Just because you're around me most. I'm able to learn a lot that way. He said, trying to downplay it. Uraraka looked at him with a sort of sad smile. You just keep getting more amazing, Deku. She said gently before looking at the new match. Ida was going up against Mei. He saw Ida pleading with Midnight to use a device she let him use. Midoriya saw right through it, and wasn't surprised when Mei easily avoided Ida's attacks with her inventions. In the end, she just walked out of bounds and Ida won. Midoriya sighed and obsessively took notes again. He was so focused he didn't notice Uraraka leaving and mumbled about the next battle, Mina and Aoyama. Mina ended up winning and Midoriya still kept writing and mumbling. The next match was Tokoyami and Momo, and Midoriya was finally taken out of his thoughts. What do you think about this match, Midoriya? Ojiro asked. I'd say it's based on time. Dark Shadow's ability is fast, and Momo can create certain items quickly, but in reality, Momo needs time to think about the structure of what she's making, so she'll lose. She gets in her own head too much. Midoriya replied. He was soon proved right, as Momo was pushed out of bounds without even knowing it. Wow, Midoriya, you were completely right. Ojiro commented. Just some analysis. She's probably frustrated now. Midoriya stated, glancing over at Uraraka's empty seat. He went looking for her and found her in a waiting room with Ida. Uraraka. Are you okay? I'm sorry I didn't ask before. Midoriya apologized. Deku, don't you want to see the others? Uraraka asked. Most of them are done anyway, it's just Kirishima right now. Midoriya replied. Then, after, it'll be me and Bakugo. Uraraka stated. Even he wouldn't go all out on a girl, right? Ida asked. That's very rude, Ida. Uraraka deserves a fight where her opponent takes her seriously. Midoriya chastised him. I apologize, Uraraka. Midoriya is right. Ida said loudly. However, it doesn't mean she can't be smart about it. I put down a plan for how to beat him using your quirk. Midoriya stated proudly. Thank you, Deku, but I can't use it. Uraraka said with a smile. He and Ida looked at her in confusion. Ida was right. I've been relying on you, too. You're incredible, I'm not doubting your skill at all. But I want to win because of my own effort, not using yours. That way, when he face off, it'll be because I earned it. Uraraka said with a shaky smile as she headed out of the door. Midoriya smiled fondly at her. She really was impressive. His smile faded away when he realized his two closest friends didn't want to rely on him anymore. They wouldn't need him. Would they still be his friends? Midoriya sat with Ida and watched Uraraka walk into the arena. The match soon started, and Midoriya couldn't help but feel guilty. Uraraka was an amazing friend, and would be an even better hero. But Bakugo was ravenous. He could kill someone pretty easily if he wanted to. She could probably last a long time against him, but determination alone just wouldn't cut it. He carefully watched as she strategized on the field. She was doing so well. Even though she couldn't get close to him, she was really holding her own. Bakugo wasn't lenient at all, which was good. Uraraka deserved someone who didn't treat her like she was fragile. She was an aspiring hero after all. Villains don't care if you're a girl. Midoriya could hear some people starting to yell at Bakugo, saying he was going too far. Midoriya stood up and shouted as loudly as he could. Don't underestimate either of them. You're watching two heroes who are giving it their all. Don't insult them by making it seem like he's evil for not going easy on her. The crowd went quiet for a bit, and Aizawa piped up on the mic, agreeing with the statement. Midoriya then watched as Uraraka released her secret move. He'd noticed the plan when he realized how deliberate her moves were. They weren't desperate, they were calculated. Unfortunately, it didn't work, and Bakugo blew the debris away. He approached Uraraka through the smoke. You and Deku have been hanging out too much. You think I wouldn't realize what you're doing? Bakugo shouted. Uraraka grimaced, her plan had failed spectacularly. Don't try to FINGB him. Bakugo continued. Uraraka stood up shakily and ped her arm back. I'm not trying to be him. I'm trying to be a friend he can be proud of. Uraraka replied as she tried to rush towards him. Bakugo got ready to block, but she ended up falling over. She desperately tried to crawl, to go even further. No, and not yet. She mumbled. She thought back to her parents, wanting so badly to do what she needed. She thought about how Midoriya never gave up. She had to do better. But she couldn't go on. Midnight declared Bakugo the winner and Uraraka was taken to Recovery Girl. Midoriya really hoped she would just be proud of what she accomplished instead of bitter about what she couldn't. Bakugo left, and Midoriya went to the waiting room. He had a soft spot for both Bakugo and Uraraka, and he saw it coming that she wouldn't win. But he felt so bad. She did everything she possible could, to the point of exhaustion. Bakugo beat her so easily. It really wasn't fair. He glanced up and saw Bakugo walking up the stairs. Congratulations, Kaken. You really know how to use your quirk. Midoriya said happily, but gently. You didn't tell her anything, did you? Bakugo asked flatly. Midoriya smiled sadly and shook his head no. She wanted to beat you all on her own. He explained. Why the hell do you look so sad then, huh? Your best friend won and gave your other friend a good fight, too. I was FING awesome out there. Bakugo stated. Midoriya looked away a bit. It's so easy for you, Kaken. It always has been. Some people have to work much harder, and still fail. He said a bit coldly, before walking away. Bakugo stood there for a moment, wondering what that was about. He thought he and Midoriya were on not shitty terms anymore. He eventually went back to the stadium seats. Midoriya walked into the waiting room and saw Uraraka sitting there. He quickly rushed over to her. "Uraraka. You were so incredible," he said before she could say anything. Thank you. But, in the end, I couldn't really do anything. The Bakugo is so strong, it makes me want to get stronger too," Uraraka replied. "Uraraka, please listen to me when I say, you were more than amazing. You didn't stop, even for a moment. You thought of something by yourself, and such a smart plan too. I'm really proud someone like you is my friend," Midoriya insisted. Deku. Uraraka stumbled out, her eyes wide and almost tearing up. They then heard Present Mike announcing how the next round would start. Midoriya quickly turned around and headed towards the door. "Sorry Uraraka, I have to go. Remember what I said," Midoriya said as he went through. Wait. "Good luck," Uraraka shouted. Midoriya smiled and yelled back a thanks as he went down the hallway. He was so lucky. His smile went away when he nearly walked into Endeavor. He quickly jumped back and stared at him hard. He could control himself better now, but looking at this sack of sheet made his insides boil over. What an awful man he was. "There you are," Endeavor stated. "I have no business with you," Midoriya stated curtly as he tried to leave. Endeavor blocked his way. "That's no way to treat your elder. You should watch your mouth," he said angrily. "And you should watch what you do to your wife and kids, a-hole," Midoriya shouted angrily. He quickly covered his mouth. Why did he say that? That was so stupid to say out loud. Endeavor wasn't above child abuse and they were alone in the hallway. Shinsou's quirk must have messed up his head. He looked at Endeavor who seemed ready to punch him into next Tuesday. "Forget I said that," Midoriya loudly ordered. He could see his face change and let out a sigh of relief. His quirk just saved his life. "You have a quirk like All Might's, don't you?" Endeavor asked. "I'm just his fan." "Move, please," Midoriya said curtly as he managed to move past him. Endeavor didn't follow him, but started talking again. "My son needs to beat All Might, you're a good stepping stone, so don't get lazy." Midoriya stopped and felt so angry he was dizzy. It was like fire scorched every inch of him, and he had to let it out. "Sorry for bothering you before the match, Endeavor was cut off. "Nobody FING likes you," Midoriya growled out, his hands curled up into fists. "Excuse me?" Endeavor said angrily. "You're the number 2 hero on power alone. I know that you've ruined every single one of your relationships because you're so selfish that every waking moment has to be about beating FING All Might. You sent your wife to a goddamn mental institution after she burned your child, and she did it because of you. You constantly belittle everyone who looks up to you, you piece of shit," Midoriya shouted. Endeavor glared hard at Midoriya and his flames got larger. "What the hell did you dash? Shut up. Listen for once." Midoriya cut him off again. "Todoroki hates you. He hates what you've done to him, what you've done to your family. Your other son ran away because you were too much of a piece of shit instead of being a father. You think Todoroki would ever be you? If he was, I'd personally kick his butt. You should be thanking the FING stars that he isn't anything like you. And guess what? I'm not All Might either. I'm not a stepping stone to your son's success. I'm Izuku FING Midoriya, and I swear to every deity that will listen, that I'll make sure to wipe your smirk off the face of this earth." He nearly screamed as he left. Endeavor was absolutely sad and nearly went after him, but Midoriya was already near the exit. It wouldn't look good for a hero to be chasing a child. Midoriya was shaking, absolutely drained from what he said. At the same time, it felt so good to have said that. He soon walked up to the arena and had a scarily angry, determined face. "So, here we are," Todoroki said flatly. "Your dad's a beach," Midoriya said seriously. Todoroki's eyes widened at hearing him swear. Midoriya looked ready to kick butt. Present Mike shouted that it was time to start and Midoriya and Todoroki quickly went into a battle of Midoriya breaking Todoroki's ice blasts. He also broke his fingers in the process. Soon, Todoroki almost caught Midoriya's foot in the ice, and Midoriya had to break his arm to punch through it. He panted hard as he glared and smiled at Todoroki devilishly. "What's with that face? You're beat up just from defending yourself. At least Endeavor looks sad, though, so thanks," Todoroki stated. Midoriya looked at Todoroki harder. "You can't win this with your injuries. Let me finish it," Todoroki continued, sending another attack at him. Midoriya broke through it. "Who do you think you are, Todoroki?" he screamed. Todoroki glared at him, having only barely managed to stop himself with his ice. "You've been using your ice too much, and you could easily push through it with your power, but you refuse to. I've broken my fingers and arms, I'm doing everything I can to beat you. You're shaming me by thinking you can do the same with only half your power," he screamed. "Why are you doing this? What's your game, Midoriya? Todoroki questioned loudly before rushing towards him. You're too slow, Todoroki. Midoriya shouted back as he focused and punched Todoroki right in the stomach. He could feel the ice form on his arm and growled in pain. Todoroki had been moved back by the hit and panted heavily. They soon kept going back and forth with the hits and attacks. Soon enough, he had to blast Todoroki away using his thumb and cheek. Todoroki couldn't believe the lengths he was going. Answer me. Why are you doing this? Todoroki asked angrily. Midoriya looked at him with his mother's eyes again. So I can be someone that people are proud to know. He shouted before head-butting him in the stomach, hard. Todoroki was pushed back again, and Midoriya just kept looking at him with those damned eyes. You want to be a hero, don't you? Then give me your all? He screamed loudly. Todoroki's right side started freezing over as he thought back to his mother. Shut up, dash, he barely managed to get out before Midoriya activated his quirk and punched him again. Todoroki went flying and kept thinking about his mother. Those same eyes were hurting him all over again. Was it because of his father again? Did Midoriya hate him now, too? Was it just his curse to have people who helped him turn on him because of his father? Those thoughts were swirling wildly around his head. I can't use his power. Todoroki mumbled somewhat loudly, shaking. It's not his, Todoroki. It's yours. Midoriya screamed very loudly. Todoroki looked at him in surprise. Those weren't the eyes that hurt him anymore. Those were the eyes that had comforted him. The eyes that said he could be a hero. He felt his fire pop out and swirl all around him. He smiled widely at Midoriya. You broke your body just to teach me a lesson? You're just as crazy as I thought. Todoroki shouted. Midoriya smiled back. I can still move, Todoroki. I'm not scared. He said confidently. Yes, my son. This is what your true potential is. Endeavor shouted, getting closer. Both Todoroki and Midoriya looked at him. This isn't your fight. He did this on his own, it isn't for you. Midoriya shouted. Endeavor glared at him and looked at Todoroki. Stop trying to distract me. Todoroki said curtly. Endeavor got angrier but still watched closely. Midoriya and Todoroki looked back at each other and got their determined faces back. Thanks, Midoriya. Todoroki stated. Thank me again after I kick your butt? Midoriya retorted. It was time to finish this. Todoroki went full force, and Midoriya activated his quirk in his leg and jumped over the ice. As he got close, he activated the quirk in his arm and got ready to hit. However, Cementos and Midnight tried to stop him and there was a sort of explosion. Midoriya was out cold the moment he hit the wall. Once the smoke cleared, everyone could see it clear as day. Todoroki had won. Todoroki left the arena, his uniform burnt from his quirk. He started to walk down the hallway, but stopped when he saw his father. I was distracting you, huh? Endeavor asked rhetorically. Todoroki looked at him very coldly. Just once, I'll ignore the snide comment you gave me, since you've gotten over that stupid rule you've made for yourself. You need to control your power more, but you've successfully become an upgrade of me. You also need to stop speaking with that rude kid from earlier. After you do that and graduate, come work with me. Endeavor said, reaching out his hand. I haven't gotten over anything. You've given me enough trauma to last me my entire life. Just like Midoriya said that I didn't do this for you, I did it for myself. I did it for Mother, I did it for Toya, I did this for Midoriya. I did it for them because I would never, ever do it for you. Todoroki coldly stated. Endeavor glared at him in anger and shock as Todoroki walked past. I need to rethink what I've done. My actions have been too much like yours lately. Todoroki finished, not stopping. He may not have figured Midoriya's problem, but now, he had a lot of time to get to know him. Midoriya rested in the hospital bed, nearly writhing in pain. He knew that he hadn't felt it before because of the adrenaline, but he was sure feeling it now. He could barely listen to Recovery Girl saying how his arm would never be the same. He knew they were both worried about him, but honestly, he couldn't care less. It was a rush to be able to go against someone that could take you out in one hit. He lasted so long, and could have won if he hadn't made Todoroki have a breakthrough, but that wouldn't have been worth it. Todoroki's full power was really something. The door suddenly opened and Ida, Uraraka, Azui and Shinsou all asked if Midoriya was okay. Shinsou asked less enthusiastically, but still. All Might tensed at being seen and Uraraka stared at him a bit. Hi. Who are you? She asked. Oh. A friend of Midoriya's mother, she couldn't be here so I'm making sure he's okay. All Might explained. He's in pain, don't be so loud. Recovery Girl prompted. It's alright, what match is next? Midoriya asked, his voice laced with fatigue and pain. Uraraka frowned at hearing and seeing him in so much pain. You two destroyed the stage, they had to take time to repair it, that was very irresponsible, Midoriya. Ida chastised. Why yeah, I know. Midoriya replied with a sigh. Pro heroes don't take someone reckless and crazy under their wings. Shinsou stated matter-of-factly. Go easy on him, Shinsou. Azui prompted. You're all being too loud, please leave. I need to do surgery. Recovery girl said as she shooed them out. Surgery? Is he going to be okay? Uraraka and Ida said at the same time. I'll be okay, Midoriya tried to shout, but he shouted in pain instead. That worried his friends even more as they were fully pushed out and the door was closed. All Might frowned deeply as he looked at Midoriya. I really showed them all something, didn't I? Midoriya asked. This isn't the way to leave your mark, Midoriya. All Might answered. This is who I am, All Might. Todoroki needed me, he was going to tell me everything about his past before I said it, he was begging for help and didn't even know it. If me breaking my body to save someone isn't what I should have done as a hero, then this world is more messed up than I thought. And that's really saying something. Midoriya stated, his voice still heavily laced with pain. It's what someone should have done a long time ago, Midoriya. You had to take the damage accumulated by no one helping in order to get through it all. I'm sorry that people won't be able to know what you were trying to do. All Might said sadly. Midoriya smiled tiredly. It's okay. After the surgery and healing, Midoriya's hand was messed up and would stay that way. Recovery girl also told them that she would no longer heal wounds like the ones he got. Midoriya bit his lip at that, he wasn't using it as a crutch, but now he couldn't rely on it at all. She also lectured them about learning to use his quirk. They soon left her office and Midoriya could feel All Might staring at him. He hated this feeling. Sure, he understood his dream, but did All Might truly realize the lengths he would go for it? Everything he's done? Did you ever think of someone else as your successor? Midoriya blurted out. Why did he say that? After all he's been through, after all the work he's done, he deserved this. But still, he wasn't the stable hero All Might's successor could be. He wasn't someone easy to deal with, in fact, he told him off. Why him? Why did he put up with him? There were many options, Midoriya. My old friend even had someone lined up. I picked you because you needed this, and the world needs a hero like you. I was Quirkless, and it was such a gift to someone like me to have someone choose me, of all people. All Might replied. Midoriya stared at All Might with incredibly wide eyes, his body almost vibrating at all the emotions he felt with this information. I know I'm a hypocrite for having told you that you should join the police if you didn't have a quirk, but my past mistakes made me far too cautious, hesitant. You don't hesitate, Midoriya. That's why I wouldn't give this to anyone else. All Might continued. Midoriya felt tears threatening to spill down his cheeks. His lip trembled and he quickly tried to hide his face in his uniform, but the way he had to wear it because of his arms made it awkward. All Might gently took out a handkerchief and wiped Midoriya's eyes, then urged him to keep watching the sports festival. He did as told, heading back to the stadium. He realized Kirishima and Bakugo were fighting and cursed at himself for missing the other fights. He saw that Kirishima was doing well and began to mutter to himself about how the fight would go. He stopped when Ida approached. I'm glad you're okay, Midoriya. Ida greeted. Sorry about making you worry about me. Midoriya replied. I worry because, as your friend, I care about your health. Ida insisted. Midoriya chuckled. Congratulations, by the way. Did your brother watch your fight? He asked. I called, but he's on a mission. Ida answered. I see. Well, I bet he's cheering you on as he works. If I had a brother like you, I'd be really proud. Midoriya prompted. Ida smiled. I'm proud of him too. He's the kind of hero that people look up to. I want to do right by him and be the same. He said, eyes bright. Midoriya smiled as well. Well, I look up to you already, Ida. He said gently. Ida looked at him, eyes even brighter. You do? He asked softly. Midoriya happily nodded. You work hard to be good, not just as a hero, but as a person. You're honest, hardworking, and care a lot about us. I'd say that's a lot to look up to. He explained. Ida felt his heart squeeze. Thank you, Midoriya. Since you don't have one, I'll become your honorary brother. If you'd like, of course. He stated. Midoriya smiled brightly. I'd like that. He replied. Their attention turned back towards the fight, and Midoriya saw that Bakugo had figured out Kirishima's weakness. He just attacked him, over and over, it didn't look hard on him either. It made Midoriya angry all over again. Bakugo was just someone who could get whatever they want because of his cool quirk. He, of course, ended up winning. I've got to go, see you, Midoriya. Ida said as he left. Good luck. Midoriya shouted before heading to the seats. Deku. Uraraka greeted. I see your surgery went well. Azui commented. Midoriya happily sat down next to Uraraka. Yup. She healed me enough to walk. He chirped. Uraraka frowned. You should be resting. She insisted. It's okay, I need to watch. I'll be fine. What's that, Uraraka? Midoriya asked. Oh, you were out, so I wrote down some notes for you. I know they aren't as good as yours, but I tried. Uraraka said shyly. Midoriya gasped and his eyes and smile were bright. Uraraka. You're so kind, thank you. He said more happily than ever before. Uraraka blushed. This boy would be the death of her, he's so pure. And no problem. Since your arms are broken, I'll keep writing. Uraraka insisted. Uraraka, you're such a good person. Midoriya said sweetly. She could almost taste the sugar he said it so sweetly. She held in her screams of joy and focused on the battle, pencil and paper in hand. It didn't take long for the match to be over, but Ida had put up a good fight. In the end, though, he was frozen over. Midoriya frowned, knowing Ida would probably be rough on himself. Next, Tokoyami and Bakugo fought, but it ended up with another win for Bakugo. Midoriya really hated that he could get away with basically just brute strength. Perhaps that would change with the fight against Todoroki, though. They both have overwhelming power. I wonder who will win. Midoriya mumbled. We'll just have to see and do better next time. Ida said as he walked over, smiling. Uraraka and Midoriya smiled back, glad to see he was okay. I bet your brother will be proud for you lasting longer than most of the others did. Midoriya stated. Ida was about to talk, but his phone vibrated and he took it out. Sorry, it's my mother, I need to take this. Ida said before walking away. Midoriya looked at him as he left. Judging by his body movements, he wasn't accepting a call from her. Of course, it could just be a surprise that she would congratulate him. But then, he lost, and Ida's parents didn't seem like the type to call just to make sure he's not sad. They were busy too, having been pro-heroes too. Something must have happened. He shook his head clear of those thoughts. He wasn't psychic and was probably overanalyzing the situation. Meanwhile, Bakugo burst into the wrong waiting room and saw Todoroki sitting there. Ah shit, wrong FING waiting room. Bakugo cursed. Todoroki glanced at him, then looked away. Who do you think you are, half and half? I'm the guy who's going to kick your butt, show some respect. Bakugo said angrily as he stomped towards him. Midoriya said that to me too. I asked you about him because I thought he was someone who needed help, but instead, he helped fix all of mine. He went so far as to break his body for me. Todoroki said with a small smile. Bakugo glared hard at him. He got really angry, but wasn't too sure why. Has he always been like that? Todoroki asked. Bakugo thought back to their childhood. Even though he made their classmates like him. He always asked him to play, always wanted him to go places outside of school, study groups. And he was always there when he got hurt. He saved his life from the sludge monster. He truly cared about him. He kicked over the closest thing near him and growled as he glared at Todoroki. Why the F, do you want to know? He's my FING friend, not yours, you piece of shit. I don't care about your stupid FING backstory. Use your full power against me too so I can show that sympathetic little beach I can beat you too. Bakugo screamed. Todoroki stared at him in surprise as he left. Did I call him my friend back there? God damn it. That isn't what I wanted to FING look like to the guy I'm gonna fight. I'd die before admitting something like that. Deku is just my rival. Bakugo thought angrily to himself. Midoriya watched anxiously as Bakugo and Todoroki's match was about to start. He didn't know who he wanted to win more, he had gotten through to both of them recently. He knew this match would be very important to both of them, as it would determine who took first. To Todoroki and Bakugo, it was much more than that. It was a match of two people who had waited their whole lives to accomplish what they thought their goals were, but because they had let Midoriya in, everything had changed. It was a fight for a new dream. The match went on unevenly. Todoroki was too caught up in what Midoriya had said to him to focus. Bakugo got super sad at that. You won't use your full power again? Why the F, not? He growled out. This is different. Todoroki insisted as they kept fighting. Even when Todoroki had the perfect moment to blast him right in the face, and his father encouraged him to use it, he threw him instead. Do you think I'm not as FING good as him? You gave him a fair goddamn fight, I deserve the same. How am I supposed to make him see what I can do if you don't give your all? Bakugo screeched as he started running towards him. Todoroki grimaced, but couldn't move. He just kept thinking back to what Midoriya knew, what he did for him, how much he reminded him of his mother. It clouded his mind and his heart. He didn't know what to do anymore. He was frozen. Todoroki! Keep going, don't give up. Win! Midoriya yelled as loud as he could. Todoroki's eyes widened and he gasped. Bakugo glanced at where Midoriya was sitting and looked much angrier. "Why aren't you cheering for me, idiot?" he asked angrily and loudly. Todoroki activated his other quirk as Bakugo jumped up and came towards him. He smiled a bit and activated his quirk. However, Todoroki still couldn't stop thinking. If he won, his father would think he was right. But he wanted to win for Midoriya. In the end, he stopped just as Bakugo used his quirk on him. When the smoke went away, it was clear that Bakugo had won. Todoroki was out cold. Bakugo was not happy, at all. "What the f-? You tricked me. You stopped using your power," Bakugo shouted as he rushed towards him. "Kaken! Stop!" Midoriya screamed out. Bakugo ignored him, growling like a monster as he reached him and grabbed him by the collar. "First place means FING nothing if I can't show him I can win." Bakugo had started screaming again, but soon passed out from Midnight's quirk. He was announced the winner, and soon enough, Ida went up to Uraraka and Midoriya. "I don't need to leave early. My brother has been attacked by a villain," he said somewhat calmly. Midoriya and Uraraka gasped. Midoriya tensed and looked a bit guilty. He didn't think he would actually be right. He really hoped he wouldn't be right. Tensei was an amazing hero, he didn't deserve anything bad to happen to him. "Is he okay? How bad are his injuries?" Midoriya asked. "I don't know, I'm going to go see him now," Ida answered. "We won't keep you here, then. If you need me, just text, okay? You aren't alone, Ida," Midoriya insisted. "Right. Anytime you need us we'll be there," Uraraka added. "Thank you both, I'll get going now, goodbye," Ida said before leaving. At the award ceremony, Bakugo was held down and locked up like a villain. He was struggling and screaming but it was muffled. Bakugo looked down at the crowd and scanned it for Midoriya. He saw that he was staring right at him, looking ashamed. He froze and stopped struggling, but kept screaming. Why was he looking at him like that? Ida also is in third place, but he had to leave for family reasons. Midnight announced. "That's a shame, Ida worked so hard." Azui commented. "Yeah, it's awful." Midoriya added. He really hoped he'd be okay, Ida wouldn't do well otherwise, and Midoriya knew what someone would be capable of if they believed their world was crumbling down around them. Midnight introduced All Might, who arrived and started giving medals. When he got to Todoroki, he congratulated him and asked about him not using his quirk. "Even though Midoriya encouraged me, I was held back by my inner turmoil. I was sure, then I suddenly wasn't. I can see what makes you like Midoriya so much. I wanted to be a hero like you, and he made me believe I could again. I have some things I need to figure out, but I know for sure that I can count on him." Todoroki replied. "You can always count on me, and others too, Shoto. I'm glad to see you feel differently now," All Might said before hugging him. Todoroki smiled very gently. He wasn't too used to hugs, but this one felt nice. He wondered if Midoriya hugged the same way. When All Might got to Bakugo, Midoriya looked at them both in worry. All Might took off Bakugo's muzzle and he started screaming at All Might angrily. Midoriya shook his head in disapproval. He really thought Bakugo was getting better, but maybe it was just towards him. All Might had to put the medal in his goddamn mouth. That was incredibly embarrassing. Later that day, in class, Aizawa told everyone that heroes would probably be wanting to recruit them. Midoriya thought about it for a bit. Which hero would he want to work for? He assumed that All Might couldn't do it, and working with another hero could give him valuable experience. There was a possibility that no hero would want him, though. He would have to make a plan for that. He then glanced over at Ida's empty seat. He probably would have picked his brother. He really hoped he would be okay. The day classes started back up again, Midoriya was congratulated on the bus ride to school. He felt so incredibly happy to be recognized for what he did. He was all smiles. He kept that smile as he walked in the rain under his umbrella. "Midoriya! Hurry up! You should always be 10 minutes early," Ida shouted as he went past him. Midoriya chuckled and carefully tried to keep up with him. He lost his smile when he remembered what happened. When they got to their lockers, he decided to say something. "Ida, how are you doing?" he asked. "You don't need to worry, Midoriya, I'll be okay. Thank you for your concern," Ida responded, quickly leaving before Midoriya could say anything else. Midoriya frowned, knowing a lie when he heard it. Tensei would never walk again, there was no way Ida would be okay. Before class started, everyone was chatting about how they were getting famous because of the sports festival. Midoriya soon sat down at his desk, still thinking about Ida. "Midoriya. Good morning," Kirishima greeted. Midoriya glanced at him. "Good morning," he replied without a lot of emotion, then looked away. Kirishima frowned. "Hey, did I upset you or something? I think I saw you glare at me at the sports festival, and you left during my fight." He said a bit sadly. It's nothing, Kirishima. Midoriya said slightly cheerily. Kirishima just frowned more. If it's about going after you, it was nothing personal. If it was anyone else, it would have been the same. Kirishima insisted. Midoriya hid the frown that was coming on. I know, Kirishima. He replied, not saying anything else. Kirishima wanted to say more, but Aizawa soon walked in without his bandages. Midoriya looked over at Shinsou, who had a small smile on his face. I'm glad you're better, Aizawa. Azui commented. Aizawa soon told everyone that they'd be picking out hero names today and mentioned that heroes already showed interest in the class. He displayed the numbers and Todoroki and Bakugo had the most. Midoriya sighed softly. Bakugo looked awful in front of everyone, yet he was still so popular. At least he was second this time. Midoriya didn't get any. Shinsou commented out loud. Midoriya looked down at his desk and bit his lip. Looks like he would need that plan after all. It's okay, Deku. Not everyone did. Uraraka stated. Midoriya smiled at her sadly and looked away. He knew this was a possibility, but it kind of hurt too. He would have liked at least one person to see his potential. Aizawa explained they would all need to internship with a hero, and as Midnight came in, told them all that they would also need to pick out hero names. She'd be making sure the names were okay. They had boards passed around to write the names and Midoriya stared at his for a bit. There was only one name on his mind. A lot of his classmates went before him. He was very curious about Todoroki's though. It ended up being Shoto. It made sense, defining who he was and completely ignoring the last name he had gotten from his father. When Bakugo came up, he put Lord Explosion Murder. Midoriya had a look of discomfort and groaned quietly. You got a problem with my name, Deku? Bakugo growled out. You can't use a name like that. Try again. Midnight said. Bakugo growled more and sat down. Uraraka revealed her hero name and Midoriya smiled at her. Bakugo noticed and glared at him. You like hers more than mine? He whisper shouted. Hers is a real, thought-out name, Kaken. Midoriya retorted. Bakugo made a tch noise. Why was he being so cold again? Yeah? Think you could do better? He asked angrily. Midoriya thought for a moment. Ground Zero. He answered. Bakugo looked at him curiously. No matter what it is, you'll be on scene where people need you. Plus, it means being near a nuclear explosion, so it fits you well while also being heroic. Midoriya explained. Bakugo turned back around and looked at his board, then nonchalantly wrote it down. Ida went up next and used his first name. Midoriya knew then that he was definitely having a crisis with who he was. His brother must have wanted him to carry on the name, but he couldn't do it. Midoriya readied himself and went next. The class didn't react too well to it. Deku? They'll be calling you that forever, you know. Kirishima said. Midoriya just smiled confidently. The name may mean useless, but if I use it, I can tell everyone the story behind it. They'll know that I took a name that was used to bully me and made it my own. It'll show everyone that they too can stand up to whatever they're going through. To me, it means I can do it. So when I hear that name, it'll be encouragement. Midoriya explained, looking over at Uraraka. Uraraka blushed and smiled back. Midoriya soon sat down and Bakugo went up next. Ground Zero. He screeched. You can't have that. Wait, that's actually really good. Midnight said in shock. Whoa. Such a cool name. How'd you think of it? Kirishima asked. None of your business. Bakugo replied before sitting down. After that, they were all told that those who had heroes asking for them could pick from that list, and the others could pick from a list of 40 agencies who would take them. Midoriya immediately began reading it over, looking at who he knew. He was glad to know a majority of them, but then had to analyze which would be good for him. When lunchtime came around, he was mumbling to himself, deep in thought. Deku, are you listening? Uraraka asked. He looked up at her. Sorry, I was really into reading this. Midoriya apologized. I knew you would be. I already know mine. Uraraka stated. Of course she would. Who is it? Midoriya asked. Gunhead. Uraraka answered. I see. You want to get better at fighting. Midoriya stated. Ah, you know me so well, Deku. I figured that I need to be good at more than just what I'm comfortable with. Uraraka said. So smart. I believe in you, Uraraka. Midoriya replied. Thanks. But are you okay? You're shaking. Uraraka said in worry. Oh, this is an exercise. I'm trying to get stronger as fast as possible. Midoriya explained. His classmates started saying how cool it was that he was so determined to train. Midoriya just smiled politely. This was just the tip of what did he do to get stronger. After school, Uraraka was about to go home with Midoriya and Ida, only to see Ida wasn't there. Midoriya was getting worried about him, he wasn't handling this well at all. When he opened the door, All Might rushed over and asked to speak with him. He asked Uraraka if it was okay and she said yes, so they went off together. You have an offer from a hero, All Might stated. Midoriya's eyes lit up. Getting at least one meant the world to him. He didn't need heroes to tell him how good he was, but it felt nice to be wanted. Really? Who is it? He asked. He is called Gran Torino. He taught here for a year, as my homeroom teacher. All Might answered. Midoriya's eyes widened. He must have seen the similarities of his quirk and All Might's. He knows about the quirk, Midoriya. It's probably why he picked you. All Might continued. Midoriya's face fell. Just another person who thinks he's like All Might. He didn't see him as good. Or unique, just a new one for all user. Damn it, All Might, did you tell him about me dash? Midoriya stopped himself when he saw the look on All Might's face. He used to know my mentor, Midoriya. I want you to do your best, please. All Might said seriously. He could hear the fear in his voice. If the guy made All Might scared, he was definitely a worthy teacher. This would be fun. Ida hadn't waited for them that day, Midoriya knew then that he would probably be unreachable. A man whose family was based on pride and honor, and who loved and looked up to his brother would not let this go, even if he was smart. Ida would probably do something stupid. Midoriya had to try, at least to stop it. He didn't know much about Hero Killer Stain, but for Ida's sake, he did his damnedest to find as much information as possible. Luckily, the news talked about him a lot because of the incident. From the photo of him alone, he could already get small bits of information. Like a detective hunting down the same killer, Midoriya made guesses and studied the crime scene information. He could figure out numerous things from who and how he killed. Obviously, he hated heroes, but far more than any regular villain. He targeted them specifically, and he didn't leave them alive if he could. He really did learn everything he possibly could about him, but he also knew it wasn't nearly enough. To control someone strong enough to kill numerous amounts of pro-heroes, he had to know so much more. When it came time to start the internships, the class was given their hero suits and told not to wear them in public. After, some people began chatting, but Uraraka and Midoriya went after Ida. Ida. Uraraka said loudly. Ida turned around and looked at them both. If you're feeling too much despair, remember to talk to us. She continued. I will. Also, thank you for sending flowers, Midoriya, Ida said with a fake smile. Midoriya frowned sadly and angrily. He wasn't fooled by this. Ida started walking again and Midoriya rushed forward, hugging him from behind. He could feel Ida heavily tense. Deku, what are you doing? Uraraka asked in confusion. Ida, I know that your internship is near Hosu. Please think about what you're doing. This won't just affect you, but your family too. You've all been through so much. You said you'd be my brother, so listen to me when I say this. Don't act out without thinking, without talking to someone. Midoriya said quietly so only would hear. Ida didn't look at him or move. The flowers you sent were Tensei's favorite. He told the public that his favorite were carnations, but he only said that because they were cheap for people to buy. You sent him blue gladiolus. They're his real favorite because they represent strength and honor. How did you know? Ida asked. I did my research. I respect your family, Ida. Midoriya replied. No normal person would have known that. He never wanted anyone to know so they wouldn't feel bad. How did you know? Ida asked in a darker tone. Midoriya started to let go, but Ida grabbed his hand. I've talked to our classmates. Todoroki and you seemed really close during the festival, and he said you helped him because you knew so much about him. Things you shouldn't know. Shinsou seems to have something against you too, and you seem to defeat him easily despite his quirk. Midoriya, did you know my brother would be attacked? Ida asked quietly but angrily. Midoriya's face soured. He was just trying to be kind to his friend. Now he was being accused of something heinous. He ripped his arm away from him and spoke quietly but got her ally. I'd never be a coward like Stain, preying upon good, hard-working heroes. I thought you changed, Ida. Midoriya didn't wait for a reply and walked back to Uraraka, wearing a neutral face. Ida walked off and Uraraka looked at Midoriya in confusion. Did you two have a fight? She asked. Something like that. He answered. Midoriya took the train and walked to the address that had been provided for him. The building his mentor would be in was old and run down. He had his doubts, but knocked on the door. It opened up without much force and he looked around the inside. He saw an old man on the floor, surrounded by a pool of red liquid. He was reminded of what happened with Aizawa and screamed in fear. The old man suddenly sat up, proclaiming he was alive. Midoriya held his chest and tried to calm himself down. Kid, you okay? I'm fine, I just fell while making lunch. Torino insisted. Fine, I just have trouble breathing sometimes when I get scared. Midoriya explained. That was a very shitty way of explaining that he had some pretty bad trauma-induced anxiety. Torino took Midoriya's case that held his hero costume and had him sit down. Midoriya took deep breaths, and when he felt better he looked over and saw Torino had opened the case. If you feel better, put this on and shoot a one for all at me, he ordered. I can't control it very well yet, Midoriya stated as he went over to him. That's why I'm gonna teach you. All Might has never been a good teacher. He just let you go into that sports festival like that, didn't he? That's why you had to use your power like that, Torino inferred. Yes, exactly, Midoriya said enthusiastically. This guy really understood his troubles. He hasn't even noticed you have PTSD, Torino added. Midoriya stared at him. I have post-traumatic stress disorder? He asked. Well, I'm no doctor or therapist, but I know the signs after working with heroes for so long. I can't exactly diagnose you, but I can tell you that you need help, Torino prompted. Midoriya didn't even realize that it was a possibility. He had been too focused on just surviving and moving past it. He hadn't been triggered yet after the USJ incident. This was the first time. I guess you're right, he said as he picked up his suit's new manual. They had made some changes to it, which he welcomed if it made it look less like All Might's. He was a little angry they hadn't asked though. He got dressed and Torino told him to shoot a one for all. He trusted that the old man could take care of himself and pet his arm back and aimed a punch right at him. Torino started jumping all over the place, making it difficult for Midoriya to figure out where to hit. He started trying to quickly analyze where he would be while also trying to dodge his hits. He was able to dodge some, but not all of them. When he was about to land his first hit, Torino deflected it and pushed Midoriya's face into the ground. You didn't hesitate, that's a good sign. But you know you can't just rely on analysis, you have to be faster. Villains won't wait for you to think, Torino stated as he let go. Midoriya looked up at him and nodded in agreement. Even though All Might has his eye on you, I get the feeling that you aren't trying to be like him, Torino continued. That was music to Midoriya's ears. We'll work on your weaknesses more after I get us some snacks. Go ahead and clean up while I'm gone. You should also think about what your quirk really means, Torino stated as he left. Midoriya immediately got to work. This guy was the perfect mentor for him right now. All Might seemed to only be there for information lately, but Midoriya really needed some actual training. He thought about what else he said too, what his quirk really means. He has been using it mainly for combat, but All Might never just punched and kicked a villain, he had many ways of doing things. He pulled out his hero notebook and wrote down some special moves he remembered, as well as the different ways he used his quirk. It was his quirk too now, he could do whatever he did. He just had to be smart about it. When it was nighttime, Midoriya carefully snuck out of Torino's home and went into an alleyway. He tried once or twice to jump like him, but it failed and he realized Torino must have been talking about something more with his power. He usually only used it on his legs or arm, one at a time, but All Might's buff form was all over his body. He had been using his quirk too much like a weapon when it was more like a suit of armor, covering his whole body. In the morning, Torino chatted with him. I had to train Toshinori differently from you, he already had his body, so he needed to learn everything else. I had to fight him quite a lot, he mentioned. I can see why he was so scared of you, then, Midoriya said with a chuckle. Well, I had to give him tough love. I owed it to my friend to train him, she would be disappointed to know I didn't do everything I could, so I gave it my all, Torino stated. Would be? Wait, All Might has never really mentioned her that much. Is she dead? Midoriya asked in realization and horror. Torino looked at him in surprise just as the doorbell rang. Midoriya hesitated for a moment, then answered it and took in the box which contained a microwave. Neither of them said anything for a bit, then one of them spoke. Why didn't he tell me about her? Midoriya asked. It was like losing a parent for him. It must still be too painful to talk about, Torino answered. Midoriya sighed and set the microwave on the counter, then plugged it in. Gran Torino, I think I figured out what you wanted me to, Midoriya stated. Then show me, Torino replied. Midoriya focused and spread his quirk throughout his body. It was hard to keep it that way, but managed to do it. Torino smirked. Good, now, come at me. You have 3 minutes to land a hit on me, he ordered, setting the timer. When he started jumping around, Midoriya immediately ducked under the couch. When Torino came at him, he punched it to move him away and was able to keep his quirk going. He came at him in the air and almost hit him, but barely missed as he dodged. Midoriya quickly tried to think of something, but Torino kicked him, sending him into the wall. He braced himself and launched himself back at him using the wall, but couldn't control where and how fast he was going and went flying across the room. Torino kept hitting at him, then the 3 minutes were up. Midoriya sighed again, unhappy with the results. He started heavily mumbling to himself about his performance while Torino stared at him, wiping the blood from his cheek. This kid is way too smart. Even though he lacks the strength to house one for all, his mind is constantly running and analyzing me. He didn't hesitate at all, he went straight to trick me into attacking. He would be incredibly dangerous as a villain. He thought seriously. Let's have breakfast before we keep training, Torino stated. Midoriya happily agreed. After tons more training, Torino decided to let Midoriya do some hero work. Midoriya suited up and they left together. They took a taxi, then got on a train. The train would be going near Hosu, just thinking about it made his blood boil. Ida hadn't changed at all, he thinks he knows everything. He was taken out of his thoughts by someone mentioning a building exploding, then an announcement telling them to hold on. He and Torino were launched forward a bit as something crashed into the train. It turned out to be a hero being chased by a Nomu. Midoriya froze at seeing the thing similar to the terrifying monster who had attacked his teacher. He desperately tried not to freak out. "And Nomu!" he shouted. "Stay back, kid!" Torino shouted. Midoriya stared in disbelief as Torino jumped and kicked it, then jumped around more before kicking it right out of the hole while still on it. Midoriya rushed over, shouting his name before he saw the fire in the city. When the train stopped, he quickly left, ignoring those who told him to stop. He used his quirk to jump and reach a building, then managed to get on the street to begin looking for Torino. As he ran, he could hear the name he had began to hate being called out in a panic. Tenya. Despite his better judgment, he ran towards the noise and was met only with carnage. Midoriya saw heroes fighting a losing battle. Nomus were running around everywhere and the heroes couldn't fight them well. An explosion had caused a fire there too. "Damn it, Ida, where did you go?" the voice from earlier said. Midoriya saw him and realized it was normal hero, the man Ida had accepted the internship with. He must have gone after Stain already. Did he find him, or was he looking for him? Midoriya knew that Ida deserved no help after how he treated him. But being saved by the one he accused might be the best slap in the face Midoriya could give. The Nomu absorb punches. They're strong enough to go against All Might. Use something other than strength, Midoriya called out before running off. He ran down the street, searching through the alleyways. He sent his location out on his phone just before seeing the shine of metal of a sword that was about to go through Ida. He jumped from the sides of the alley and punched Stain hard, sending him flying. Ida's eyes were incredibly wide at realizing who had just saved him. "Midoriya! Ida, you idiot! You almost got yourself and this hero killed," Midoriya chastised. Ida was surprised at Midoriya's anger, though he knew he shouldn't be. He had messed everything up. He had accused Midoriya of something awful, and now he had saved his life. "How?" was all he managed to say. Most of the time, he attacks people in almost empty places. Plus, your brother was attacked in an alley too. I know you'd go there right away. I studied him just to help you. I knew this would happen, Midoriya said seriously. That's when it hit him. Midoriya hadn't had a thing to do with it, he just analyzed people so much that he knew more than someone normally would. He didn't use it for personal gain, it was out of kindness. He'd been trying to save him this whole time. "Can you move?" Midoriya asked. "And no, not at all. He cut me, I think that's his quirk," Ida answered. "No, cutting alone wasn't it. Ida was bleeding, if cutting alone would do it, he wouldn't need such a large pool of blood." He then noticed a hero in a similar situation to Ida. "And Midoriya, this isn't your fight, just Ida started. Like hell I would. It's not just your life on the line. Stop being selfish. You made this happen, now you have to deal with someone trying to help you," Midoriya shouted angrily. Ida gasped quietly. Midoriya wasn't acting like himself. "How nice, trying to save your friend. I still have to kill him. If we fight, only the strongest will live. You okay with that?" Stain asked sinisterly. "It doesn't matter if I'm not stronger than you. A hero dies only when their job is done," Midoriya shouted before rushing at Stain. He managed to go under and over him as he pulled out a knife. He hit him on top of the head and landed near him. He tensed when he saw Stain take the knife and lick it, making Midoriya immobile. "Since you're not like the rest, I'll let you live," Stain said as he walked towards Ida. Midoriya screamed at him to stop as he got closer. He could see him slow down very slightly, but it wasn't enough to stop him completely. Then, there was suddenly fire. Midoriya's heart beat quickly as he saw Todoroki standing there, using his flames. He smiled widely at knowing he had been the one who came to their rescue. "Midoriya, if you have the time to send your location, at least give more detail," I would have been here sooner. Todoroki stated. It was all I could manage, thanks, Todoroki. Midoriya called out with a wider smile. You should be glad I realized that a location was a cry for help. The pros will be here soon. Todoroki said, smiling a bit as well as he covered the ground in ice and lifted the 3 immobile people up. He shot more fire at Stain and those who were immobile were slid down the ice towards him. You won't be killing them, hero killer. Todoroki insisted. They began fighting. Todoroki tried to be very careful with the swords, managing to use his ice and flames to keep Stain away. Why you two? Stop, please, I have to do this for my brother. In the name I inherited, Igenium. Ida insisted. You can inherit a name in name only, trying to be someone you aren't never works. I don't remember Igenium being a hero that refused help. Todoroki retorted. Midoriya desperately tried to move, and soon was able to twitch his fingers. The paralysis was starting to go away. Todoroki was soon hit in the arm with throwing stars and Stain jumped up to stab the hero with them. Midoriya jumped up and pulled him far away. Midoriya thought about it, and since the hero still couldn't move, it must have to do with something about his blood. He soon landed and moved out of the way of Todoroki's ice. Native, what's your blood type? Midoriya asked. Type B. He replied. Ida has type AB, and I have O, that means my type makes the quirk less effective. Stain chuckled and told him he was right. Todoroki and Midoriya quickly made a plan. Midoriya would cover him and he would protect the others while supporting Midoriya. While Midoriya fought and Todoroki tried his best to protect him with his ice and flames, he couldn't help but think. Midoriya taught him something so important but so simple without wanting anything in return. All he needed was his words, and now he could see everything so clearly. That's why he had to do this. Helping Midoriya was truly extraordinary. Midoriya soon got cut on the leg and Stain liked the blood, paralyzing him. He shouted in pain and Todoroki shouted Midoriya's name. He continued to fight him the best he could, but Stain was getting faster. Please, I beg you, stop. Just run. I don't deserve help. Ida begged. Then don't be so weak. Those who are weak get help because they need it. If you don't deserve help, fight. Even the weak do what they can to help. Todoroki shouted. Ida bit his lip. They might never look at him in the same way ever again. He had been an idiot and was only making things worse. If he couldn't help them, he'd be even more of a disgrace. Stain managed to break through the ice and the sword was about to slice through Todoroki when Ida blocked it with his leg armor and kicked Stain down to the ground. You fake heroes think you can defeat evil when you're the real evil in this world? Stain yelled. I may not be any good, but I can still fight to make up for my mistakes. Ida shouted back. Stain came at them with more force and Todoroki shot more ice and flames to defend himself and the others. 2 knives came at Todoroki. Ida blocked both with his arms, making him fall to the ground. Todoroki shouted his name. Todoroki. Put ice on my legs but don't block the exhaust. Do it now. Ida insisted. Todoroki did as told. Midoriya felt feeling come back into his body as Todoroki defended Ida. Ida gripped the knife in his arm with his teeth and ripped it out, then stood up. He and Midoriya used their quirks and jumped up at the same time, hitting Stain in unison. After that, they started to fall. Todoroki made an ice slide to let them down gently, but Stain hit a block of ice and looked passed out. Ida and Midoriya stood up and stared at him. We should take all of his weapons and retrain him. Midoriya prompted. Todoroki agreed and they took his weapons and tied him up. After, Midoriya started stumbling a bit and Native picked him up on his back. Oh, it's okay, I'm fine. Midoriya insisted. Come on, your leg looks like it's in bad shape. Let me do this for you at least. Native insisted. Midoriya didn't resist and leaned on him. His leg hurt so badly and that fight was absolutely terrifying, not to mention exhausting. They all left the alley and when Midoriya looked up, he saw Torino across the street. Torino? He questioned. Torino rushed over. I told you to stay on the train. I thought you didn't want to be like Toshinori. Geez, I'm glad you're okay, though. He stated. Midoriya smiled tiredly at him and apologized. More heroes came over and were shocked that children had both fought and actually captured Stain. They called for ambulances and the police. Midoriya managed to stand and Ida came towards him and Todoroki. I can't even begin to say how incredibly sorry I am. I was reckless, rude, and just so stupid. I got you both hurt, and hurt you, Midoriya. I am so sorry. Ida apologized. Midoriya just smiled gently at him, seeing him cry. You'll have to do better than that. He said curtly. Todoroki's eyes widened at hearing something so angry coming from Midoriya. Ida teared up more. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, but please, let me try to make it up to you. Ida begged. You can try. Midoriya said, wiping Ida's eyes. Todoroki stared at him more. He must have been really angry at him. Ida managed to calm down. Things seemed peaceful for a moment, then something came flying at them. Get down! Torino shouted. Midoriya couldn't react quickly enough and was grabbed by the flying Nomu. He was frozen in absolute fear, shaking like a leaf. Something just like the thing that killed his teacher had gotten him. Something just like the thing that had almost hurt him, almost got the better of All Might got him. His heart beat so fast it was all he could hear. Then, Stain paralyzed it by liking its blood off a hero's cheek. He then jumped up and stabbed it in the brain, grabbing Midoriya so he didn't fall. They all went to the ground where Stain finished it off. Midoriya struggled pitifully in Stain's grip, trying desperately not to tear up. He could hear the heroes trying to figure out what to do, and Torino telling Endeavor to hold back. Stain let go of him and he crawled away a bit before Stain froze everyone with his bloodthirsty aura. He started walking towards them, saying how he'd take back the word hero and make it just again, that the only one to kill him would be All Might. Fortunately, he passed out before getting further. Midoriya saw Todoroki fall over, as did some of the heroes. Midoriya was in shock. His heart was still beating way too fast. He couldn't move at all for a while, then, finally, he started screaming. That seemed to break the sort of trance everyone was in. Midoriya soon curled into a ball and started shaking and crying as well. Midoriya, are you okay? Todoroki asked, rushing over. Don't touch him! Torino shouted. Todoroki stopped and looked at Midoriya. Was this something similar to what his mom went through? Torino carefully walked over. Kid, you're okay. The Nomu is gone, you're safe. Torino said gently. Midoriya panted heavily and looked up at him and Todoroki. Torino took off his cape and took off Midoriya's glove, then made Midoriya feel the material. Midoriya's breath slowly became more even and he wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Thank you, Gran Torino. Midoriya stuttered out. Todoroki really wished he could do something to help him. No problem, kid. Do you think you're okay with someone touching you? Torino asked. Why Todoroki? Midoriya said, opening his arms shakily. Todoroki kneeled down and pulled him into a hug. He had assumed before that it would be sort of like hugging All Might, but somehow, it was even better. Todoroki, Ida and Midoriya all sat in their hospital beds. Their wounds had been treated, so now all that was left was rest. However, they soon got some visitors. First, Torino and Manuel came in, only to be followed by the chief of police. Midoriya tensed, knowing they could be in a lot of trouble. He shot a very quick angry glance at Ida who couldn't look him in the eye. The chief gave them a long lecture about the importance of rules, then finally told them that them and their mentors would be seriously punished. Torino didn't do anything to deserve to be punished. He told me to stay behind, I didn't listen. Midoriya pleaded. Todoroki looked at Midoriya and quickly joined it. Native is alive because of Ida, and they're both alive because of Midoriya. No hero with a license knew what was going on, but Midoriya figured it out. Should we just let people die because we don't have some card that lets us? Todoroki asked angrily. Todoroki, Midoriya said quietly. It seems both your hero school and father haven't taught you very well. What rules would you bend next to do what you think is necessary? The chief asked. Midoriya could see Todoroki get angrier at the mention of his father. You must, Todoroki growled out. Ida tried to stop him, and Midoriya quickly tried to get out of bed to pull him back. Todoroki, stop, he said before almost falling because of his leg injury. Todoroki quickly moved over and caught him, then put him back in bed. He has more to say, young man. Torino stated. The chief gave them the option of letting Endeavor take the credit, or getting credit and being punished. They chose the former, but Todoroki and Midoriya weren't too happy about it. They then apologized to their mentors, and the chief thanked them all for their work. Lead with that next time. Todoroki mumbled in embarrassment. Midoriya smiled and gently pat the part of his arm that wasn't injured. Thank you, Todoroki. After their visitors left, Midoriya left as well, with the use of crutches, and went out into the cell phone area. He saw that he had a message from Kirishima who was worried about him and quickly sent a text saying he was okay. Then, he saw a recent message from Uraraka asking him to call and quickly dialed her number. Deku, are you alright? Your message really worried me, Uraraka said. I'm okay. So are Ida and Todoroki. Midoriya assured her. I'm so glad, Midoriya. Did this happen because you went to help him? Uraraka asked. Yet even after a fight I knew I couldn't leave him alone. Midoriya said. I wish I could have helped you all. But I'm getting stronger, okay? Next time, I'll be able to protect you. Uraraka insisted. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise and he smiled. I know you will, thank you, Uraraka. he said gently. I have to go now, but we can talk again later when you feel better. Goodbye, Deku, Uraraka said before hanging up. Midoriya smiled more and headed back to the room. I just got off the phone with Uraraka, he was stopped by Todoroki. Midoriya, Ida just got done being examined, he stated. Midoriya looked over at Ida. My hand might have damage. That isn't going to heal by itself, Ida explained. Midoriya just sort of stared at him, which made Todoroki a little uncomfortable. I might have trouble moving my fingers and hand. And I could need a nerve transplant, Midoriya. When my brother was injured, I just thought that it couldn't be as simple as I thought. It couldn't just be some serial killer who ruined the life of someone I held so dear. So I blamed you. I was not heroic when I did that, nor was I when I thought only about hurting Stain and not helping others. Because of that, I won't get my hand fixed until I become a hero. I hope this can show you how sorry I am, Ida continued. I don't accept it, Midoriya said curtly. Ida and Todoroki both looked up at him in shock. It will only hinder you, Ida. It won't help anyone to have you like that. You say you're doing this for me, and for yourself, but the only way to get forgiveness is to get stronger. Don't weaken yourself. Be someone who won't make the same mistakes, Midoriya continued. Ida's jaw dropped at the lack of any comfort in his voice. He realized he was right, though he had to be better. He didn't deserve kindness from Midoriya, but he was still getting it, in a way. However, Todoroki thought of it much differently. Midoriya was crazy determined to get through to people, but this was so different from what he did for him. It was like he hated Ida's guts and this was the only way to shut him up. Then, Midoriya smiled like nothing was wrong. Sorry for being so harsh, but I don't think anything else would get through to you, he said cheerily. Ida sighed in relief. No, I deserved it. Please don't let my behavior force you to act differently, he insisted. No, Todoroki thought, that wasn't the act. The overly sweet voice and eyes he's using is. Midoriya wasn't just crazy and angry, but he also wasn't just sweet and cheerful. What he had been while fighting him was his true self. He hoped it wouldn't change. Later, Ida went home with his mother, and the next day, Todoroki was free to go home as well. Sorry to leave you alone like this, Midoriya, Todoroki said as he got ready. It's all right, I'm sure you'd love to rub it in his face that it was the kid he hates who actually helped in taking down Stain, Midoriya stated, referring to himself. Why does he hate you, by the way? He wanted me to stay away from you, Todoroki asked. I may have said some things to him that weren't very pleasant, Midoriya admitted. Midoriya, I'm already your friend, you don't need to keep impressing me, Todoroki replied. Midoriya chuckled then froze. We're friends? He asked. Midoriya, we just saved each other's lives. You broke your body just to make me feel better. You're smart enough to know that we are, Todoroki answered. Yeah, I know. It's just good to make sure, Midoriya said quietly. I see you need reassurance. From now on, you can call me Shoto, Todoroki said. Midoriya looked up at him in surprise. He wasn't really close enough to that many people to call someone by their first name. Even Uraraka was still Uraraka. You can call me Deku if you'd like, then, Midoriya prompted. Can I call you Izuku instead? Todoroki asked. That question surprised Midoriya much more. He hadn't been called Izuku by anyone but his mom for years. Why yeah, that'd be fine, Midoriya answered. He suddenly felt his eyes start to burn. Alright then, Izuku, I'll see you soon, Todoroki said before leaving. Midoriya desperately held back tears. Why did he feel such an overwhelming urge to cry? He was better than this. Good enough to have friends that would risk their lives for him. After being released from the hospital, Midoriya said goodbye to Torino and thanked him for everything. Torino told him to ask more out of All Might or he'd personally force him to talk to him. He also wished him luck on his hero work. Midoriya left after that, and because the internships were over, school started up again. People chatted about their internships, and eventually the attention turned towards the three involved with the Hosu incident. I'm so glad you're all okay, Kirishima said. I was so worried, Momo said gently. Endeavor defeated Stain, right? I guess that's what being the number 2 hero is all about, Hagakure said. Midoriya noticed Todoroki's grimace. He knew he was going to force himself to say something, so Midoriya spoke instead. That's right. He was really intense up close, Midoriya chirped. Todoroki let out a sigh of relief and thanked Midoriya in his head. They say Stain was connected to the League of Villains, Ojiro stated. I saw a video about him, he's so determined, I bet a lot of people think he's cool, Denki said. Denki, he murdered several people, and those people almost included all of us, Midoriya said with anger in his tone. Sorry, I just meant that he had a lot of resolve for a villain. Denki apologized. I can see why people would think he's cool. But those people don't realize how terrible having resolve like his can be. My own resolve led to poor decisions I now have to answer for. I wouldn't want that for anyone. Ida prompted. Midoriya nodded in agreement and Ida soon had everyone sit for class. Later, everyone assembled together in their hero outfits and listened to All Might explain a rescue race exercise they were doing. Midoriya ended up being grouped with Mina, Ojiro, Ida, Shiro and Mina. As soon as All Might said start, Midoriya immediately took off. He was a blur of speed. He jumped from pipe to pipe, keeping his mind focused on his quirk and environment. The work with Torino helped him a lot, and so did being in the hospital. He realized that what worked for his classmates could absolutely work for him. It was fortunate that his childhood friends' moves went well with his quirk, so he knew them better than anything else. He was also reminded of how hard he had to focus on his surroundings. He constantly had to dodge Bakugo's hits when they were young. That saved him from slipping off a pipe. He caught himself just in time, but he ended up coming in second. All Might dismissed the group, but stopped Midoriya before he left. I'm very proud of you, Midoriya. All Might said. Midoriya looked up at him and stared a bit. He didn't exactly hate him anymore, but he was hiding things from him. Meet me after class. I don't need to tell you about our quirk. And me. All Might continued. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise, but he agreed. After the others' group went, everyone changed out of their hero costumes in the locker room. Midoriya. There's a hole in the wall behind this poster. Shinsou stated. Is there? Shiro, could you give me some tape? Midoriya asked. Sure thing. Shiro said, handing him some. Midoriya carefully taped it over and Shinsou put the poster back over it. Girls, be careful. There's a hole in the wall. Midoriya shouted. We heard, thank you, Midoriya. Jiru shouted back. After classes, Midoriya went to see All Might as planned. He knocked on the door before walking in and seeing All Might sitting on the couch, looking very serious. He could feel so much tension. It was so different than normal. All Might told him to sit down and he did so quickly. Midoriya, Torino told me about your problem. All Might said. You mean how I reacted to the Nomu? Midoriya asked. Yes, but not just that. I asked around and heard from Ida that you had a panic attack when the media triggered an alarm. All Might prompted. Yet get to the point, All Might. Midoriya insisted. I have a therapist that works with heroes. And no. I won't see a therapist. Midoriya shouted. Midoriya, a hero needs both good physical and mental health. All Might insisted. I can't go. I know I accepted that I needed help, but going to one risks them finding out how messed up I really am. Midoriya yelled. You don't have to talk about that. Just talk about what happened to you. This therapist understands what it's like for people to be constantly attacked and feel like they're in danger. Midoriya, please. I beg you to see her at least once. All Might pleaded. Midoriya looked at him angrily. Don't you get it? My family can't afford it anyway. He growled out. All Might looked at him in shock. Is that why? He trailed off. Just forget about it. Tell me what you had me come here for. Midoriya prompted. I'll pay for it, Midoriya. All Might insisted. What? Why? Midoriya asked. It's my job to take care of you, you're my successor and that means that if you need help, I do everything I can to help you. All Might replied. Just give me the business card, I'll decide later. Midoriya mumbled. All Might smiled a bit and handed it over. Okay, now tell me why I'm really here. Midoriya stated. All Might sighed and explained the rules of the quirk, as well as where it came from. I thought I had defeated All for One, but instead he became the leader of the League of Villains. Midoriya, one day you will have to do what I couldn't. All Might explained. You can trust that I will. I hope you'll remember this conversation when you see me surpass you. Midoriya said. All Might got a terrifyingly sad look in his eyes and looked away. All Might. Why do you look like that? What do you know that you aren't telling me? Midoriya asked angrily. Midoriya. I might not be around when that happens. All Might answered. You think I'll take that long? Don't underestimate me. Midoriya shouted. My friend has a quirk that can read people's figures. He said, that one day, I'll fight a villain too powerful for me. And die. He's never been wrong before. It'll probably happen before you can do what I've asked of you. All Might said, deadly serious. Midoriya's entire body froze. All Might could sense the change in him right away. It was just like when he first met him. And no. You can't just, how could you not tell me this before? How could you let me feel like I could count on you when at any moment, you could be gone forever just like my real dad? Midoriya screamed, tearing up. All Might and Midoriya gasped at the same time. Midoriya, please, you don't understand. All Might insisted, getting closer to him. Midoriya teared up a lot more and ran out of the room. All Might went to go after him, but decided against it. He would only hurt him more. Midoriya just ran all the way home. He didn't give his mother any explanation as he rushed into his room and locked the door behind him. He sobbed into his pillow and pulled on his hair. How could he be so stupid? He could never have it all. He had friends, a quirk, he was in the school of his dreams and doing so well, but a father? Life just couldn't be that kind to him. Life had almost never gave him what he wanted before. He slowly stopped crying when he realized he had survived the many situations life had put him in. He refused to die, to let others die. Life couldn't always take from him. He decided then that All Might's future would be changed. Even if that was the last thing he ever did. The next time Midoriya had school, Aizawa announced that finals were coming up in a week. After he left, Denki and Mina started freaking out about it. You two should have been studying harder than anyone if you did so poorly on the midterms. Shinsou stated. Have some pity, Shinsou. We've been pushed into stuff back to back. It's hard to focus. Denki whined. Midoriya walked up to the two of them. If you guys are worried, you can always study with me. I also have a ton of notes, homework, and a study schedule we can look over. He prompted. Whoa, really? You'd help us like that, Midoriya? Denki asked. Of course. Classmates are supposed to help each other. Midoriya chirped. I can also be of help if you two would like. Momo added. Whoa. That'd be a lot of help. Mina said. More students decided on getting her help too, creating a study group. Midoriya sighed quietly. Of course they'd want her to instead of him, she got first place. Todoroki put a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Let's study together. He stated. Midoriya smiled. Sure. Was all he said. Bakugo growled quietly in his seat. DMN nerd could study with him too. Bakugo, think you could help me out? Kirishima asked. You're DMN right. I'll beat the information into you. Bakugo screeched. During lunchtime, Ida, Midoriya, Azui, Uraraka and Todoroki sat together and discussed the upcoming exams. However, Midoriya's head was suddenly hit quite obviously on purpose. He turned around and glared at whoever it was. Sorry, my elbow couldn't avoid your huge head. Monoma said with a smirk. Midoriya's friends at the table all stood up. You did that on purpose. Uraraka insisted. Don't be a bully, Karo. Azui said. Apologize properly. Ida ordered. Do you have a problem with him? Todoroki asked angrily. It's just like 1A to gang up on someone. Have you no shame? 3 of you were involved at the Hosu incident, that and the USJ incident, you're all stealing the spotlight. You just keep attracting trouble. Monoma said, smirking more. Midoriya stood up this time. Do you think we want this to happen? I was almost killed multiple times. I was afraid for my life. I was afraid for my friends' lives. How dare you talk to us like that? You have no idea what it's like to be targeted by people who have no guilt about killing children. Midoriya said, fake tearing up. The cafeteria had noticed this commotion and all eyes were now on Monoma for making Midoriya cry. Monoma glanced around and squirmed slightly, face getting red in embarrassment. Midoriya's friends were glaring hard at him as well. Kendo quickly came over and knocked him out, apologizing profusely. Midoriya wiped his eyes and told her it was okay. Let me make it up to you. Kendo pleaded. She told them how an upperclassman told them that in last year's exam they fought robots. Later on, Midoriya told the others this, which made Denki and Mina sigh in relief. Guys, we may not get the same test. Please keep up with studying. Midoriya prompted. Before either of them could reply, Bakugo walked in. Deku, what the hell were you thinking? He asked roughly. What are you talking about? Midoriya asked in confusion. I think it's about how you used his moves. Uraraka answered. You bet but it is. I was robbed of a proper God DMN fight at the sports festival, but you'll see how easily I can do better than you in the final exams. Bakugo shouted. Midoriya made an annoyed face, breaking character for a moment. I'll show you that I'm worthy. Bakugo shouted louder. Stop screaming at Midoriya. Todoroki ordered. Bakugo glared hard at him. Did that Hosu incident make them close or something? Shut the F up. I'll show you too, half and half. Just watch. He screeched before leaving. Midoriya sighed and made a neutral but sad face. Man, Bakugo hasn't blown up like that in a while. Kirishima stated. Midoriya was beginning to doubt Bakugo could make any progress. In fact, he seemed to be regressing. It really made him rethink their dynamic. Since they didn't have much time, Todoroki came over to Midoriya's house as soon as he could get away from his father. That meant the weekend, but he knew Midoriya would study before that, and he had as well. He walked up to Midoriya's apartment and rang the doorbell. A motherly-looking woman opened the door. She seemed to also look a lot like Midoriya. "Oh. Hello, you must be Todoroki, you're early," Inko stated. Todoroki checked his watch. He was about 45 minutes early. He got a head start in case his old man caused trouble. "Sorry. Is Izuku not in?" he asked. "He went to the store, but it's close by so he should be home soon. Come on in. I'm Midoriya's mother, by the way," Inko chirped. Todoroki walked in and glanced around the house. It was cozy, good size if it was just Midoriya and this woman. But didn't he have a father? "Go ahead and take a seat. Would you like something to drink while you wait?" Inko asked. Todoroki sat on the couch. "No, thank you. I'm fine," he replied. Inko sat down near him. "I'm so glad Izuku is studying with you. I think you're the only person he's had over other than Bakugo, and it's been years since that happened," she informed. Todoroki's eyes widened. "I.M? Did he not have a lot of close friends?" he asked. "Oh, he did. Just never wanted them over, I suppose," Inko replied. Todoroki frowned and glanced around a bit again. He saw a photo with only Midoriya and his mother. There didn't seem to be a photo of anyone else. "I don't really worry about him," Inko said, bringing Todoroki's gaze back to her. "He used to love talking to me. If he wasn't clinging to Katsuki, he was clinging to me. He drew me so many pictures, told me he loved me. But as he got older, he stopped telling me anything. I didn't know much about his friends, only that he went out with them. He came home crying not too long ago and refused to tell me what it was about," Inko explained sadly. "I'm not sorry that's happening, Mrs. Midoriya," was all Todoroki could say. "I've been trying my best, being a single parent. But I just wasn't strong enough to be what he needed," Inko continued. If it's not too painful to answer, what happened to Midoriya's dad?" Todoroki asked. "He left when the doctor told us Izuku was quirkless. Of course Izuku ended up just being a late bloomer, but it really hurt the both of us," Inko answered. Todoroki looked at her in surprise. The doctor told her he'd be quirkless? It was extremely rare to get one if they saw the joint. Is that why his quirk destroyed his body? Because he wasn't used to it? That's awful," Todoroki commented. "Sorry, I didn't want to unload all of our family troubles on you. I just wanted to thank you," Inko prompted. "For what?" Todoroki asked. "You were really rough with my son at the sports festival, and while I still think you went too far with that, Izuku looked so happy being able to fight you. The police also told me what actually happened with the Hosu incident. Thank you for being there for my baby," Inko answered, smiling sadly. "Of course, Mrs. Midoriya. I'll make sure to keep taking care of him," Todoroki insisted. Midoriya walked in right as he finished saying that. He had an annoyed grimace on his face until he saw Todoroki, then his face lit up and it seemed to be genuine. "Oh, you're early," Midoriya said before putting the groceries in the kitchen. "Yeah, sorry, I wanted to leave before my father could stop me," Todoroki said as he stood up. "It's all right. Let's go to my room, I have all my notes out already," Midoriya said as he went to his room. Todoroki glanced once more at Inko then followed him in. Midoriya closed the door behind him and Todoroki looked around the room. There were tons and tons of hero merchandise. Todoroki was surprised to see it wasn't all of All Might. "You seem to have merchandise for every hero," Todoroki commented. "I collect them, it's a hobby of mine," Midoriya replied. They sat down together on Midoriya's bed and Midoriya handed him a copy of his notes and homework, as well as some study guides. "You always seem prepared, Izuku," Todoroki stated. Midoriya smiled softly at hearing his first name. "Life is pretty chaotic, so I try to plan for the future however I can," he answered. Todoroki frowned at that. Things had really been rough ever since the League of Villains attacked. "But, let's get to studying," Midoriya chirped. Todoroki nodded and they studied for hours until they both decided they needed a break. "Izuku, can I ask you something?" Todoroki asked. "Sure, what is it?" Midoriya responded. "Are you okay?" Todoroki asked gently. "Yeah, this study session is really fun," Midoriya answered happily. "No, I mean, in general. I heard you came home crying," Todoroki insisted. Midoriya stared right into his eyes with a face that showed no emotion. "I don't know who you heard that from, but I'm fine, Shoto," he insisted. "Izuku, I consider you my good friend, please talk to me," Todoroki pushed. "Look, it's complicated, alright? I appreciate your concern, but that's bullcrap and you know it, Izuku," Todoroki interrupted. Shoto, come on, don't ruin this. Midoriya said angrily. I'm not ruining the study session by trying to help you. Todoroki insisted. That's not what I meant. Midoriya said angrily. Is this why you never invited anyone over? So they wouldn't know anything about you? Why are you trying to keep me out? Todoroki asked. Midoriya's hand gripped his sheet angrily. He really didn't want to have to use his quirk on him. Todoroki was just concerned. He deserved to know. Because no one's ever wanted to know anything, and if you find out something you don't like it'll ruin everything. Midoriya said sadly, but it came out darker than he thought. Izuku, I don't understand but I'm sorry for pushing you like this. I should have been gentler with you. My father never cared about my feelings. I just wanted to make sure you had someone you knew cared about yours. Todoroki apologized. Thank you for understanding, Shoto. Midoriya said with a smile. However, he saw Todoroki glance behind him and frown. Midoriya turned around and saw the business card All Might had given him. Are you going to go to that? I won't talk about it if you don't want to. Todoroki stated. It's fine, and Gran Torino gave me that card. He said I have PTSD from all the stuff that has been happening. He offered to pay, but... Midoriya trailed off. He was lying, but he couldn't just say All Might actually did it. I'll pay for it instead. Todoroki prompted. No, it's okay. I really don't want to go. Midoriya admitted. Well, I can't force you but please, at least promise that if you're having another panic attack or episode, or just anxiety of any kind that you'll come find me. You don't need to tell me anything, but I'll help you as much as I can. Todoroki insisted. Midoriya smiled again and teared up slightly. You're a really good friend, Shoto. He said gently. Todoroki felt his flames come out a bit and Midoriya's eyes widened. Todoroki quickly put himself out. Sorry about that, sometimes it happens randomly. He apologized. It's okay. Midoriya chuckled. Todoroki smiled softly, and then there was a knock at the door. Are you too hungry yet? Inko asked. Todoroki's stomach growled softly. He hadn't had breakfast. Yeah. Is the soba done? Midoriya asked. Todoroki looked at Midoriya in surprise. Yes, honey. Just about. Come out when you're ready. Inko said before leaving. You knew I liked soba? Todoroki asked. When you were eating it during lunch I saw your eyes light up way more than usual. Midoriya explained. Todoroki was both impressed and shocked. Midoriya really picked up on everything. The time before the exams came and went. Midoriya and his classmates all took the written exam. Thanks to Todoroki studying with him, Midoriya thinks he did better than he would have. Especially now that his head was a bit clearer. Now it was time for the other part of the test. Everyone was together, wearing their hero outfits and listening to what they would do. Apparently, they were changing things up this year. You and a partner will go against a teacher. Nizu announced. Your partners and opponent have been carefully chosen already. I've incorporated many aspects into my decision, so I don't want to hear any complaining. Aizawa stated. Midoriya was buzzing with excitement. Fighting a teacher would conjure up some excellent data. He was convinced he could work well with anyone except Bakugo. Things were a little difficult between them right now. If he was lucky, Aizawa wouldn't be trying to screw him over again. He quickly reminded himself that life really liked to mess up his plans though, so most likely, things wouldn't end up well for him. Aizawa announced the pair-ups. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki will go against me, and Midoriya and Bakugo will go against Dash. All Might jumped down right in front of them. Me! He yelled proudly. Midoriya nearly screamed. This was absolute bullshit. He knew it could be bad, but this was just despicable. He quickly threw a glare at Aizawa, hoping it was quick enough not to be noticed by anyone else. Become a good team and defeat me, All Might added. Midoriya was nearly vibrating in anger. Aizawa absolutely did not choose his partner and opponent based on anything except their not-so-fun friendship. If he had paired him up with someone who he could get along with, it would be almost anyone else. Kirishima would have been way better for Bakugo. They seemed to actually get along. As he listened to the rest of the rules, Aizawa called the names of the 3 students who fought Stain. You know better than anyone when it's better to run away. Ah, F you. They further went on to explain how they'd be weaker because of the weighted items they'd wear. Not going full strength? What are we, babies? Bakugo questioned loudly. All Might could just flick your forehead and you'd die instantly. Midoriya said quietly, darkly, and seriously. Bakugo's eyes widened and he glanced over at him in surprise. Be cautious, young Bakugo. I am the #1 hero after all. All Might warned. They were then allowed to either talk strategy or watch the others fight. Kaken, I'm going to go watch the others. Midoriya stated, moving away from him. Hold on you DMN nerd. Bakugo shouted, grabbing him by the arm. Midoriya quickly ripped his arm away and turned back towards Bakugo. Bakugo took a step back when he saw his face. I'm not playing around this time, Kakken. I want to defeat All Might, and I want to do well in this exam. So, if you try to decide that you don't need to listen to me, or think you can do this alone, will either leave you behind or use my quirk on you. If I have to use my quirk, I'll make sure I use it fully. Don't F this up. Midoriya threatened. Did you almost call me Katsuki? Bakugo asked, sounding terrified. That's what you're focusing on? What's wrong with you? Midoriya asked in annoyance. What's wrong with you? I've been trying to be better to you and you're the one treating me like shit. Bakugo yelled. Maybe it's because I realized you didn't treat me well when we were actually friends. I have real friends now and I know people are way kinder than you ever were. Midoriya retorted. What the hell are you talking about? Bakugo questioned angrily. I have a scar on my back because of you, a-hole. You think Todoroki would do that to me? Or Uraraka? Midoriya shouted. Bakugo went quiet as he saw Midoriya's fists shake in anger. You want to know why Aizawa put us together? It's not because anyone thinks we're friends. It's because he thinks you hate my FING guts. Midoriya shouted louder. Deku. Bakugo stuttered out. You still call me by the name you bullied me with too. You constantly embarrass me by having anything to do with me. Everyone thinks you're some kind of demon because you're constantly angry and won't listen to anyone. They had to muzzle you like a goddamn dog. I couldn't stand to look at you. Midoriya screamed angrily. Bakugo started shaking. I'm sorry. He muttered. Shut up. It's way too late for that. If you want to talk to me about strategy, come find me right before the match. Otherwise, I don't care what you do. Midoriya said curtly before leaving. He was extremely glad that everyone had left before their little talk had started. He had really gone overboard. Bakugo had ran off when he couldn't see Midoriya anymore, and Midoriya went to the camera room. Uraraka came in not long after and smiled at seeing him. Deku, did you come to get more notes? Uraraka asked. Yes. These matches are sure to be interesting. Midoriya replied. Aoyama is a bit eccentric, so I can't do any strategy with him. I'm hoping watching everyone will help me out in our fight. Uraraka stated. Ah, good idea. I wish we could fight together again, Uraraka. We made a great team. Midoriya said with a smile. Uraraka frowned. Deku, your smile looks so forced. Did Bakugo do something? She asked. Midoriya froze. In all the years of faking it, his smile had never given him away. How the hell did she know? We had a fight. He answered. I'm sorry that you got paired up with him. I know you told me about how he bullied you. He still kind of seems like a bully now. Uraraka prompted. Yet he did save my life though. Midoriya added. Doesn't mean he has to be so rude. Uraraka huffed. Midoriya chuckled at that. I know. But I may have been too rough with him. He stated. Maybe that's just what he needs. Uraraka said cheerily. You might be right. Midoriya said quietly. They both watched as Kirishima and Sato were defeated. Kirishima didn't stand a chance with how long his quirk lasts. Midoriya commented. They're both knocked out. Uraraka mentioned. They won't go easy on us at all. Midoriya prompted. Azui and Tokoyami were up next. Midoriya commented that the students were working on their weaknesses and Recovery Girl confirmed it. That made Midoriya think about his partner and opponent. Which was focusing on his weaknesses? Probably both. Azui and Tokoyami ended up winning and Midoriya and Uraraka cheered. They work so well together. Uraraka chirped. More matches went on, and Midoriya kept getting better and better data. He was also proud to have such smart friends and classmates. Next up was Uraraka and Aoyama, and they weren't doing as well as they did at the start. Uraraka desperately thought about what Midoriya would do in this situation. You're thinking about Izuku Midoriya, aren't you? I bet you're in love with him. Aoyama stated. Uraraka blushed and her grip slipped. She got SCKED to near 13. 13 stopped using her quirk and Uraraka managed to tackle her. Aoyama came after her and they handcuffed her. He made her blush and embarrassed enough to let go. What did he say to her? Midoriya questioned. I don't know, but it must have been something that really got to her. Azui, who had come in after her match, commented. Momo and Ida soon walked in. Ida and Midoriya caught each other's gaze. Midoriya gave him a gentle smile. Congratulations to both of you on winning your matches. He said. Ida sighed in relief. Thank you, Midoriya. Uraraka did so well, I expected nothing less from her. He stated happily. Next up is Mina and Denki. Momo commented. They're up against Nizu. This dot will not end well. Midoriya predicted. He ended up being right and they failed pretty badly. Everything was so stacked against them. Midoriya stated. They must feel pretty awful. Ida added. Oh no, did they lose? Uraraka asked as she came in. Nizu was too smart for them. Momo said sadly. That's awful, they wanted to go to the training camp so badly. Uraraka lamented. Uraraka, congratulations on winning. Ida said. Yeah. You looked so cool. You must have learned a lot from Gunhead. Midoriya chirped. Thank you. Uraraka said, starting to blush. She thought hard about what Aoyama said. Midoriya was no doubt one of her closest friends. He constantly amazed her with every little thing he did. He truly cared about her, and when she thought about what he did with Todoroki, he would probably. Her blood ran cold when she thought about it, making her blush go away. Midoriya would probably die for any one of his friends. He destroyed his body to save her before, he hurt himself even worse just to get Todoroki to use his power. She couldn't imagine what he'd do if they were in a lot more danger. Uraraka? Midoriya said, taking her out of her thoughts. Oh, yes? Uraraka asked. I was asking you what Aoyama said. Midoriya reiterated. Yeah, you seemed pretty embarrassed. Azui added. He just was teasing me about something. Uraraka explained. What was it? Midoriya asked. It's a bit personal, I'd rather not say. Uraraka answered. Oh, well, if he keeps giving you trouble about it, I'll have a chat with him, okay? Midoriya said sweetly. Uraraka smiled softly and nodded. The next match went on and Midoriya was surprised by the results. Kota and Jairu worked amazingly well with each other, but it was Present Mike that was more surprising. He needed to do so little to drive them into a corner, his quirk would be devastating if he was a villain. Not only that, but he seemed to be absolutely terrified of bugs. He could probably use that to his advantage, if he ever needed to. After Hagakure and her partner went, it was Shinsou and Siro's turn. Your turn is up next, Deku. Are you sure you want to stay? I can take notes for you. Uraraka prompted. It's okay, I'm really interested in this match. Midoriya replied. Watching Shinsou fight would be very important to his data. He needed a lot more on him. Right at the start, Midnight came after them. Shinsou, watch out! Siro shouted. He wrapped Shinsou in his tape and threw him up in the air. Midnight used her gas on him and he quickly passed out. Shinsou cursed as he landed and ran away a bit away from her. He tore up the tape Siro had used on him and started putting it on his securing tool. Hido Shiai. Don't think I forgot about you. Midnight cooed. I knew you wouldn't. He said loudly as he finished. Midnight got closer to him and he pulled his mask over his mouth as she secreted more gas. As she kept going, he threw his securing tool at her. She shot her whip at it again, but this time he wrapped it around the whip and up her arm. He pulled hard on it and then tied it to a rock. He ran past her while she struggled and picked up Siro, then ran out of the gate with him. Uraraka turned to talk to Midoriya, but realized he wasn't there. He had already went on his way to exam area. After what he said to Bakugo, he wasn't sure how he'd react. Honestly, it could go either way. He could guess a lot. But Bakugo's personality was always a mystery to him. He saw that he was there already, just waiting. He cautiously walked up to him and looked at the gate. This is it, Kaken. Midoriya stated. Bakugo turned to look at him with incredibly angry eyes, making Midoriya back up a bit. You think you can say whatever the F you want to me because of your god DMN quirk, you think you can threaten me because you're FING insane. I don't give a rat's but what you said, you're not above me. Bakugo screamed. Midoriya growled quietly. You obviously don't care about what I said or you would know dash. We're going to win this together, not because I'm scared of you, and not because you're controlling me. I'll prove to you that I'm not like a FING villain. I'll prove to all of them that they're wrong about me. Bakugo screeched, interrupting him. Kaken. If you mean it, then you better do it. Show me that you're different. Midoriya said seriously. The gates opened, starting the most difficult test of their lives. They walked in and the doors soon closed behind them. I know you have a FING plan, so spill it. Bakugo ordered. Obviously, it would be better to avoid him altogether. Even weakened, we both only stand a small chance against his brute strength and experience. Midoriya answered. You want to fight him, don't you? Bakugo asked. Yeah, I do. But I should save it for when I can control my quirk more. Midoriya said slightly angrily. Seriously, what the F is up with you? Bakugo asked, slightly worried. Have you ever known me to be okay? Midoriya asked in annoyance. No, but you're worse than FING usual. Bakugo retorted. And you don't usually ask about my problems. Midoriya replied. Why don't you just use your other quirk on him? Bakugo asked. Midoriya stopped walking. You know, you're right. But that'd be too easy of a victory. It would make them suspicious. He answered. You're always such a smart butt. Bakugo stated. Because I am FING smart. Let's travel on the buildings, it'll be easier to spot All Might. Midoriya prompted. Whatever. We still need to talk later, a-hole. Bakugo said before using his quirk to get on top of the building. Midoriya managed to get up there with him not too long after. They got up there just in the nick of time. All Might sent out a burst of wind so powerful it blew through the street and some of the building. Bakugo stared at Midoriya in surprise. How the hell did you know he would do that? He asked. I didn't. Midoriya replied, surprised just as much as him. Huh. Why are we up here then? Bakugo asked loudly. I already told you. To give us a better view. And an easier escape path. Midoriya yelled back. Wow, Midoriya really thought this through. Uraraka commented in awe. He and Bakugo seem to be working together pretty well despite their conflicting personalities. Azui added. It's actually very surprising. Bakugo doesn't listen to anyone, so why is he listening to Midoriya of all people? Momo asked. Especially since he used to be his bully. Uraraka prompted. Midoriya seems to have a way of changing people. Ida stated. All Might walked to where Bakugo and Midoriya had been before and looked around. I see you followed instructions for once, young Bakugo. I applaud you, but I am a villain who knows you both. All Might's voice boomed before he jumped up in the air and up to the building. Get back, dash. Midoriya tried to warn Bakugo, but because he looked at him, All Might took the opportunity to grab his leg and fling him backwards and over the building. Deku. Bakugo screamed before using his quirk to zoom past All Might and grab Midoriya before he hit the ground. He then used his quirk again to slow their fall. He could have FING died UD dash. Bakugo screeched. That's the point. Good catch. All Might said before jumping down, seeming like he'd land right on them. Bakugo held Midoriya close and jumped out of the way with him. Kaken. I'm fine. Let go. Midoriya insisted. Bakugo let go, and the moment he did, All Might rushed forward and punched Midoriya into him, sending them both flying into a wall. Midoriya tried to catch his breath as he fell to the ground with Bakugo. He coughed hard at being hit in the chest. Get up already! Bakugo shouted as he pulled Midoriya out of the way of another hit. All Might's hand went through the partially destroyed wall. Kaken, hit his side, now! Midoriya screamed. Bakugo didn't hesitate and let go of Midoriya, shooting a blast right at All Might's side. All Might tried to not be obvious when he coughed up blood. He had hit right in the center of his injury. Run! Midoriya instructed as he activated his quirk. Bakugo just nodded and used his quirk as well, blasting himself forward while Midoriya ran. If he gets close again, hit the same side. Midoriya stated. I'm not even going to ask how you FING know to do that. Bakugo retorted. All Might suddenly came at them again, jumping high above them and landing on Midoriya. Midoriya let out a guttural scream in pain. All Might had hurt his back and hit his already hurt chest again into the ground. Tears started clouding his vision. It hurt so FING badly. Deku. Bakugo screamed angrily, but his scream was also laced in worry. He shot himself at All Might, who had one foot firmly planted on Midoriya's injured back, and then shot rapid shots at his side. All Might stumbled back enough for Bakugo to grab Midoriya and get him away. Are you FING targeting him? You're going to FING kill him, you dumbass. Bakugo screamed. While cradling him carefully. We both know how talented he is. I needed to take him out first. All Might insisted, hiding more of his bloody coughing. Kaken, our run.h he'll finish you off next. Midoriya struggled to say. Bakugo's eyes widened and he saw red. Who the hell does this to a FING 15-year-old in a god DMN school exam? All Might is the #1 hero, he shouldn't be doing so much to crush them. He'll still come after me if I run, stay FING put while I handle this. Bakugo insisted before laying him gently out of the way. Kaken, don't risk it. Win it for us? Midoriya shouted, then shouted in pain. Sorry, nerd. Bakugo muttered before blasting towards All Might again. He aimed for his side once more, but All Might caught on and grabbed him by his gauntlets, destroying them both. Bakugo tensed, but quickly made a large explosion anyway. And no. Why your wrists? Midoriya screamed. Bakugo kept at it anyway, doing his absolute best to dodge and attack. However, as he kept pushing his body too far, All Might didn't hold back. Eventually, All Might grabbed Bakugo and smashed his face into the wall. Midoriya let out a blood-curdling scream that kept Bakugo from passing out, and made All Might turn to look at him. Midoriya had moved from where he was laying and sent a flying kick as hard as he could into All Might's face, making him move back. "Don't you dare move until we've won!" Midoriya screamed with a voice filled with anger and darkness. All Might stared at him and tried to get up, but the pain in his side stopped him, or so he thought. Midoriya picked up Bakugo and made a large jump towards the gate. They landed right under and through it. Midoriya held Bakugo closed as he hit the ground and they rolled. His body took most of the hits. He let go once they both stopped and immediately passed out. Bakugo was already out cold. Midoriya woke up in the nurse's office, feeling extremely tired. He glanced around and then saw and heard All Might and Recovery Girl fighting. "They are children. You almost broke his spine, and you broke 3 of his ribs." Recovery Girl yelled. All Might profusely apologized and then saw Midoriya and walked over. "Midoriya, I'm so sorry, I just dash. Oh look, it's All Might, coming back to finish me off." Midoriya said tiredly. "Again, I'm sorry, but with your analysis and Bakugo's power, I had to." All Might insisted. "Oh F you," Midoriya said, closing his eyes. "Did you just say that to Fing All Might?" Bakugo piped up. Midoriya opened his eyes wide and looked at him. "No." He lied. "What the hell? I thought he was your idol." Bakugo yelled. "Let's give them some privacy, I can yell at you louder when we're not around them." Recovery Girl said as she pushed All Might out. "He was, alright? But I learned some things about him and they aren't good." Midoriya explained. "Holy F dash, I can't understand you at all anymore." Bakugo stated. "Kaken. I'm sorry for what I said." Midoriya said. "You should only be sorry that you threatened me, a-hole. Everything else. You were right about. People in class hate how I act, even the hero I interned with told me that my attitude was a problem." Bakugo said sort of quietly. "Wow, that's actually really big of you to admit." Midoriya said in surprise. "Shut up, I know it. The point is. Even I felt gross. You looked at me like I was a monster. And you aren't even that sane yourself. Being around people who don't put up with my shit has just really kind of gotten to me." Bakugo admitted. "Kaken. You really are changing. You saved me a lot during our exam, you really listened to me, you've been better. But, I know you're the type to never quit trying, right? You'll just keep getting better." Midoriya insisted. Bakugo smiled very faintly and made a tch noise. Yeah, nerd. You looked like you were getting better, too, but..." He trailed off. "I know. It's hard when shit keeps getting thrown at me. It's every Fing day at this point." Midoriya lamented. "Life SCKS, just make sure to kick its butt in return." Bakugo prompted. Midoriya chuckled. "I'll kick its butt harder than All Might kicked ours." He joked. "I don't think that's even Fing possible." Bakugo joked back. They both chuckled quietly, and it felt better than it had in a long time. The next class, Aizawa announced that everyone would be going to the training camp, even if they failed the other part of the exam. Mina suggested they all go shopping together. Bakugo and Todoroki decided not to come, but Midoriya gladly accepted. He hadn't done anything with friends since studying with Todoroki. In the end, however, they all split up, leaving only Uraraka and Deku. "I need some bug spray, how about you, Deku?" Uraraka asked. "I need to get some heavier training weights." Midoriya replied. We go in separate directions then." Uraraka commented. "We could still go together. I might find something I might like for my birthday too. Birthday? Sorry, Deku, gotta get that bug spray." Uraraka interrupted before rushing off. Midoriya sighed sadly. He was all alone. It was like any other day. "Hey, you're from U.A, so cool," he heard someone say. He looked around for the voice, then someone suddenly wrapped an arm around him. He immediately tensed up and looked to see who it was. "I'm not comfortable with strangers." He stopped himself when he saw who it was. We're not strangers, are we now?" Shigaraki stated. Midoriya began breathing heavily and shaking intensely. "We're just going to have a nice little chat, calm down or else." Shigaraki emphasized his point by moving his finger. Midoriya tried to contain his shaking and breathing, but he felt so out of control. "Come on now, I know you don't want to start crumbling away, bit by bit." Shigaraki insisted. Midoriya did his absolute best to look normal. "See? I am calm. Just talk, like you said." Midoriya nearly pleaded. "Not as confident as when we first met, are you? Let's sit," Shigaraki said as he moved with him to a seat. They both sat down, which was good, because Midoriya's legs felt like jelly. He swallowed hard and felt like his heart would jump right out of his chest. "You obviously have another quirk, don't you?" I know that kid couldn't have dodged my Nomu unless it was the work of a quirk. Shigaraki said angrily. I don't know, they told me I was quirkless at first. Midoriya stated. But you have a quirk just like All Might's now, don't you? Shigaraki prompted. I am just a fanboy, I style my moves after his, they're very different. Quirks. Midoriya quickly replied. And yet, you can also make someone react fast enough to escape a Nomu. Do you think I'm stupid? Tell me about your quirk. Shigaraki insisted. I don't know, I swear to God I don't know. Midoriya stated. Well, let's see. You manipulated your friend, so I know that much. Why are you lying to me? You're putting up this crybaby facade, but I know what I saw during the sports festival. You had the face of a villain because of your classmate's quirk. Shigaraki said roughly. He began squeezing his other fingers around Midoriya's neck and he started choking. Tears quickly came to his eyes as he squirmed, knowing not to touch the hands. He was scared, so scared, no one was there to help him because they had left him all alone. He'd die without a friend by his side. Deku, are you okay? Uraraka asked in worry as she approached them. Stop. Yes, I'm okay. Midoriya said loudly. Your friend is back, that's my cue to leave. Don't think I'll forget about you, though. Shigaraki said as he let go and stood up, walking away. Midoriya took lots of deep breaths and clung to Uraraka, sobbing. Uraraka tried to calm him down and asked him what happened. That caused Midoriya to cling to her even more, almost to the point that it hurt. Nonetheless, she toughened it out and just pet his hair and talked to him in a comforting voice. Shigaraki Tamura. He had his hand around my throat. He was going to make my neck crumble into dust. Midoriya shouted. Uraraka froze and pulled out her phone, calling security and the police. She then called the others that came with them to warn them and ask for a bit of help with Midoriya. Security and the rest of their group soon appeared, but Midoriya couldn't calm down. He just shook heavily while clinging to Uraraka more. He couldn't talk, his throat felt like it was closing up on him. He could still feel him choking him. He also couldn't stop his tears from coming. He vaguely knew his classmates were watching him become a mess, but he didn't care. People kept hurting him and he was terrified. Uraraka, what happened? Ida asked. That guy from the League of Villains was choking Deku when I came back from a store. Uraraka replied. Ida walked over to them but Midoriya started freaking out more. Midoriya. You're okay, he's gone. Everyone here is a friend. Ida insisted. Midoriya looked at them all through his tears and tried to get a grip on himself. His sadness started to turn into anger. We all came here together. Why'd you have to leave me alone? The class felt the guilt wash over all of them. They hadn't even thought about something bad happening at the mall, or watching over each other, and now Midoriya had paid the price. They couldn't apologize right away because security immediately began taking his statement now that he could talk. They also shut down the mall temporarily and looked all over for Shigaraki, but couldn't find him. The group of students all waited together in a secure room for the police. Midoriya sat a bit away from his classmates and held himself. He still had red marks on his neck. They had never seen Midoriya so sad, so terrified. Midoriya, I'm so sorry. I thought Uraraka was with you. Ida spoke up. I was. Uraraka said sadly. Then what happened? Kirishima asked. She left me alone when I mentioned my birthday. Midoriya answered. I wanted to buy you a present. Uraraka admitted. Thanks. Midoriya said sadly and quietly. Uraraka's guilt had started the moment she found Midoriya. She could almost feel the fear coming off him when she came back. He clung to her so tightly she could feel his panic. He was so scared, yet he still tried to stop her from being hurt. He was far too selfless, it was almost becoming a problem. No one else could muster up any words, and they ran out of time to do so when the police came in and asked Midoriya to come to the station to make a report about what happened. He looked so small to the class as he stood up and left with them quietly. Guys, this is terrible. Kirishima announced. I agree. Midoriya is no doubt traumatized by this event. Ida added. Do you think he has anxiety? Denki asked. Midoriya's illnesses of any kind are none of concern unless he specifically tells us. He has a right to privacy. Ida insisted. But, how do we help him? Kirishima questioned. Ask him. He can tell you how to help him without telling you things he'd rather keep to himself. Ida answered. As a class, we should keep a better eye on each other. We've been targeted quite a lot recently and it's only when we're together do things turn out well. We should also be more aware of our classmates' emotional needs. Momo stated. I think she's right, we need to stick together. Mina said enthusiastically. Yeah. But what can we do for Midoriya now? Kirishima prompted. He talked about his birthday, right? Does anyone know when it actually is? Denki asked. They all went silent. Bakugo might know, Karo. Azui piped up. If we bother him enough, he might tell us. Mina added. Then it's a plan, we'll give Midoriya an awesome birthday party. Kirishima said cheerily. At the police station, Midoriya told the lead investigator of the League of Villains all he knew. He had to lie about their discussion, saying it was mainly about All Might. It wasn't that much of a lie, but he couldn't exactly outright say a total lie with the guy's lie detector quirk. It was true that All Might was mentioned, but Shigaraki wanted much more dangerous information. He also told the detective about how the League of Villains had to do with the Nomus. After that, Midoriya was allowed to leave. His whole body felt crappy and he was absolutely miserable. Midoriya! A worried voice called out. Midoriya looked up and teared up when he saw All Might there. He was still sad at how overboard he went during the exam, but he needed comfort from someone he trusted. He quickly clung to him and started shaking again. He grabbed me right in the middle of the mall. He was gonna kill me. He choked me. Midoriya said through new tears. I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you, Midoriya. All Might lamented as he held him close. Midoriya sniffled and kept crying. All Might pet his hair and rubbed his back. I was so scared. It's like I'm never safe anymore. Midoriya stuttered out. I know. It's completely unfair that you had to go through all of this. I wish I could have protected you. All Might stated. Midoriya began crying louder and All Might just held him even closer. Midoriya, someone else is here for you, you should let go. A detective said. All Might started to let go, but Midoriya kept clinging to him. Please, don't let go, Dad. Midoriya shouted. All Might and the detective froze at hearing that, as did his mother who had just arrived. Aizuku? Inko questioned loudly. Midoriya let go and turned around, immediately clinging to her instead. Their relationship hadn't been close in years, but in that moment, he was a child again. All Might could feel it too. Midoriya felt scared and alone. He needed his family, but he and Inko were the only people here that fit that title. Mum. Midoriya choked out. Inko teared up and held her son close to her chest. It's okay baby, I'm here now, you're okay. She said, trying to be strong for him. The detective had another police officer get them a ride home, which Midoriya fell asleep during. The police officer graciously helped Inko carry him inside and to his bed. Inko really wished her son would talk to her again. On the final day of classes, Class 1A was getting desperate. Bakugo had been refusing to tell them when Midoriya's birthday was and they feared they had already missed it. Uraraka had whisked Midoriya out of the classroom as quickly as possible so he wouldn't know what they were doing. Stop bugging me about this. Just ask him your goddamn self. Bakugo shouted. That ruins the surprise. Mina insisted. Why are you so opposed to telling us? Ida asked. That nerd hasn't celebrated his birthday in years. Bakugo replied. Why not? Denki questioned. He told me they weren't fun for him anymore. Bakugo answered. What does that mean? Mina asked in confusion. I don't know, I stopped going to his parties when I was that's when my mom didn't make me go anymore. Bakugo replied in annoyance. He still invited me until he stopped having them, though. He thought to himself. You should come to this one then. Midoriya will be surprised for sure. Kirishima prompted. It'll be a shitty party if you have to have it done by tomorrow. Bakugo stated. Tomorrow? They said in unison. You stalled us on purpose. Mina huffed. Yeah, no sheet. Bakugo said as he stood up. Ida moved into his way. We can only make it different this time if you help us. I saw that you and Midoriya have become much better friends than before. Can't you help us this once? Don't you want to give Midoriya a break after everything he's been through? He nearly shouted at him. Bakugo went silent for a moment then sighed. I hate all of you, fine, I'll help you. He stated. The rest of them cheered and some of them, Kirishima, Mina and Denki, even dared to hug him. They were met with shouting and explosions, but just hugged tighter. Midoriya woke up in bed the next day very aware of what day it was. He was now a year older. A lot had changed since his last birthday, and yet, he still disliked his birthday. They had been disappointing ever since Bakugo stopped coming. With his quirk, Midoriya could do almost anything. However, manipulating people was tricky, quirk or not. He would have a birthday party with lots of friends, lots of presents, lots of food, but nothing was right. Through these parties, he realized it meant nothing. They were all forced to come here by his quirk because they wouldn't go otherwise. They had to buy him an impersonal, generic gift that meant nothing to him or the person giving it. Bakugo didn't want to come and was forced to, but he could still show it. He had always been a brat, but at least he wasn't fake. Now, Midoriya had real friends, but it was unlikely they'd go through the trouble of anything for him, especially when school just ended. They had their own lives to get to, more important things than to figure out when his birthday was and to put in any effort to do more than a happy birthday text. He had mentioned his birthday to Uraraka, and she said she was looking for a present, but he had guilt-tripped her pretty badly. He checked his phone and saw no new messages from anyone. He wasn't surprised. "Izuku, happy birthday," Inko chirped as Midoriya left his room. "First as always, Mom," Midoriya stated as he went to the kitchen. "I know you don't like me to bring it up, but it's my favorite day," Inko said sadly and sweetly. She was better at manipulating people than he was. He chuckled and hugged her. "Thank you, Mom," he said genuinely. She started crying. He spent some time calming her down, and after breakfast, went down to the beach to train. He spent most of the day there, then was about to come back home for some weight training when his mom stopped him outside the door. "I'm so sorry Izuku, I forgot to ask earlier, could you please go out and buy some things at the grocery store?" Inko said as she handed him a list and some money. Midoriya wondered why she didn't just call him but sighed and said okay, then left. After walking to the grocery store and buying the items on the list, Midoriya checked his phone again. Nothing. He really didn't know what he was expecting. He soon walked home again and opened the door. "Happy birthday, Midoriya," the class said loudly, but not loudly enough to startle him. Midoriya gasped and was at a loss for words. How? He started to question. Uraraka had been making him leave early because she said she was scared to go home in the dark. "It took a lot of work. You're a hard guy to keep from noticing," Mina said. "We wanted to cheer you up after the incidents that keep happening," Ida added. "We baked you a cake," Mina said enthusiastically. "More like Sato did," Azui commented. Thank you, everyone," Midoriya said with a forced smile. It really did mean a lot that they did this, but birthdays really did leave a bad taste in his mouth. "Oi, be happier, we made a kick-butt party," an all-too-familiar voice shouted. His eyes widened as Bakugo pushed through the others. "Kaken, you're really here," Midoriya said in surprise and joy. "Of course he is, he helped plan this," Kirishima stated. "They would have f'd it up otherwise," Bakugo insisted. Midoriya smiled widely as he realized that all of his classmates had become his real friends. His former not really a friend became one too. It felt so good, so freeing to be with people you didn't have to control. They all had an absolute blast. His classmates brought lots of board games, video games, game systems, food, music, and presents. It was the most fun Midoriya had in a long time. Even Shinsou was having a good time, beating Denki at Twister and lots of video games. After singing Happy Birthday, blowing out the candles and eating some delicious cake, the class happily gave Midoriya their presents. Ida had gotten him tons of special merchandise of his brother, all of it signed. Uraraka had gotten him an All Might weight. Todoroki had gotten him one of those personal alarm buttons and a one-of-a-kind, special edition All Might action figure. It was the kind Midoriya could never have even dreamed of affording. Momo had gotten him a set of some really nice journals, as well as some expensive-looking colored pens. Bakugo had gotten him a keychain that said Ground Zero on it. He told him it was so he could have the first piece of his hero merchandise ever, but Momo brought up he had his own Deku keychain. That made Bakugo yell and threaten her in embarrassment, but Midoriya's heart felt so warm at that. Those were some of the highlights, but everyone had put real thought into their gifts. Midoriya couldn't help but feel like crying again. It was the best birthday ever. He really felt like things were going well again. If he had an issue, his friends would be there for them. He could finally relax and be happy. He had no idea that his happiness could be taken away so soon and so easily. Later on during the vacation, Denki and Shinsou invited Midoriya out to the pool for endurance training. "I wouldn't have expected you to want to do something like that, Shinsou," Midoriya stated. "I hate the sun, but Denki keeps bothering me about doing this with him. He wanted to invite you too," Shinsou said in an annoyed voice. "Come on guys, it'll be great," Denki insisted. "I'll definitely come," Midoriya chirped. "Awesome," Denki cheered. "Let's invite everyone else too. I bet they'd like to get in some extra training," Midoriya prompted. "You two are too similar," Shinsou groaned. So, they all ended up at the pool together. The girls were there too, but they were having fun rather than training. The boys trained together hard, then decided to have a break. They had noticed Midoriya had a scar on his back, but they didn't ask him about it, knowing it wasn't the time or place to do that. Ida then brought out some cold drinks for them all. Midoriya finished up a bit later from the rest of them and was panting a bit. Ida noticed he hadn't rested and went over to him with a drink. "It's time to give your body a break, Midoriya. It's important to not overwork it in the heat," Ida insisted with a smile. Midoriya smiled back and thanked him and opened the can, then gladly gulped it down. He soon noticed, though, that Ida was staring at him a bit. "Something wrong, Ida?" he asked. "No, just thinking. I'm really lucky to know someone like you, Midoriya." Ida replied. "What do you mean?" Midoriya questioned. "You're extremely capable of so much. You use everything to your advantage, you push past your limit countless times without fail, you always manage to impress me. Even when I made mistakes, you were there for me, though you had every right not to be. I never could have imagined being friends with you." Ida explained. "Ida," Midoriya said in awe. "Even if you haven't fully forgive me, you can trust that I'll do everything I can to help you. I promise to be reliable, from now on." Ida insisted. Midoriya smiled gently and thought about it for a moment. "I do forgive you, Ida," he stated. Ida's eyes lit up and he smiled widely. "Brothers?" he asked, holding out his hand. Midoriya took his hand and squeezed it. "Brothers," he said happily. "Hey, Deku!" Bakugo shouted as he walked up. "Yes, Kaken?" Midoriya asked as he let go. "Remember our swimming races when we were kids?" Bakugo said, motioning his head towards the water. "A race is the perfect way of making training memorable. We should all race each other," Ida prompted. Everyone, including the girls who offered to help, thought it would be fun too. They began the races and Bakugo and Todoroki won the first two. On the third, Ida and Midoriya came neck and neck, but Midoriya won. They congratulated each other and Todoroki walked over. "You seem stronger lately, Izuku," he stated. "I've been training a lot more than usual this summer." Midoriya replied. "Todoroki is right, you seem to have more muscle mass." Ida prompted. "You really think so?" "Thank you," Midoriya said cheerily. Uraraka watched from afar and smiled at seeing Midoriya happy again. "Do you like him, Uraraka?" Azui asked. "He's one of my best friends," Uraraka chirped. That's all she could say. Things were heavily complicated. She was still worried that one day, he'd do something so reckless that he wouldn't be able to recover, and it would definitely be because for one of his friends. The last swimming match ended up being cancelled because time was up for the pool, so everyone went home. Now, it was even closer to the time for the training camp. When the day finally came, they all boarded the bus and made what Aizawa told them was a pit stop. When it happened, revealed it to be important. 2 women and a young boy got out of the car. The women made a cutesy introduction. Aizawa started. 2 members of the Wild Pussycats. Mandalay and Pixie Bob. They have 2 more members, Tiger and Ragdoll, and do mountain rescues. They're so cool, Midoriya said excitedly and pulled out his hero notebook. "Cute," Shinsou mumbled. "What? The girls?" Denki asked quietly. "No, the fact that they're like cats," Shinsou insisted. "You like cats way too much," Denki stated jokingly. "Don't bother them already, Midoriya," Aizawa prompted. "It's absolutely no trouble," Pixie Bob insisted as she signed. She handed it over to Mandalay who chuckled then signed. They then gave it back to Midoriya who thanked them profusely, though, he glanced at the child and wondered who he was. "We own all of this land, you'll be all the way out there," Mandalay stated, pointing far off. "Don't tell me we have to walk," Denki shouted. "Hurry. Back on the bus," Mina said. Everyone, excluding Shinsou and Midoriya ran. "This won't end well," Shinsou said. "For once, I agree with you," Midoriya replied with a sigh. Pixie Bob jumped in front of them all and made the ground like a wave that swept them all off the edge. Midoriya did his best to hold on to Shinsou so they all wouldn't get separated again like last time. They ended up just being left alone by the wave-like ground after landing and Midoriya let go of him. "You did it again," Shinsou said flatly. "I like keeping people safe," Midoriya retorted. They were all told they'd have to get through the beast's forest and could use their quirks if needed. "What kind of name is that?" Denki questioned loudly. "An obvious one," Shinsou replied. "They've probably left us enemies to get through," Midoriya added. "What kind of enemies?" Denki asked. "Mandalay's quirk doesn't work well for this, so I'm guessing Pixie Bob has made something out of earth to attack us," Midoriya answered. He was proved right as a monster charged at the group. He, Todoroki, Bakugo and Kirishima took care of it, then the whole class decided to work together to get through the forest. They used each other's skills as monster after monster came after them. By the time they got to where they'd be living, they were beyond exhausted. Midoriya had to give Ida a shoulder to lean on because he overused his quirk so much he was limping. They were congratulated, Midoriya, Ida, Todoroki and Bakugo especially. Ida told Midoriya he was okay to walk till he let go of him. He glanced over to the kid from earlier and noticed him glaring. May I ask whose child he is? Midoriya asked. Oh, he's my cousin's. Say hi, Kota. Mandalay answered. Kota just glared harder. Midoriya knew that look, he hated them. Still, he walked over to him with a smile. Hey there, Kota. I'm Izuku Midoriya, but you can call me either. It's really nice to meet you. Midoriya chirped. Kota threw back his hand for a punch, but Midoriya caught it, surprising him. Kota, it's not nice to try to hit someone for no reason. Mandalay chastised. It's okay, I'm sure he just doesn't like that I got so close. Sorry, Kota. Midoriya apologized as he let go and stepped back. Kota stared at him then made a tch noise as he walked away. I don't care how you act, I won't be friends with people who want to be heroes. He shouted before leaving. Geez, did my mom have another kid? Bakugo commented sarcastically. A secret love child. Todoroki mumbled. Bakugo shoved him. They soon were allowed to eat a meal prepared by the pussycats, then all went to the hot springs. This is great. Denki exclaimed. Don't get too excited or we might all get electrocuted. Shinsou stated. Shoto, does the water feel warmer on one side of your body? Midoriya asked. Yes. Todoroki replied. Midoriya started muttering and Kota walked over to look down at him. He wondered why that guy was so weird, why he wasn't mad at him. Midoriya glanced around then looked up at Kota and waved. Kota looked at him angrily and walked forward more, but tripped on his shoelace. He tumbled over the wall and screamed. Midoriya rushed forward and used his quirk to catch him. He seemed okay, but was out cold. Midoriya. Is he okay? Ida asked in worry. He's fine. I'll take him to Mandalay just to make sure. Midoriya responded as he left. He ended up laying him down on the couch. He's not injured, just passed out in fear from the fall. Mandalay assured him. Mandalay. If you don't mind me asking, why does Kota dislike heroes? Midoriya questioned. Kota's parents were heroes killed in the line of duty. Pixie Bob said as she walked in. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise and he gasped. They died saving people from a villain. It's honorable for most heroes, but for a child, all he heard was people praising the way they died. Mandalay explained. Poor Kota. I don't blame him for hating heroes. Midoriya said gently. He had been sort of the same, not too long ago. If enough heroes were terrible to you, you'd expect all of them to be the same. It would take a lot to convince Kota otherwise. He hates us too because we're heroes, we can't seem to get through to him. Mandalay said sadly. Midoriya looked at Kota and promised himself that he'd do anything he could to help him. The next day, the class was thrown into quirk training. Everyone was giving it their all, Midoriya included. He wrapped his hands and practiced hitting trees without his quirk. He also did weight training with the weights he brought. Tiger would tell him to attack him, then kick his butt pretty easily. Midoriya still gave it his all, though. That night, they had to make their own food, and while everyone else was eating, Midoriya noticed Kota going off on his own. Mandalay was calling him for dinner, so Midoriya told her he'd go bring it to him. Even though he was still very afraid of going off alone anywhere, he brought the alarm Todoroki gave him and felt okay enough to follow Kota's footsteps up to a rocky area. How'd you get here? Kota asked angrily when he saw him. I followed your footsteps. Midoriya explained. Did you come here to bring me that? I still don't like you. Kota said in annoyance. Oh, no, I was just going to leave it here. Maybe someone would want it? Midoriya said, making a fake wondering face. You're weird. Kota stated. Ah, so mean. You remind me of my old bully. Midoriya said with a sigh. Hey, I'm not a bully. You deserve it. Dummies, training to show off their quirks. Kota said, mumbling near the end. No, it's so I can save kids faster when they fall. Midoriya said jokingly. Kota blushed in embarrassment. Shut up. He insisted. Midoriya chuckled, then looked serious. Your parents, they were water hose, weren't they? He asked. Kota gasped. Mandalay told you, didn't she? He questioned angrily. She only told me what happened, I guessed everything else. I'm really sorry you lost your parents, Kota. Midoriya said gently. It's so stupid. We call each other heroes and villains and people die because of it. My parents died because someone wanted to show off their quirk. Kota screamed. You know, my dad left because he was told I didn't have a quirk. Midoriya stated nonchalantly. What? Kota said in surprise. My quirk came in later, so it messes up my body since I'm not used to it. I was bullied at first, for not having a quirk, even by my best friend. He gave me a nasty burn too. Midoriya continued. You're lying. Kota insisted. Midoriya set down the curry and took off his shirt, then turned around so Kota could see it. See? Not lying. Everybody always said he had a cool quirk, but I was afraid of it. Midoriya said before putting his shirt back on and looking at him again. Kota just stared at him in shock until he could find the right words. Why would your friend do that to you? He asked in horror. Because he believed he was better than me, people complimented him too much and it went to his head. He thought he could do whatever he wanted. Midoriya explained. Then I was right. Everything is stupid. Why would you still be a hero? Kota shouted. You're right, we don't live in a perfect world. You know what happened to my friend? Midoriya asked. Kota shook his head no. People started looking at him like he was a monster. He acted so violently, they put a muzzle on him, on live TV. Midoriya stated. Still. They praised him for what he did. Kota yelled. That's right, but do you know what I did? Midoriya questioned. Kota shook his head no again. I made him my friend again. I told him what he was doing wasn't right, and he's changing for the better. He saved my life a lot, too. Midoriya said happily. Kota looked very confused. Kota, if we didn't have the words villain and hero, they would still exist. If we didn't have quirks, villains and heroes would still exist. The world we built isn't perfect, but every day there are heroes who risk their lives and are never even known. There are heroes who save kids so they can go home to their moms and dads. There are heroes who save moms and dads so they can go home to their kids. They try their best, even if it means getting hurt. If we didn't have them, I'd probably be dead. Midoriya said seriously. Kota started tearing up. I don't blame you if you still don't like them, I don't like it that much either. Still, I want to be a hero because I could be that person who saves someone. Even one person is enough for me. Midoriya finished. Kota was at an absolute loss for words again. Midoriya just smiled and handed him the curry, then gently wiped his eyes. I hope you like it, we worked hard. Good night, Kota. Midoriya said before leaving. He had done his best, he just hoped it would be enough. The next day, everyone continued training. Aizawa told Midoriya that All Might wouldn't be coming to the camp at all, and he was most likely targeted by the League. Midoriya was sort of relieved, he hadn't seen him since the dad incident, and he was glad he wouldn't be in danger here. They were also told they would do a test of courage. Honestly, Midoriya didn't need his courage tested any more than it already was. Still, after cooking and cleaning, they had won. The people who failed the exam had to go to extra classes, so they weren't allowed to participate. The rules were explained and the lots were drawn. Midoriya ended up being alone. He nearly started shaking at the thought of people coming at him with their quirks. Even though they couldn't touch him, he was terrified. Izuku, do you want to switch? Todoroki asked. It's alright, I think I'll just ask to skip altogether. Midoriya replied. If that's what you want, but anyone would trade with you if you needed. Todoroki insisted. I know, thank you, Shoto. Midoriya said with a small smile. He watched the other groups go ahead, everything seemed to be going just fine until they all saw smoke in the sky. What's going on? Midoriya questioned. Pixie Bob. Mandalay called out as Pixie was suddenly pulled away from the group. Midoriya's eyes widened as he turned around and saw two villains standing over Pixie Bob, who now had blood dripping down her face. It was happening again. They were being attacked by villains. Pixie Bob! Midoriya shouted, rushing forward to help her. Mandalay and Tiger got in front of him to stop him. Midoriya bit his lip at feeling helpless, then remembered he hadn't seen Kota at dinner. He was out there, all alone. Should we crush this woman's head? Magna questioned with a smirk. Stay away from her. Tiger shouted angrily. Both of you, hold on a moment. Let's think about Stain's ideals. Spinner prompted. Midoriya almost felt dizzy. Stain and the League of Villains. Trauma truly never stops. So you're one of those fans that came about from his actions. Ida said sort of angrily. You're the one that led to his defeat. Spinner, will take you down this time. Spinner said as he unwrapped his weapon, which was just a bunch of swords wrapped together. What the hell? Midoriya muttered. Mandalay held him back further as Tiger shouted some things about respecting Pixie Bob's future. Spinner decided to attack and Mandalay shouted instructions. Get out of here, hurry. She finished. Ida and the others started to run, but Midoriya didn't move. Midoriya, come on. Ida shouted, walking back over. Go on ahead. Midoriya insisted. What? You can't stay here. Ida insisted as well. Mandalay, I can go get Kota. Midoriya prompted. Mandalay thought for a quick moment. Okay, go, please be careful. She finally said. Midoriya, don't go alone. Ida begged. I'll be okay. I promise. He said before running off. Damn it, he got away. Hopefully Muscular will grab him. Magna cursed. Ida gasped and tried to get him to come back. Midoriya heard Ida shouting, but just kept running. He was absolutely terrified, but he needed to save Kota, no matter what. He got there just in time to jump into the middle of the fight, literally. He grabbed Kota and took the hit meant for him, getting his phone destroyed in the process. It felt like one of All Might's hits from the exam. They rolled a bit and soon stopped. Midoriya let go and wheezed a bit. "Why you came for me?" Kota stated. The phone broke. He couldn't call for help anymore unless. He pulled the keychain from Todoroki apart, which he had luckily kept in a different pocket, and an ear-piercing noise came out. He threw it off the side of the cliff so the villain couldn't destroy it. It was still pretty loud, so he was sure someone would hear. "It's him, isn't it? The one who killed your parents?" Midoriya asked over the sound. Kota just cried more. "It's okay, I promise, I won't die." Midoriya shouted. "Who says I'm here to kill you, kid? Shigaraki wanted you dead at first, but luckily for you, the boss changed his mind. You're coming with us?" Muscular shouted with a crazy laugh. "Like hell I would." Midoriya shouted back. He tried to sound confident, but the news shook him to the core. They had come here for him, and now everyone was in danger. "You don't have a choice, idiot." Muscular screamed as he came at Midoriya with a punch. Midoriya activated his quirk and blocked it, but was thrown into the rock wall, and his arm felt broken. He shouted in pain, but Muscular tried to hit him again so he had to quickly move out of the way. "Since I found you so early, mind telling me where Bakugo is?" Muscular asked, still smirking. Midoriya gasped and his eyes went wild. They weren't just here for him, but Bakugo too. Stop! Midoriya shouted just as Muscular was about to kick him again. It actually worked in slowing him down. And Midoriya was able to land safely. He looked at Muscular in fear, desperately hoping Shigaraki hadn't fully figured out his quirk and told him. "The hell did you do, kid?" Muscular screamed angrily. "Kota, if you're able, get down somewhere safe without going into the forest." Midoriya yelled as got into a fighting stance. "Answer me." Muscular screamed out again as he came at Midoriya and punched him in the stomach. Midoriya went flying back and coughed hard. Muscular smirked and explained his quirk arrogantly. Midoriya couldn't help but laugh at his stupidity. Or, maybe he was cracking up because he was so scared. "What's so funny with you getting your butt kicked?" Muscular said in frustration as he walked over to hit Midoriya while he was down. He stopped when a rock hit the back of his head and turned around to look at Kota. You killed my parents. I won't let you kill someone else just because they wanted to protect me." Kota yelled angrily and sadly. Water hose that they made me have an artificial eye, you know. I killed them because they got in the way of what I wanted to do, and I want to do it again, right now." Muscular said sadistically as he got ready to hit Kota. "Don't you dare touch him." Midoriya shouted as he shoved his hand under one of Muscular's muscles. "Stay down, you idiot. Do you want to die?" Muscular screamed as he got ready to hit him. "I won't die until I save him." Midoriya screamed back. He activated his quirk to 100% and punched him as hard as he could. Kota got blown away in the process, but Midoriya managed to grab him by his teeth and pull him up. Kota shook as they both stood up. "Why your arm? You weren't lying about that either." Kota said with a whimper. "It's okay, let's get back to camp, hurry." Midoriya insisted. Just then, Muscular stood up again. Midoriya froze and looked at Kota. "Kota, what I'm about to do isn't going to be heroic, please look away." He begged as he looked back at Muscular. What are you doing?" Kota asked in fear. "Muscular. Smash your head into that wall as hard as you can, smash harder each time and don't stop," Midoriya ordered. Muscular started walking towards them, but soon walked to the wall instead and put his hands on it. "Sorry, Kota. Sometimes you have to do whatever it takes to save someone," Midoriya said gently. Kota could hear the impacts as Midoriya moved him away. It was awful and terrifying. It was even more terrifying when it stopped. "Nice quirk you got there, kid. You almost got me," Muscular stated. Midoriya froze and made Kota move behind him. "Shigaraki was right about you and your quirk, prime villain material," Muscular continued. Midoriya felt that something was wrong. Muscular had switched out his eye with another one. He was stronger now, he didn't know as much as he thought he did about him. "Kota, forget about not going into the forest. Just run," Midoriya insisted. "And no. He's wrong about you. Why you are a hero, I can't leave you," Kota insisted back. "He's why you're fighting so hard, isn't he? Once I kill him, you'll be too broken to fight back," Muscular cackled. Midoriya powered up his quirk again and punched Muscular as hard as he could in the stomach. Of course, it didn't do much against his new power and the new muscles that kept coming, but Midoriya started screaming extremely loudly as he activated it far beyond what he normally could. He wouldn't let him get anywhere near Kota. This must have been what All Might felt. Luckily, it managed to be enough and he smashed him into the rock wall. Midoriya panted extremely hard and glanced over at Kota with a tired smile. Are you okay? He asked. Kota started crying again and rushed over to Midoriya, hugging his leg. I am sorry I couldn't help you, Kota said through his tears. Hey, it's okay. You can help now, if you'd like, Midoriya stated. How? Kota asked. Your quirk must be like your parents', right? Midoriya questioned. Kota nodded. The forest is on fire, we'll need to put it out to get through. Can you do that for me? Midoriya asked. Why yes, Kota answered, wiping his eyes. You can also help me by not telling anyone about my quirk, it's dangerous, as you can see. Midoriya continued. I'll never tell anyone, I promise. Kota insisted. Midoriya smiled, which creeped Kota out a bit. Midoriya was his hero, but his eyes were a little scary, and his smile didn't help. Alright, get on my back, my legs are fine so I can still carry you, Midoriya said all too calmly. Kota carefully got on his back and Midoriya used his quirk to jump away. They rushed through the forest, but Aizawa quickly found them. Midoriya, Ida told me you set off your alarm, Aizawa said as he got closer. He gasped as he saw the disturbing look on his face and the extent of his injuries. Midoriya set Kota down. Aizawa, Kota has a water quirk, he can take out the fire, they're after me and Kaken, I had to face a villain, take care of Kota, I need to tell Mandalay something. Midoriya rambled as he started to leave. Hold on. You're severely injured. And you need to be protected from the villains, Aizawa prompted. Midoriya stopped and stared at him with the same creepy smile. If I stop, the lack of adrenaline will knock me right out, he said all too enthusiastically. You DMN problem child. If you'll go no matter what, tell Mandalay everyone can use their quirks to defend themselves, Aizawa stated. Midoriya nodded and rushed off. He found Mandalay and kicked Spinner's weapon with his quirk just in time to save her. He told her Kota was okay and to telepathically tell everyone Aizawa's message. She did as told and Midoriya activated his quirk again. Go back to camp, your injuries are way too severe to keep fighting, Mandalay prompted. I can't do that. Tell everyone that the League is targeting Kaken and me, Midoriya said as he ran off. Magna almost got to him, but something stopped him. Midoriya didn't wait to find out what. He knew Todoroki and Bakugo had to still be close to the test of courage area. Hopefully, they had heard the alarm and moved closer to him. He was suddenly pulled away from an attack he barely saw coming. Shoji had wrapped around him like with Mineta in the Calvary battle. What were you thinking? Running around with those injuries, and looking like you aren't thinking straight, you can't save Bakugo like this. You're being targeted too, Shoujo chastised. Shoji.is Dark Shadow going crazy? Midoriya asked. Tokoyami had to use him to take care of the villain after us. And now he's struggling for control. We would have to get through him to get anywhere, Shoji answered. Midoriya looked at Tokoyami in horror. Don't get any closer, Tokoyami begged. We'll help take care of this, don't worry, Midoriya said, trying to calm him down. If you do that, you'll die, Tokoyami insisted. It'll take a lot more than that to finally do me in. They had to continuously dodge attacks from Dark Shadow anytime they made some noise, they had to talk in whispers. Midoriya, I know you came to save Bakugo, but you're in danger too. If you go to save him, they might get you both, Shoji prompted. I know the risks, Shoji. But I have to do this. First, I'll help you both, though. I won't abandon my other friends, Midoriya responded. You're one stubborn person, Midoriya, Shoji stated. It's what makes me a hero. I have a plan. Todoroki and Kaken are near here, if we can lead Dark Shadow to them we can get Tokoyami help and get to Kaken. If you distract him with your fake arms while running, it won't hit us, Midoriya instructed. That's crazy. But it's all we have, Shoji shouted, getting Dark Shadow's attention. After he did, he ran like hell towards where they thought Bakugo and Todoroki would be. They soon saw them and shouted for them to use their quirks to help Tokoyami out. Bakugo waited until Dark Shadow took out the villain attacking them, then he and Todoroki used their quirks and Tokoyami regained control. Thank you. I'm so sorry for letting it get the best of me, Tokoyami said sadly. You did your best in the end, Tokoyami. You don't need to be ashamed, Midoriya insisted. No need for apologies, it's easy to lose control like this, Shoji added. Tokoyami just sighed and accepted it for now. Anyway, Kaken is definitely one of the villain's targets. Midoriya announced. And so is Midoriya. Shoji commented. Is that why you can't FING move? What happened to you? Bakugo asked angrily and in worry. I was attacked by a villain. We need to get to camp so we aren't taken by them. They aren't trying to kill me, they want me to join, but I don't know about you, Kaken, so be careful. Midoriya responded. The reality hit Bakugo like a ton of bricks. They wanted Midoriya's quirk. O.fing.sheet. Bakugo said in horror. Midoriya stared at him with a look that let each other know they were on the same page. We need to take a shortcut to avoid any unnecessary villain encounters. Midoriya stated. Bakugo should go in the middle, you're okay since Shoji has you. Todoroki commented. If you have me with only one person watching, then what happens if we both get taken? Bakugo piped up. He's right. We should have him walk right next to me and have Tokoyami protect him from behind. Todoroki stated. Perfect. Let's hurry. Midoriya said seriously. They began carefully, but quickly walking. They soon stumbled upon Uraraka and Azui, as well as the villain taking Uraraka's blood while pinned down. Todoroki had rushed forward to help, but the girl ran off. Don't go after her, it's not worth it. Azui said, stopping Uraraka. Shoto, move back. Midoriya shouted, looking behind them. It was too late. Bakugo and Tokoyami were gone. Midoriya froze and looked at Todoroki with the same eyes he had been scared of seeing again. Where's Kaken? Midoriya asked loudly and scarily. I've got him. Mr. Compress announced as he stood on a tree. Midoriya saw red and started struggling. Give him back. He screamed in a voice that no one thought he could do. Izuku, calm down. Todoroki said as he shot ice at the villain, handing over the student on his back to Uraraka. He wanted to sound brave, but Midoriya's actions were making him shaky. Mr. Compress avoided it and jumped high in the air. Todoroki made a lot more ice, but it was avoided as well. Now, we're just showing Bakugo alternative paths for his life. He's just too good a villain to waste. I myself used to be an entertainer. Mr. Compress said arrogantly. Midoriya struggled even more and screamed louder at him. He took Tokoyami too. Stop. He stated. How did he grab them so quickly? Todoroki questioned. Isn't it great? Everyone, I got one. Go to the meeting point. Mr. Compress said into his radio before leaving. Follow him. Midoriya shouted. Everyone started rushing after him, but he was too fast. Midoriya devised a plan using Uraraka, Azui, and Shoji's quirk. But, Deku, can you even move? Uraraka questioned. This is exactly what she was worried about. She's right, you could pass out any moment, you're in danger too, you should stay dash. Midoriya interrupted Todoroki. Just do it. He shouted. He wasn't sure if consciously used his quirk on them, but they listened. He didn't care, 2 of his friends were in danger and he had to save them. Let me do this first. Uraraka insisted. She took off the shirt that went over her tank top and they made Midoriya some makeshift casts. After that, Midoriya's plan went into action. Uraraka made them float and Azui threw them at Mr. Compress. They landed right on him, and in front of the other villains. Oi, Compress, get down. Dabi said as he activated his quirk. Compress started to vanish, and Midoriya saw the flame, so he headbutted Shoji to make him move. He screamed in pain as part of his arm was burnt. Izuku! Todoroki shouted before twice came at him. Todoroki moved and shot his ice at him. Toga threw her needle at Midoriya, which he dodged. She then tackled him. My name's Toga, Izuku. You're so cute, but you'd be cuter covered in blood. Toga said enthusiastically as she raised her knife. Midoriya glared at her but also looked at her in fear before Shoji knocked her off him. You got in my way. You're not my type, but I'll still cut you. Toga muttered. Stay the hell away from us. Midoriya shouted. Twice kept attacking Todoroki, and Todoroki shot more ice at him. Mr. Compress returned to normal back from his compressed ball form and walked over to Dabi. Do you still have Bakugo? Dabi asked. Absolutely. Compress stated. He checked his pocket to find nothing there. You were flaunting your right pocket a lot, so I knew you had something hidden in there. Shoji stated proudly as he held up the compressed ball that seemed to hold Tokoyami and Bakugo. Good work, let's go. Todoroki insisted. They both started running, but Midoriya stopped them. Don't you get it? That was a trick. This was all a trick. You only show something off when you want to hide something else, it's a classic redirect magicians use. And he told us he had Bakugo.to bait me here. Midoriya said, terror filling his voice. Todoroki and Shoji's eyes widened in shock. Ah, doesn't that prove it, Dabi? It seems that along with his quirk, he's also quite the analyst. Compress said, taking off his mask and revealing more compressed ball in his mouth. Midoriya screamed and ran forward. Todoroki and Shoji weren't far behind. Dabi activated his quirk and got ready to fire at them. Midoriya knew what he was about to do was crazy and highly improbable, but it was all he could think of doing ever since he connected the blue fire with Dabi's look. "Toya Todoroki!" he screamed. Dabi's eyes went wild as he froze in place, and Todoroki stared at Midoriya with wide eyes. "Shigaraki was right. You're too dangerous not to have on our side," Dabi said deeply and roughly as he got ready to shoot his flames again. Just then, a portal opened up behind them, and Aoyama shot his naval laser at the villains. Compress dropped the compressed ball, and Shoji and Todoroki reached for them. Midoriya was in front, but couldn't bend his arms. Midoriya saw Dabi and Compress hands reach for them both, so he shoved himself forward to stop them. Todoroki and Shoji got the compressed ball, but Dabi grabbed Midoriya by the neck. "Midoriya!" Shoji screamed. "Izuku!" Todoroki screeched. "I'll leave you with a present," since he handed himself right over. Compress said, snapping his fingers. Bakugo and Tokoyami appeared as they started going into the portal. Bakugo rushed forward, propelling himself with his quirk as he saw Midoriya. "Deku!" he screamed extremely loudly. Midoriya smiled tearfully at him, though his eyes showed extreme fear and were starting to glaze over. "I'm glad it was me," Midoriya said as the three of them fully went through. The portal closed right after. Bakugo had barely missed them and landed on the ground, completely dumbstruck. "Zuku!" Todoroki stuttered out. No. Bakugo shouted in despair. Todoroki stared into space and flames erupted from his side. How could we let this happen?" Tokoyami said, clenching his fist and tearing up. "Midoriya. What are they going to do to you?" Shoji questioned aloud. "Bakugo. They got you back." Uraraka froze as she noticed who was missing instead. "Where's Midoriya?" Azui asked, voice laced in fear. "They took him." Bakugo screamed, his voice breaking as tears slid down his cheeks. "Toya." Todoroki mumbled, flames still coming out. No. That can't be possible. Deku can't be gone." Uraraka yelled, joining in on Bakugo and Tokoyami's tears. Azui held Uraraka close and tried not to cry as well. You let this happen." Bakugo screamed as he grabbed Todoroki's cold side. Todoroki's flames went away as he stared at Bakugo. "If I hadn't moved, Izuku wouldn't have had to," Todoroki mumbled. Bakugo shouted angrily, then punched Todoroki in the face. Azui wrapped her tongue around Bakugo and lifted him away from Todoroki. Bakugo screamed and struggled, trying to use his quirk. Todoroki didn't move again. "Todoroki? Are you okay?" Uraraka asked gently. Todoroki covered his left side of the face with his hand and screamed as hotter flames shot out of his body, blue ones. "You're related to that fucker?" Bakugo screeched. "Todoroki. Calm down, please," Uraraka pleaded. Todoroki just kept screaming. "Todoroki!" Uraraka yelled. Todoroki eventually stopped screaming and looked at her. "Please. For Deku's sake. Calm down," Uraraka said sadly. Todoroki's flames went away and he covered his face with his other hand as well. My older brother is a villain," Todoroki said loudly and shakily. Uraraka covered her mouth in surprise. "Why didn't you say anything?" Bakugo screamed. "I didn't know until Izuku said his name." Todoroki screamed back, shaking like a leaf. "Bakugo! Stop yelling and calm down too. Deku is gone, we can't fall apart, we have to find out what to do," Uraraka insisted. "We should go to camp. All of the villains are gone," Shoji prompted. "I'm not going to calm down," Bakugo insisted. "Let's take him back to the camp," Uraraka sighed. Bakugo screamed most of the way there, then about halfway, he began to grow quiet. When they finally got there, Azui let Bakugo down. It was my fault," Bakugo mumbled. "What do you mean?" Uraraka asked. "I blamed half and half, but it was me. If I had stopped acting so shitty they wouldn't have seen me as a villain too. We could have all protected him, but he had to save me," Bakugo loudly replied, tears coming out again. Uraraka slapped him across the face, shocking Bakugo out of his tears. She then gripped his shirt and looked him right in the eye. "Bakugo, ever since Deku told me that you bullied him, I thought you were a JRK. Even still, Deku treated you with respect. He cared if he hurt your feelings when you didn't seem to care about his. Even though you're an a-hole, he cares about you so much that you made him genuinely happy when he was faking it. He did this because he cares about his friends more than himself. It could have been me, it could have been anyone. It was Ida before. Do not blame yourself, blame the villains who keep messing up our lives," Uraraka screamed, angrily and sadly tearing up. Bakugo eyes were wide in surprise. If you want to be a hero, then do what you can to save him now. Uraraka said seriously. Bakugo clenched his fists and roughly wiped his eyes. I'll save him. No matter what. Midoriya had passed out right after the portal closed and was out for a while. When he did come to, he was cuffed with quirk-canceling restraints and tied to a chair. He panicked, momentarily forgetting where he was, then it all came rushing back to him. He was kidnapped by the League of Villains. He looked up and saw villains staring right at him. He saw Shigaraki, and immediately remembered what he did to Aizawa and what he did to him at the mall. He remembered his terrifying Nomus. He also saw Spinner and remembered his terrifying run-in with Stain. Those events began flashing through his mind rapidly, over and over again. All the sounds around him were muffled, he wasn't even aware that he was breathing heavily and shaking. He's not responding. Shigaraki stated. What did you think was going to happen? He's been traumatized by you about 3 times now, idiot. Dabi prompted. Maybe if I cut him he'll snap out of it. Toga said cheerily, pulling out her knife. Don't even think about it. It's already bad enough that Muscular went overboard, he's less likely to listen to us now. Shigaraki insisted. Dabi, do you know how to snap him out of it? Spinner asked. Dabi sighed in response and went over to Midoriya, grabbing his face roughly. Midoriya regained his senses and screamed in fear. Dabi let go and backed away. You should have just let me stab him. Toga pouted. FFING sheet. Midoriya muttered. He wished he could have made more of a plan for this. He didn't know any of these villains too well, except for Dabi, but even then he had changed a lot from when he was Toya. We aren't going to hurt you, Izuku Midoriya. Shigaraki stated. You choked me before. Midoriya retorted. That was before I realized that we shouldn't be fighting, you belong with us. Shigaraki prompted. I'm not a villain. Midoriya said angrily. Well, you're not exactly a hero either, kid. Dabi commented. I heard you really messed up Muscular. Toga chirped. I was protecting myself and a child. Why would any of you think I would listen to you after everything you've done to me? Midoriya asked in frustration. If you join us, you'll have nothing left to fear. You'll know exactly what we're doing and be a part of it. Shigaraki replied. I would never wish what you did to me on my worst enemy. You effed me up. I'm ruined because of you and your god DMN plans. Midoriya shouted. He was starting to lose it, he felt his usually hidden side slipping out. He was so angry, so afraid, unable to hide his emotions. Just look at you, losing it already. What would happen if your classmates saw who you really were? You're afraid of that, aren't you? Shigaraki questioned with a creepy smile. If you think this helps your case, you're dumber than you look. Midoriya replied. Ah, that look in your eye really suits you, Izuku. Toga said joyfully. Shut up. I don't care what you say, even if I have to hide who I am, I'm not a villain. Midoriya insisted. Heroes don't obsessively analyze everything, you even exposed my name. My little brother looked pretty surprised. Dabi stated with a smirk. That one was actually a bluff. Midoriya admitted. That wiped the smirk off Dabi's face. Is that your game, Izuku? You enjoy finding things out about everything you can? Is that how your quirk works? Shigaraki commented. I don't know what you're talking about. Midoriya growled out. Don't play dumb with me. We both know your friend never could have moved quickly enough in time, he didn't even listen to you the first time. He's stubborn as hell, but he listened to you, you made him move. Shigaraki said in frustration. I won't tell you a FING thing. I hate all of you cowards. Midoriya shouted. He felt his anger slipping out even more. He wasn't a low-life criminal like these villains, he was a future hero, one that would be better than all of the rest. They couldn't just think that he'd use his quirk for them. We're cowards? You're too afraid to show who you really are. We've tossed away the shackles of what people think we should be. Spinner stated. Come on, Izuku. It's so fun to let loose. Toga said excitedly. No need to be afraid of it. Dabi added, knowing how the others were pushing him already. You're just like us. Shigaraki further added. Midoriya lost it completely and thrashed around, ignoring the pain in his arms and body. He started screaming his head off, his eyes absolutely wild. You dumb assholes know nothing about me, I've already gotten farther in my dreams than you could ever imagine. You think I'd join a shitty league who couldn't even kidnap both the kids they wanted? Eat sheet and die in the FING holes you all crawled out of, you animals. Midoriya screeched. See? There it is. That's the real you. Compress stated. Midoriya stopped thrashing and stared him down. That was nothing. The fact that I'm unstable does not mean my ideals are like any of yours. The real me is the one that's smart enough to figure you all out, without a DMN quirk. he said with a deep voice, very much unlike his own. Without a quirk? Bullcrap. Shigaraki cursed. When All Might knocked that hand off your face, I heard you mumble the word father. Just from that, I can guess that you're a villain because you killed him. Since you have other hands all over you, I can also guess that they must be important people to you too. You killed your family, didn't you, Shigaraki? Midoriya questioned, a crazy glint in his eyes. Shigaraki froze and started scratching his neck anxiously. You DMN kid, he said angrily. Midoriya looked at Dabi. Your mother is in a mental hospital, did you know that? Have you been keeping track of the family you left behind, Toya? Your father is the biggest piece of shit I've ever met, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? He taunted. Kurogyri had to put up a portal to stop flames from being shot into Midoriya's face. You seem like you have a FING death wish. Dabi growled out. I just know that you all want me to join, so you won't kill me. You have to listen to me just as much as I have to listen to you. You need me. Midoriya said with a smirk. Ah. Izuku is so cool. Toga said as she moved over to him. Midoriya tensed and squirmed. What about me? Don't be shy. Toga giggled as she got closer. Why you're obsessed with cutting up boys you like? Midoriya replied somewhat nervously. That's right. And I really like you. Toga exclaimed as she swiped her knife at him. He sighed in relief when Kurogyri had put up another portal to stop it from actually doing any damage. Twice pulled her away and Midoriya was able to relax a bit. Do you see how easily we could protect you? Save you? Shigaraki prompted. Midoriya bit his lip in frustration. Your classmates, your teachers, none of them could save you, and none of them can save you now, but we can. We can overlook your shitty attitude, and you can work with us without fear. Shigaraki continued. You're wrong. Kaken Bakugo saved me from you, he saved me during my exam, he pulled me from the brink of insanity. Uraraka saved me from falling, saved me from who I was, and got there just in time to help me get away from you. Ida saved the entire class from you. All of my friends have saved me in some way. Even if they couldn't stop this from happening, they're the ones I can rely on, not any of you. Midoriya insisted. Oh yeah? Do you expect them to get you out of here, then? Shigaraki asked. No, but I don't need them to. All I needed was to save them. Uraraka, what you all are suggesting could cause a lot of serious damage and harm. Ida said seriously. I know this is reckless, I know. We could and probably will get into a lot of trouble. But Deku is worth all of it. Uraraka insisted. Don't you think I know that? I would do anything to repay the debt I owe to him. Ida shouted. Then pay it back as soon as FING possible. Bakugo shouted back. Ida, you can't stop us from going. It might be hypocritical to say, considering how Izuku and I saved you from a decision just as dangerous and reckless, but it isn't just one of us that feels this way. Todoroki mentioned. When I think about how scared he was at the mall, and how hurt he looked before he was taken. I can't just do nothing. Uraraka stated sadly. You're a goddamn coward, glasses. Bakugo screamed. The pro-heroes will save him. We're not abandoning him, we're just trying not to get in the way of the people who can actually help him. Ida insisted. We won't get in the way. We'll just watch to make sure it goes well, we won't fight. Uraraka pleaded. Ida grimaced and looked at them all in frustration. If I can't stop you all, then I'll go with you to hold you to your word. He finally said. Thank you, Ida. Uraraka said with a small smile. We're meeting Momo in front of the hospital tonight, meet us there. Todoroki stated. Understood. Ida said before walking off. Every part of him screamed at him for his decision, but just this once, he had to ignore it. Midoriya had been going in and out of consciousness because of his injuries ever since the last lecture he had with the villains. The adrenaline he had from the dangerous situation he was in had long run out. He needed a hospital. He isn't doing very well. Compress commented. We'll help him once he joins us. Shigaraki replied. He could die before that. Dabi added. We don't have a healer. Shigaraki retorted. The kid is AD-, but if he's gonna trust us we need to do something for him. Dabi insisted. I'll never, ever FING trust any of you assholes. Midoriya piped up. You're acting just like the other kid we were supposed to get. Spinner stated. I am in a lot of goddamn pain, Deech. Midoriya replied. Take off his restraints, we'll figure out what to do. Kurogyri stated. Isn't his quirk too dangerous for that? Spinner asked. He can barely move, let alone use his quirk. Dabi answered. Twice took this as a sign to take off the restraints. Midoriya really wanted to think of a plan, but he felt like shit and he had worsened his already intense pain by thrashing around before. Please, don't touch me. I don't care if I pass out again, but I'm begging you. Let me stand by myself. Midoriya pleaded. The villains looked at each other and soon Shigaraki gave a small nod to twice. Midoriya shakily stood up, panting in pain. Your pizza is here. A voice said from behind the door near Midoriya. Midoriya looked at the villains in confusion, wondering if they had heard it too. Judging by their confused faces, they had. A moment later, All Might smashed through a wall, hitting Spinner in the process. Kamui Woods followed behind and used his quirk held the villains in place. Dabi activated his quirk, but was quickly knocked out by Gran Torino's kick. More heroes, and the police, appeared and All Might turned towards Midoriya. I'm sorry I let this happen again. You're safe now, Midoriya. He said sincerely. Midoriya teared up, though he desperately tried not to. All Might, was all he managed to say. DMNU. Kurogyri, release the Nomus. Shigaraki ordered. Midoriya froze and went closer to All Might in fear, but nothing happened. I can't. They're gone. Kurogyri replied. You're still just a beginner, aren't you, Shigaraki? All Might taunted as he gently and protectively held Midoriya closer. You should never underestimate or think you understand everything. You believed this boy could be pushed to your side, but all of your decisions have led to your demise. All Might continued. Midoriya smiled tiredly at him and leaned against him, trying to stay conscious. It seemed Shigaraki was wrong, he could feel safe, for a moment, at least. Edshot made sure Kurogyri couldn't open up any portals by knocking him out as Torino announced the members' names, including Toya. He basically told them all just how screwed they were. Shut your DMN mouth. Shigaraki said loudly. Nomus then started to appear and Midoriya let out a scream. He should have known he wouldn't ever really be safe. Where are they coming from? All Might asked in panic over Midoriya's scream. Midoriya shook like a leaf as he stopped screaming, far too scared now to make a noise. Kurogyri is still unconscious, it's not him. Edshot stated. Midoriya, try to hang on. Gran Torino shouted. Midoriya felt like he couldn't breathe, then the black sludge that brought the Nomus spilled out of his mouth. He was reminded of his run-in with the sludge monster as he looked at All Might with absolute terror. All Might felt his heart stop as Midoriya vanished, right at his fingertips. He screamed in despair at failing his student again. See? The pro heroes have it taken care of already, Ida announced to the others. Things had gone well so far for the raid on the Nomu hangar. Even Genist is here. Bakugo commented. Right. Let's go before we become more of a nuisance than we already are. Ida prompted. I overheard that All Might was at the villain's second location. I think he saved Deku already. Uraraka added. Bakugo grumbled quietly in both anger and relief that he didn't need to help him. Come on, we should hurry. Momo prompted. They all followed her, but Bakugo couldn't help but hesitate. Something felt off about all of this. He was proved right when there was an explosion. It almost blew everyone away, and Genist was left with All for One. The group could hear them talking, and Bakugo silently begged for Genist to be okay. He hadn't put up with his sheet during the internship and he respected the hell out of him for it. However, when he heard the sickening squelch of blood and skin being torn, he felt a shock run through him. This guy was stronger than multiple heroes. He could feel the dread seeping from the others, the utter terror that came from knowing that someone evil was so powerful. He wondered if people had ever felt a fraction of this horror towards him. Everyone was frozen, completely unable to move from fear and shock. Then, they heard a familiar voice, screaming. Midoriya appeared in front of All for One, coughing hard from the material that had brought him there. When he looked up, he saw what he knew had to be the monstrosity. That was the cause for all his pain. He let out a raw, blood-curdling scream as villains appeared behind him. I apologize for that, Izuku, but it had to be done. All for One stated. Midoriya felt his body grow numb again, but it didn't give him hope of escape in this situation. He truly felt he would die here. All for One began to move forward, towards Midoriya and Shigaraki, which made Midoriya nearly throw up in terror. Luckily, he went right to Shigaraki, giving words of encouragement to him, but Midoriya didn't hear a thing. He honestly couldn't describe what was happening to him, it was like all rational thought had gone out the window. He didn't want to die, he didn't want to be so scared, he didn't want any part of his life right now. Everything was starting to get fuzzy. He was snapped out of it by All Might cutting through the air and aiming a punch at All for One, which he stopped. Midoriya and the villains were blown away by the force of it, and Midoriya shouted in pain. Midoriya's arms were so badly broken that the pain of his landing got through whatever the hell had been keeping him awake. He bit his lip and shakily managed to stand up, but his legs felt incredibly weak. Dread filled his wounded body as he remembered what All Might told him. He would die fighting a villain too strong for him, and that villain just deflected his punch like it was nothing. Midoriya seriously couldn't handle all of this. He was cracking up. You can't have him, All for One. This time, I'll put you in jail for sure. All Might insisted. He was the same one who wounded him, Midoriya realized. He had to do something, anything. All Might will die and it would be all his fault. His throat dried up, but his eyes spilled tears down his face. I can't have him? You've grown dull, All Might. He's been mine from the start. All for One retorted. He watched it. All for One punched him clear across, and probably through some buildings. All Might? Midoriya screeched. He won't die from something like that, there's no need to worry. One for All prompted. You. You're just a coward, terrorizing heroes because they have quirks. Midoriya stuttered out, terrified. All for One chuckled. Do you have no fear, Izuku? He asked. I am scared as hell, but someone needed to say something to you. Midoriya retorted. All for One smirked and forcibly activated Kurogiri's quirk, opening up a portal. This man was truly heinous. Grab Izuku and go, Shigaraki. All for One ordered as he floated up. Midoriya scrambled back, trying to create some distance between him and the villains. No. I won't go with any of you. He insisted. Why did he have to be injured at a time like this? Did you really think you'd be a hero with a mind like yours? You were destined for something much greater than a hero. All for One stated. Midoriya felt his blood run cold at hearing the thing he aspired to be turned against him. All Might came back with a punch and Midoriya tried to use the moment to get farther away, but the villains started coming after him. Midoriya! All Might shouted, lunging towards him before being grabbed. Midoriya had to act very carefully. He activated his quirk to speed himself up and tried his best to use his other quirk. It barely slowed them down enough for him not to get caught. He began kicking the villains that got too close. This situation just kept hitting Midoriya over and over. It was useless to fight, they'd get him eventually. All Might is going to die, and he couldn't keep his promise. Fate was a beach, one he couldn't beat. No one could help him anymore. Deku. Midoriya. A chorus of voices shouted in unison above him. He looked up and saw that Uraraka and Ida were being propelled by Bakugo's quirk after they had shot up from Todoroki's ice ramp. Ida and Uraraka had their hands reaching out to him. Midoriya saw his chance and took it, using the last bit of energy he had in him and jumped up to them, barely avoiding Shigaraki. If he was gone, All Might wouldn't have to hold back. He couldn't grab their hands with his messed up arms, but Uraraka thought quickly and touched him to make him float. Ida grabbed onto him and Bakugo created another blast to get away faster. Spinner almost got to them thanks to Magna's quirk, but Mount Lady got in the way, allowing the group to get to safety. Todoroki and Momo had taken the opportunity to get to safety as well during the commotion. Once they got even farther away, Uraraka deactivated her quirk. Ida got ready to carry him, but Bakugo forcefully got in the way and held him instead. None of them talked as they kept running. They did eventually stop though once they got to a popular street. Bakugo didn't let go of Midoriya at all, holding him as close as possible without hurting him. He was out cold, but Bakugo didn't care. He was still breathing, still alive, that's all that mattered to him. We're in front of the station, I'm glad you both are okay. Ida said into his phone, talking to Todoroki. Uraraka stayed close to Bakugo and Midoriya, sadly looking down at the injured boy. Do you think he'll be okay? Uraraka asked quietly. It doesn't matter how he is, we'll do whatever it takes to make him better. Bakugo replied curtly. You really were scared. Uraraka commented. Yeah, no shit. I've been scared out of my mind ever since he was taken, round face. Bakugo said in annoyance. You should tell him that when he wakes up. Uraraka prompted as she gently pet Midoriya's hair. People started loudly talking as they watched All Might take too many hits. The added noise opened Midoriya's eyes. He weakly looked up at Bakugo, whose face was tense and worried. He wasn't looking at him anymore, neither was Uraraka. They were both looking in front of them. Midoriya turned his head and looked at the large screen. His tired eyes widened at seeing All Might so beaten up. He was starting to lose his form. What was he thinking? He left his hero, his father figure alone, knowing how much danger he was in. Realistically, he knew he was being stupid. He couldn't help him at all, but he still felt so guilty. Then, it happened. All Might was in his weakened form, on live T.V, for the whole world to see. And no. All Might, I'm sorry. Midoriya muttered, tears slipping down his cheeks. Bakugo's eyes were huge with shock, as were Uraraka's and Ida's. Bakugo looked down at Midoriya as another revelation came to him. Midoriya wasn't apologizing just because he thinks he caused this, he was apologizing because he knew about it and couldn't stop it. Midoriya gritted his teeth as people commented on his look in disbelief. How could he let this happen? He was a failure. He felt a hand go over his eyes. Deku. Don't look. Bakugo said gently. K. Kaken. Stop. What's happening? Midoriya questioned in fear. All for One had said something devastating to All Might, making him lose his smile. The crowd had gone silent. Midoriya started heavily panicking, but his worn-out body didn't put up much of a struggle. Bakugo moved his hand in time for Midoriya to see All Might powering up again. The crowd cheered him on, but Midoriya's tears flowed a lot more. He knew that if he pushed himself again, he'd lose more power. He knew everything about All Might, including the fact that he'd never run from a fight. Just this once, Midoriya wished he didn't know. He felt a tiny bit of relief at seeing heroes appear, but his growing despair crushed that feeling. The heroes were fighting, but they couldn't leave a mark on him. It had to be All Might. All for One soon blew them all away, only leaving All Might. Then, he strengthened his arm much more, making it grotesque. He attacked All Might, making Midoriya cry out in fear. People were cheering All Might on, didn't they realize it could be towards his death? Blood spurt from All Might's arm as he tried to hold him back. What would be left of him, even if he won? All Might held him back more, soon getting a hit on him. Midoriya absolutely hated this sight. It was carnage. All Might managed to power up again, landing a United States of smash on him. When the dust and debris cleared, it was obvious that All Might had won, but also obvious that it was the last of his power. Midoriya's face contorted in pain and ultimate sadness, knowing he hadn't do a thing to prevent this. All Might weakly lifted his arm. Midoriya couldn't take much more. A buff fist was raised in victory. People cheered in happiness, but Midoriya felt like the world had crumbled around him. It was too soon to lose All Might. He wasn't ready. He wanted to be a better hero than him, that's what he always thought, but now? It was so bittersweet. All for One was being put into custody, and people began to move. Bakugo started rushing Midoriya through the crowd towards where the ambulance was with Uraraka and Ida in tow. However, Midoriya still saw the screen. All Might pointed it at it and said, "You're next." That was the last straw. For the crowd, it was a message of hope, All Might telling all the villains out there that they would be taken down next, but they were wrong. It wasn't for them, All Might had to know that he'd be watching. The message was for him, telling him he'd be the next symbol. It was all he ever wanted. He wasn't ready. It was his dream. He wasn't ready. It's what was now expected of him. He wasn't ready. And no. Midoriya mumbled. "Deku? Are you okay?" Uraraka asked in worry. Midoriya's eyes were so full of absolute despair. "Midoriya. What's wrong?" Ida questioned. Midoriya was shaking heavily. "Deku, talk to us." Bakugo barked, extremely worried. He wasn't ready. Midoriya let out a scream that was so much worse than before. Something snapped in him, but unlike before, there wasn't anything to hold him together anymore. Life had taken too much from him. He felt more broken than his arms. The world faded, and the image of his friends turned to black. He'd never be the same. Midoriya had to go through surgery when he was taken to the hospital. Recovery Girl told them she was on her way as soon as she heard that Midoriya was rescued, but they couldn't wait. Uraraka, Ida, Bakugo, Todoroki and Momo were in the waiting room, alone together with their anxious thoughts. He looked so broken. Uraraka prompted in the silence. I didn't want to betray his trust, but Midoriya has what seems like severe PTSD from the villain attacks. He's terrified of them and the Nomus. It wasn't just because he was grabbed, it was because of the USJ and Hosu incidents. He was almost kidnapped by a Nomu. Ida stated. What? I thought Endeavor saved you guys. Uraraka shouted. Uraraka, not so loud. Ida whisper shouted. Endeavor didn't do shit. Todoroki cursed. The others stared at him in surprise. We were told to keep quiet by the police in return for not getting in trouble, but we were the ones that defeated Stain. Afterwards, a flying Nomu came and almost got away with Midoriya. But Stain saved him. Todoroki explained. Uraraka covered her mouth and teared up. Bakugo's jaw dropped. I assumed Midoriya had some problems when he had a panic attack during that emergency I stopped, but I've seen it 3 times now. And he's definitely gotten worse. Ida added. His mom told me that he came home crying one day after school but wouldn't tell her what happened. Gran Torino also told him to go to therapy, but he hasn't. Todoroki commented. I've been noticing that he's been fake smiling a lot more. Uraraka prompted. How could we have not seen it? Midoriya is doing so much worse than we realized. Momo said sadly. Bakugo was stunned. He hadn't realized to what extent Midoriya had been messed up. He knew this whole time that Midoriya wasn't sane, but he thought he was getting better, not worse. How could he have let this go on so long? They all stopped talking when Inko rushed over. Where's Izuku? Is he okay? She questioned loudly with tears in her eyes. He's in surgery right now. Todoroki answered. A nurse walked over and ushered her to another room. The police soon came in and questioned the group. They told the truth, that they hadn't used their quirks to fight, just to rescue Midoriya. Their parents eventually came to the hospital too. How could you be so reckless again? What if you had gotten hurt too? Tenya's mother chastised. He would have been taken otherwise. Mother, I'm sorry. Tenya replied. What's gotten into you, a Chaco? This isn't like you. Uraraka's mother said tearfully. Mom, I had to. He saved my life. He's my friend. Uraraka insisted. Yaoyorozu, I expected so much more from you. Momo's father lamented. Father. Momo managed to get out. What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed. Mitsuki screamed. Well, I didn't, you old hag. Bakugo screamed back. Shoto, I told you not to get involved with that boy. And now look at what you've done. Endeavor shouted. Todoroki grimaced and backed away from him. Endeavor reached for him, but Inko appeared and got in the way, standing in front of all of them. Inko. Mitsuki said quietly. Inko got on her knees. And bowed down to the floor. Please don't blame the children for this. Izuku.is alive because of them. He's safe now thanks to their actions, so just for now, consider their bravery. Inko pleaded. The parents looked at her and felt sort of awkward. Mrs. Midoriya, don't do this for our sakes, we knew the consequences when we did this. Thank you, but please stand up. Ida said, gently touching her shoulder. Inko slowly stood up and wiped her eyes. Shoto, we're going home right now. Endeavor growled, moving past Inko. From where she was, she could see Todoroki flinch. She slapped away Endeavor's hand, shocking everyone in the room. I politely asked for forgiveness on behalf of the children, but I refuse to let someone like you get away with this. Inko said curtly. He is my son, you have no say dash. Inko interrupted him. That boy Toya was your son too. What awful things did you do to him to make him become a villain? You're lucky Shoto is a strong enough boy not to do the same. He's flinching around you. Inko shouted. Flinching? Have you been hurting your boy? Tenya's father questioned. You're a hero. What kind of behavior is this? Momo's father angrily asked. A child shouldn't be afraid of their father. Uraraka's father insisted. Endeavor, we also need to talk to you about Toya. A policeman said. Endeavor looked extremely sad, but left with the policeman. Todoroki let out a shaky sigh in relief and Inko gently hugged him. She felt warm and reminded him a lot of his own mother's hugs. Was being a good hugger a part of the Midoriya family? Todoroki slowly hugged back. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. He said gently. Thank you for saving my baby. Inko said just as gently. Their parents were more understanding after that, but they still had to go home. Todoroki did too, but without Endeavor. What the F, do you mean I can't go in? Bakugo shouted. Mrs. Midoriya said no visitors right now. The nurse answered. Why the hell not? He questioned loudly. All Might is here. The nurse replied. All Might braced himself as he walked into Midoriya's hospital room. He had failed the boy too many times, and now, was probably a part of his ever-going trauma. Midoriya. All Might gently called out. Midoriya was laying in bed, staring blankly up at the ceiling. He was healed by Recovery Girl, but still needed to stay in the hospital for a while. Tashinori. Midoriya replied. I know none of this was what you imagined when you accepted my power. All Might said gently. I'm not quirkless. Midoriya stated. Well, of course not. All Might said in confusion. I never was. Midoriya continued. What are you talking about? All Might asked, getting worried. When I asked you if I could still be a hero, it was a test. I wanted to see if you'd react the way you were supposed to. Obviously, you didn't, but here we are. Midoriya said without emotion. Why are you telling me this now? All Might questioned. Because you can't do hero work anymore, because you almost died, because you almost left me alone. Midoriya answered. Midoriya, my boy, you have to understand, I just wanted to save you. All Might insisted. So I can be the one who got you killed? Midoriya asked loudly. Midoriya, All for One is the one who killed my teacher. I couldn't let him take you, and I promised myself I wouldn't die and leave you alone like with what happened to me. It's why I'm alive now. All Might shouted. That's goddamn bullshit. You're alive because you were strong enough not to be killed. You think just not wanting to die is enough? Midoriya shouted back angrily. When I heard you were kidnapped, I blamed myself, Midoriya. Because you're like a son to me. All Might insisted. My dad left me. I don't even know who he is. Midoriya prompted. I don't need to talk to you about that too. All Might said gently. His switch in tone alarmed Midoriya. No, come on, give me a break. He pleaded. All Might sat down next to Midoriya's hospital bed. During the fight, he told me that Shigaraki is my teacher's grandson. He explained. You scared me, you piece of shit. What do I care? If I see him again, I'll kill him anyway. Midoriya retorted. Heroes don't kill people, and you want to be better than them, don't you? Villains kill people and cause carnage like what just happened. All Might prompted. It'll be self-defense. He can, and almost did, turn me to dust. A better hero would kill a villain who keeps FING coming back and hurting people. Midoriya insisted. We both know you don't really feel that way. All Might stated. I'm so FING tired of people telling me who I am and what I want to do. You know what I want? To finally be safe, but that's never gonna FING happen. He screamed roughly. All Might looked at him sadly and Inko slowly walked into the room. Why is she here? Midoriya asked, eyes widening. For you, Midoriya, All For One also told me that you are his son. All Might stated. Midoriya's eyes went wild. Leave the room, Mom. He ordered. Inko quickly left, making All Might confused. See that? That's my quirk. The more I know about people, the more I can control them. Midoriya said coldly. That's impossible. All Might said in shock. I've done it to you before. Midoriya admitted. All Might thought back to every single time Midoriya ever told him to do something. Me Midoriya. Was all Might could say. The son of the world's greatest villain. Midoriya said as he got up from the bed. Midoriya, please calm down, we can get through this. All Might pleaded. I bet he was laughing his butt off at seeing his FING son trying so desperately to be a hero, knowing that he left me behind to put me at a disadvantage. He started my effed up life so I'd become a goddamn villain. Midoriya screamed. This sight was all too familiar to All Might. This was how Midoriya was when they first met. Izuku, you can't keep acting like this or you'll prove him right. All Might insisted. Who the F cares? I'm done with overthinking about my actions, wondering what I should be doing, but I've been thinking too simply. People found out about my quirk even when I tried to be careful. So now, I'll just know everything about everyone so no one can ever get the drop on me again. Midoriya said with a wicked smile, darkness obvious in it and his eyes. No, Izuku, don't let this happen again. All Might begged. Midoriya was about to respond when the door was blasted open. A nurse could be heard asking for security nearby. You FING using anti-Inko for your dirty work? And threatening a quirkless old man? Guess I need to beat some sense into you. Bakugo shouted. Get out. Midoriya growled. FING make me. Bakugo said with a smirk. Of course he knew he could, but he guessed that he wouldn't. He rushed forward and grabbed Midoriya, pulling him away from All Might. He held his arms back from behind him. Midoriya kicked and screamed violently, but it soon turned into hiccuping sobs. Yeah, let it out you crazy BSTRD. Bakugo said as he let go and turned him around, then held him close. Midoriya clung to him and cried. It sounded awful, but it was music to Bakugo's ears. This was much better than the alternative Bakugo was all too familiar with. When security came, All Might assured them that everything was okay and asked them to leave. Bakugo kept holding Midoriya close. This was just to comfort him, but it was comforting for Bakugo too. He was calm now because Midoriya needed him, but he had been freaking the F out about Midoriya this whole time. The others too, but they took no for an answer when Inko didn't let them in. Kaken? Midoriya said quietly. Yeah, it's me, are you better now? Bakugo asked. And no, I am falling apart. Midoriya replied, hiding his face in his chest. Then pick the pieces back up, this won't be the thing that ends you. Bakugo insisted. And my dad is the worst villain the world has ever known, I am FING ruined. Midoriya prompted. All Might, you gonna tell anyone about this? Bakugo asked. We have to alert the police for Midoriya's safety, and the staff, but no one else needs to know for now. All Might answered. See? But you're not in the FING clear, I'm making sure you go to some goddamn therapy. Bakugo stated. I can't dash, Midoriya started. That, you're going. Bakugo shouted. He's right, Midoriya. Principal Nizu is making it mandatory for you. All Might prompted. Midoriya let out a long sigh. Maybe it's finally time.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.